Good morning, everyone. Welcome to members of the public. We welcome you to our policy presentations and public hearing meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, January 30th, 2024. We take note that a full complement of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Interim Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit our website. We will now move on to scroll presentations, returning to a tradition that was once at the board before COVID and bringing it back. Supervisor Solis will begin this morning.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. Today I have a very unique presentation to make, but one that we've been accustomed to here in this hall. We're celebrating the Lunar New Year, which for many of you who may not know is one of the most significant holidays in the many Asian and Asian Pacific Islander cultures, with 2024 being celebrated as the Year of the Dragon. You think dragon? Yes. It symbolizes strength. This tradition has been observed for centuries throughout our different AAPI communities, and as such, we need to recognize all those who have contributed to the many different AAPI cultures that are an integral part of Los Angeles County's fabric of diversity. Two such individuals that have made a profound impact on the lives of AAPI communities are Chester Chong and Daisy Ma. Two such individuals who have done outstanding work here in our communities. Let me begin by saying Chester Chong currently serves as the chairman of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce and has a history with the chamber dating back since 1988. Over the last 30 years, he has spearheaded the annual Golden Dragon Parade in downtown Chinatown, where tens of thousands of visitors gather to celebrate unity, courage, and prosperity every year. Chester has promoted cultural awareness for the Chinese heritage and history, ensuring that these rich traditions are passed down to future generations and inter-ethnic relations continue in the AAPI community. In addition, he has served as a connection point for the Chinese business community by promoting networking opportunities and resources. Chester is an exemplary citizen of our Los Angeles community, and we applaud your leadership. Thank you, Chester.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to also recognize a very good friend of mine, Daisy Ma. We've known each other, I think, for over 35 years. Daisy currently serves as Chief Government and Community Relations Officer for the Chinatown Service Center, which is a community federally qualified health clinic. Her organization, Chinatown Service Center, was one of the community-based organizations that provided services and support, even to this very day, to the survivors of the Monterey Park mass shooting that happened a year ago. In her role, she helps lead vital educational and career opportunities to young people, services to address the health needs of low-income, at-risk, and immigrant communities, and the growing cultural competent programs and services across the County of Los Angeles. Daisy also worked at the County of Los Angeles Community Development Commission on Housing and Development Unit and helped lead the first-time homebuyers program for Los Angeles County. As a First District Commissioner, she also serves my district as a representative on the County Commission on Insurance. Both Daisy and Chester's unique voices on AAPI matters have been an asset to Los Angeles County. I want to thank both of them, Chester and Daisy, for all that you do, and I'm so proud to present these scrolls to honor both of you and the organizations that you represent. Chester? And where do we go? Here on this. And for good luck. Thank you, and happy Lunar, and we'll see you at the...
Exit this way, please. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And we'll see you all at the Chinese New Year's parade in downtown Chinatown. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Okay, that's how we're going to split it up. Good morning, Los Angeles. Good morning, everybody. I had to wait for direction because this is my first, I'm a post-COVID supervisor, so we haven't done this since I've been here, so it's great to see everybody today. And today, colleagues and friends, we are joined by representatives from our statewide affinity group, the California State Association of Counties. We're joined by Graham Knaus, Chief Executive Officer, Jacqueline Wong Hernandez, Chief Policy Officer, and Chastity Benson, Chief Operating Officer. Thank you very much for joining us. It's not that, we're competitive, but we all know that there are 58 counties that constitute the state of California, and CSAC is our affinity group where we go have wonderful conferences, exchange information and dialogue with our colleagues across the state. And so first of all, on behalf of the board, let me present CSAC with a scroll so you can hang it in the office and make the others jealous. The Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles hereby highly commends the State Association of Counties for its advocacy of California's 58 counties and for honoring the County of LA with 3 2023 Challenge Awards. So let me present this to you, and thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Very much.
Let me tell you all what the Challenge Awards are. The Challenge Awards is the opportunity that CSAC takes to recognize the innovative, effective, and cost-saving ways that California counties provide programs and services to our constituents. And so we got 3 Challenge Awards this year. So we wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge our county departments for their innovation and their creativity. First up, County Library. It's my pleasure to congratulate our LA County Library on winning a CSAC Challenge Award for its Equity-Focused Virtual Libraries program. I see Sky's not with us, our county librarian, but Jessica Lee, Marketing Director, will be here to accept on behalf of the library. The library was recognized for developing innovative programs that engage residents in meaningful and civil discourse on topics related to justice, racism, equity, diversity, and inclusion. It fulfills a critical part of their mission to break down barriers, increase access to information, and encourage conversation. Please join me in congratulating our Los Angeles County Library. Beautiful. You want us to step to the side? Come on, let's go over here. I like to say that our LA County Libraries is not your grandmother's library. If you haven't been to an LA County library recently, you should go. They have amazing programs. Up next, STACS, I like that acronym. STACS. The Department of Children and Family Services is being recognized for their work on the Foster Youth Tax Pilot Program, and the acronym is STACS. And today's award will be received by the Director of DCFS, Brandon Nichols. As all the adults in the room acknowledge, filing taxes can be an onerous, complicated process. But especially for youth who are often eligible for earned income tax credits, stimulus payments, child and dependent care credits, or those who didn't meet the income thresholds required to file, which often results in leaving money on the table, and in some instances, thousands of dollars. So it really behooves them to file taxes. DCFS conducted extensive outreach, including presentations, virtual and in-person tax filing events, along with development and promotion of youth-friendly marketing materials. The results of the project were incredibly impactful. In the first year, they were able to file 101 returns, and get this, which resulted in $256,000 in refunds. It gets better. In 2023, they filed 309 returns, which resulted in $562,000 in refunds. That's refunds to foster youth who otherwise might not have had access to those resources. So congratulations to DCFS and all the partners who worked on this project. We appreciate you on their behalf, and job well done. Yes, I'm going to read it. Great. Thank you very much. The third and final challenge award this year, the office isn't represented, but we're going to talk about the good work they did anyway. And I'll ask Supervisor Barger to accept it on their behalf, like the Academy Awards. You know how that works. Last but not least is the Registrar Recorder County Clerk, who is being recognized for their innovative and analytical process to optimize the location of voting centers. As a board, we've made it clear that we'd like departments to make decisions and use resources in a way that is responsive and in touch with the challenges our constituents face every day. And we've been pushing for departments to strategically use data to ensure their services reach people where they are. And that's exactly what the Registrar Recorder County Clerk did with the creation of the Voter Center GIS Suitability Placement Project. To identify optimal placement for voting centers, the department used a formula that integrated various factors such as population cluster, public transportation, geographically isolated areas, and low-income communities. How ingenious as well as equitable. This allowed for more access to voting centers throughout the county. And what's more, this model is one that other counties can and should replicate, and we certainly hope they do. So to Director Logan, we thank you and your team, and congratulations again for this well-received, well-deserved award. And so we don't have their award. Supervisor Barger, we're just going to stand and take a picture and send it to Dean Logan. Please give all three of our county departments a round of applause for their CSAC Challenge Awards 2023. Chief Barker said you can, so she's in charge.
Great. Thank you very much to the incredible work and leadership of this board and this county. Innovation ultimately is about improving communities. And it is about dedication to ensuring that every citizen, every resident of this county is uplifted to the greatest degree possible. And this board has set a culture of innovation across this county, which is what is translated into these 3 awards. And so CSAC is honored to be a strong voice for LA County and for our entire executive committee or executive team to join you today in honoring the incredible work that is occurring in this county. So huge thanks to this board and the entire county family here in Los Angeles. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I have the next presentation. This morning, I have the distinct honor and pleasure as we embark on Black History Month this February to honor and recognize a dear friend, Phil Wilson, one of the most consequential leaders in various social justice movements. He is an HIV/AIDS activist who founded the Black AIDS Institute in 1999 to promote awareness and prevent the spread of HIV/AIDS in Black communities in particular. As president and CEO for 20 years, Black AIDS Institute launched the Black Treatment Advocates Network in partnership with health departments and community-based organizations in 20 states. Wilson's commitment to fighting the HIV/AIDS crisis is personal. After attending Wesleyan University, Wilson moved to Los Angeles with his partner, Chris Brownlee. He and Chris were both diagnosed with the disease in the 1980s, and Chris tragically died of HIV-related illnesses in 1989. During his career, Wilson has been involved with scores of organizations, including the Black, Gay, and Lesbian Leadership Forum, the AIDS Hospice Foundation, the National Minority AIDS Council, the National Association of Black and White Men Together, the National Task Force on AIDS Prevention, the Chris Brownlee Hospice, CEAER Coalition, the AIDS Prevention Team, and he also was a trustee for AMFAR, the Foundation for AIDS Research. He is also the executive producer of the Dance for Life Festival for Health Equity, and it is incredible, a national dance festival to raise funds to fight health disparities in Black and other marginalized communities. He was also instrumental in mobilizing critical institutions in Black communities, including the NAACP and the National Urban League, among many others, to take the HIV/AIDS crisis seriously. And in 2002, Wilson convinced every major national Black magazine in America to run a cover story on HIV/AIDS. More recently, because of his tireless commitment and fight for justice, we worked together to change content on the federal government's website. I was giving remarks at the AIDS Monument presentation in West Hollywood and shared information that I had gotten from our federal government that was actually wrong and erased the experience of and the history of a Black gay man who was first diagnosed with AIDS. And it was because of Phil I was able to be educated, and we worked together to change that in the federal government. Wilson has said that when he dies, he hopes people will remember him for not giving up. And we know that his efforts to fight HIV/AIDS and raise awareness of the disease have not gone unnoticed. When I came into office, you were so kind and open and willing to work with me and to work together to create a more inclusive community, and I am so grateful for that. Phil, you are absolutely amazing, and we thank you for your wonderful, life-saving contributions. This Black History Month, let us uplift our communities and uplift you for the amazing person you are. And I am personally grateful for your mentorship, your friendship,
and I am in awe of your leadership and example. And I know you're joined here today by Linda Jones. We thank you for being here and for all that you have done and continue to do.
Thank you very, very much. It is so great to be here, particularly with this particular Board of Supervisors. I feel like I'm among friends. We have been in this battle for a long time. People think that the HIV/AIDS pandemic is over. Nothing could be further from the truth. No, we're entering Black History Month, and next week is National Black HIV/AIDS Awareness Day to remind us that we still have work to do. So thank you very, very much for this honor, and I appreciate it.
Next up, Supervisor Hahn.
You are Coach. Hi. Yes.
I'm glad we can finally win.
I love it. And I wore your school cap. You've been the team announcer? Oh, and the Mr. President. But you're from Artesia.
I want everyone against the rail. I want you sideways. Remember I told
Hey,
you
how's it
sideways,
going?
sideways.
Hi, how are you?
Two in more, please. Make sure you can see. Yeah, come on up. I want you guys to start
This is awesome.
down here. But you can go further down the rail too. Further down the rail.
Which one's the quarterback? You're Justin. Justin Sagan. How do you say your last name?
Sagan.
Sagan. Okay, and you threw the winning touchdown pass to Jeremiah Bagege. How do you say your name again?
Sagan.
Sagan. Okay.
Thanks again.
Hi. How are you? This is awesome. Thank you for coming all the way down here.
See the little guy? You should have been up here. Man, you should have been up here.
I mean, how many buses did it take you to get here?
Crawford, can't see you, bro.
Oh, yes. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Cerritos High School football team, who are here with us today, along with their coaches, their parents, representatives from the ABC Unified School District, including School Board President Sophia Say. Hi, how are you? And Vice President Ernie Nishi. There's Ernie. Hi, thanks for coming down. I also want to give a special shout out to Council Member Renee Trevino from the city of Artesia. He is a huge supporter of Cerritos High School and serves as the team's announcer and the booster president. Renee, thank you for being here. Today, we formally recognize the Cerritos Dons for earning the title of CIF Southern Section Division 12 champions. This is the team's first CIF Southern Section Championship in both Cerritos High School and the ABC Unified history. The team won by defeating Yucca Valley High School 19-13 in overtime. That must have been a game. A big shout out to the Dons quarterback, Justin Sagan, who threw the game-winning touchdown pass to Jeremiah Bagege. And you know what? All these players never gave up. And I want to acknowledge their incredible determination and hard work as student athletes. And I also want to congratulate first-time head coach Franklin. Let's hear it for the coach. And throughout the season, Coach Franklin and his coaching staff carefully guided and supported each and every player. Coach Franklin, on behalf of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors and the 10 million residents of LA County, I want to officially recognize the Cerritos High School football team for winning their first CIF Southern Section Division 12 championship. And now, before I have you say a few words, I wanted to present to you, and I see all the team players have their own certificate, but I wanted to give you, Coach, the big one, again, on behalf of the county. You give us great bragging rights for winning this. Thanks to all of you who worked so hard for several seasons, and particularly this last one. Congratulations. Okay. Thank you. Coach Franklin, would you like to say a few words?
I would like to thank Sophia Say. I would like to thank Ernie Nishii. I would like to thank our principal, Mr. Walker, who's here, all our parents that supported us the whole season, our booster club, just the parents, the faculty, our city, school board, everything. This is amazing. I mean, this is a dream season that couldn't have went any better. Thank you, Janice Hahn. This is amazing. Yeah, you've been a supporter of us for a few years. I'm glad we could kindly get a return on your investment.
Right, show something for it.
You know, we started out in COVID. This is our COVID team.
Wow.
And that's when we started out together. We had to fight just to get a football season. And we fought for 4 years, and this is how it ended. Thank you, LA County. This is amazing just to be in this building and to stand up here with this microphone with these amazing people. Thank you again. This is terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear it again for the Cerritos High School football team champions. Thank you. Wow. Okay, good job, everybody. Yeah, you got to go back to school. Thank you. Congratulations, Justin.
Next, Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Barger, we cannot hear you, so we need that mic to work before you get started.
Better? There. Now you can hear me. Today, I'm proud to celebrate the remarkable impact the Korean American community has had in Los Angeles County. This year marks the 121st anniversary of Korean American Day, honoring all the ways Korean Americans make our neighborhoods, businesses, schools, churches, and our communities better. There are nearly 2 million Korean Americans living in the United States, and we're proud to be home of the highest concentration here in Los Angeles County. America and South Korea formed a relationship in 1882 when the two nations signed a treaty emphasizing peace, friendship, and commerce. Decades later, Koreans made their way to the United States. This month, we celebrate the 121 years since the first people immigrated from Korea to Hawaii in January of 1903. For more than a century, Korean Americans have had a meaningful impact. Their contributions to food and music are deeply embedded in our daily culture through Korean barbecue and K-pop. Korean Americans have also made countless contributions that have led to innovation and, yes, progress. A Korean American was the first to perform a beating heart operation for coronary artery heart disease. And a Korean American invented the nectarine. Thank you to the Korean Americans, past and present, for all you have done to serve and strengthen our communities. This morning, I'm joined by the Korean American Foundation of Los Angeles, who are incredibly active and an incredible group to commemorate the anniversary of the Korean American Day. As a token of my appreciation, I'm presenting this proclamation on behalf of 10 million residents to President Young-man Lee, Vice President Kyung Lim, and Jung of the Korean American Foundation. Thank you for your dedication to represent the Korean American community across the entire Los Angeles County. With that, I would invite President Young-man Lee to say a few words. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Byung-man Lee. Byung-man Lee is my correct name, and she did pretty good pronunciation on my name. Yeah. Okay, this year, January 13 was our Korean American Day. It was 121 years of day. We have such a star immigrant to Hawaii 120 years ago as a farmer worker. Now, past 121 years, our Korean community grew up fast as possible, and we are working hard with America. So I also appreciate to supervisors Kathleen Barger, also all the supervisors in County Hall. Every year we're doing this as a celebration with our resolution. I appreciate it so much, and we're gonna keep continually grow up and working county, LA, and United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll do a picture right here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Ready? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So good.
It's so nice to bring those back. Thank you to my colleagues for participating. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will begin on page 3, set matter 1. Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to February 13th, 2024. On page 4, public hearings items 2 through 9. On item 3, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 6, this item will be continued 2 weeks to February 13th, 2024. On item 8, the Director of Regional Planning requests that this item be continued to March 12th, 2024. The remaining items will be held for hearing. On page 11, policy presentations, items 10 through 12, these items will be held for report, and that completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The requests for continuances are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today, we will begin with the public hearing item 2, then items 3 and 4, which will be taken up together, followed by items 5, 7, and 9, then items 10 and 11, which will be taken up together, finishing with item 12 and followed by general public comment. So our public hearings will be first, and then our presentations will follow. Before we begin with our public hearing items, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive up to 1 minute to address the board on each of the public hearing items, 1 minute to address each held item, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be entered into the speaking queue. Please remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item on which you would like to speak. To ensure that we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by calling in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Executive Officer, please swear in the members of the public who are requesting to address the board on public hearing items.
Please stand and raise your right hand. In the testimony you may give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
We will begin with item 2. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 2 is a hearing on annexation of petition number 56-1017 within the unincorporated area of Azusa to County Lighting Maintenance District 1687 and County Lighting District Landscaping and Lighting Act 1 unincorporated zone. A written departmental statement was submitted and no correspondence was received.
Are there any supervisors who would like to make remarks? Seeing none, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers who have signed up for this item. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Yeah, thank you. That's a little disappointing that not a single person came down to the new kind of meeting. What are we going to do about that? I have one idea. How about if we take all the presentations and instead of having them at the very front, which bogs everyone down, we put them kind of at the end so that you have the meeting, you take public comment. And
This item is a hearing on the
comment
annexation and levying of assessments. If you could focus your comments on that item, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure, it's just that the assessments are where the county creates a payment process and the public has a chance, but it's very hard to weigh in the way you guys structure the meeting. So let me finish the thought. Then at the end, people could come by, and this is a perk for the presentation part, which could run on into the evening with cocktails. The public doesn't have to necessarily, they could stay, but I just think that's a great way to get the lighting assessments right on track. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
It would be appropriate then to close the public hearing and direct the tabulation of the ballots and table the item until later in the meeting for tabulation results as well as action by our board. So that will be the order, and we will now move on to item 3, which will also be taken up with item 4. Members of the public will be given 2 minutes to comment on both items. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. Executive Officer, please read in the short titles.
Item 3 is a hearing on ordinance for introduction, amending County Code Title 8, Consumer Protection, Business and Wage Regulations to establish new and updated public health permit, plan check, and service fees related to requirements for compact mobile food operations and mobile food facilities. No departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received. Item 4 is a hearing on an ordinance for introduction amending County Code Title 8, Consumer Protection, Business and Wage Regulations to regulate sidewalk vendors in the unincorporated areas. No departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
On item 3, Dr. Barbara Ferrer, Director of Public Health, will make a presentation. Is Dr. Ferrer with us? And on item 4, Kelly Lobianco, Director of Economic Opportunity, will make a presentation. We'll welcome you both up. Dr. Ferrer, would you like to go first? Very good. Your mic is not on. There you go. Oh, still not on. I don't know if we can make sure her mic is working, please.
Good morning, Supervisors.
There we go. Third time's a charm.
Thank you. We do have a short slide deck, so hopefully that can go up perfect. The ordinance that we have before you aligns with the passage of SB 972, which establishes a new chapter in the California Retail Code for compact mobile food operations, also known as CMFO, with the goal of making it easier for sidewalk food vendors to enter into the formal economy. While mobile food facilities have been permitted by local jurisdictions statewide, this new chapter revised requirements for non-motorized conveyances, making it easier to meet regulatory requirements and for us to go ahead and support sidewalk food vendors to obtain their public health permits. Next slide. In the ordinance before you, the Department of Public Health is proposing to establish a new annual public health set of permit fees and modify existing mobile food facility annual permits. As a result, there are proposed adjustments to the public health permit, plan check, and service fees for mobile food facilities. It also includes additional technical and non-substantive revisions to Title VIII. These changes would apply countywide. Next slide. The proposed ordinance, as noted in the previous slide, allows for the implementation of SB 972, which established a new type of mobile food facility, that compact mobile food operation. A compact mobile food operation operates from an individual, a stand, a display, or a cart, limited to either sales of prepackaged, non-potentially hazardous foods or food carts that have been approved for limited food preparation. SB 972 and the ordinance before you today do not apply to unpermittable pop-up sidewalk restaurants, the kinds of setups we have seen with almost full restaurant-type grills and cooking equipment. These are not permittable under state law unless they're approved only as a temporary food facility when operating in conjunction with an approved community event. Next slide. Here are the areas where clarifications were made to the ordinance from the initial draft based on our meeting with stakeholders. We made clarifications to language around penalties. The fees that are outlined in state law are maximum fines, and public health will work closely with DEO to outline the administrative fine process, including the ability to pay process. The penalties for the CMFO were also changed during the legislative process to align with sidewalk food vending. And penalties for mobile food facilities, and these are our food trucks and the commissaries, continue to remain as misdemeanors within the California Retail Food Code. Next slide. I'm just going to go through the public health fees. I want to note these are aimed at full cost recovery, and while existing fees could be used to permit these new compact mobile food operations, we did take the opportunity to look at how to adjust existing permit and service fees by taking a tiered approach to permitting based on operational risk. Next slide. So I'm going to start with the CMFOs. On this slide, you could see the public health permit fees for the compact mobile food operations will now be based upon low, moderate, or high risk, allowing the fees to be reduced, as you see here, in most cases. The following slides will keep just going with the other fee changes. The next slide. This is the CMFO, the food cart plan submittals fees. These are just for the food carts, which have again been lowered from the existing fee. These are for manufacturing of a new food cart. Next slide. If you have a food cart that actually has an approved model plan, you can see here that the submittal and service fees are less for those plan checks. Next slide. We also are proposing in the ordinance to reduce, for the most part, mobile food facility fees. And again, these are MFFs. These are really motorized vehicles as opposed to non-motorized vehicles. And these really, again, we went to a tiered approach for permitting. So you can see that there were reductions really across the board in these fees. Next slide. So there are also planned submittal fees for the food trucks and the food vehicles. And here again, we went to a tiered approach. And in general, you'll see fee reductions across the board. Next slide. These are our commissary fees. Just to remember, a commissary is any structure or portion of a structure that's used for the storage, cleaning, and or servicing of a mobile food facility. Those are mostly the trucks, a CMFO, mobile support units, or vending machines. These are also required by state law for there to be commissaries. And you can see here, we've also tried to make some adjustments to these fees. In some cases, you'll note here the fees went up. In other cases, the fees were reduced. These permit fees, I want to note, are paid by the commissary operator. They're not paid by the vendors. So neither the street vendors that are using non-motorized vehicles or the vendors that are using motorized vehicles are paying the commissary fees. Next slide. There are a couple of additional food facility supports. And here again, these are their support fees. We're just laying these out. These dependent food operators, mobile support units, compact mobile food operation, auxiliary conveyance operators. This is a very small group of folks who come in for permits. But we actually, again, want to make sure that with the changes to SB 972, we make it easier to have these alternative food facilities, and we create a permitting process for those. The next slide. I just wanted to give the examples, particularly for the compact mobile food operators, sort of what would total costs look like. So you could see here for low risk, there is an annual fee, which is the permitting fee, and then there's the cart approval fee, which is a one-time fee. The total startup cost would be $309 if you were low risk. That's really like your paleta carts. The moderate risk CMFO, these are like prepackaged meats. This would be, the total cost would be $545, with the annual fee being $299. And then for the higher risk, which is, you know, really those carts that are grilling foods, for example, there is a higher fee. Again, there's more risk, there are more inspections as well that go along with that. If there is a CMFO that wants to store their carts at home as opposed to at a commissary, there is a one-time fee. We do need to go out and make sure that that storage is up to code. And the same thing for these dependent food operators. If a CMFO wants to share a permitted food facility and use it as their commissary, there again is an additional fee because we would have to go ahead and do that extra inspection. With that, you know, I want to just note on the next slide the timeline for implementation. You know, it's today being heard. If it gets ratified, there'd be a ratification date on February 6th, and then this would go in effect March 6th. And I just want to remind us all, we started these conversations back in May of last year. So, you know, we have been working very closely with partners, both at the county level and in the community, to get to a place where the proposed ordinance is before you today. That's it for my presentation.
Thank you very much, Director LoBianco.
Good morning, everyone. I have a presentation as well. Thank you so much. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, board. My name is Kelly LoBianco, Director of the LA County Department of Economic Opportunity. Our department oversees programs and services for workers and businesses in the promotion of inclusive growth in the region, and that includes the new sidewalk vending ordinance being introduced today. I just want to take 2 or 3 minutes to provide some framing on the topic before us and the new ordinance before questions and public comment. As we all know and live, and I really like this phrase, LA County is one of the country's biggest small business economies. We have 250,000 small businesses, 1.1 million sole proprietors. Our small businesses employ 43% of our workforce and drive billions in economic output, according to CalMatters. LA County also has a long and vibrant history and culture of sidewalk vending, with 10,000 estimated vendors here locally. Until recently, with the passage of SB 946 and 972 respectively, which you just heard about, sidewalk vendors operated in an informal economy that was often criminalized and perpetuated disproportionality and limited economic mobility for so many of our neighbors. Additionally, without formal regulation, we lack the clarity, support, and pathways to compliance that would improve conditions for vendors, brick and mortar businesses, and residents alike. This sidewalk vending ordinance affords us a balanced opportunity for the county to better support our workers and businesses. Next slide, please. It's important quickly to start with what this ordinance will cover, by definition, for the room, a sidewalk vendor is a person who possesses a valid sidewalk vending registration certificate. We'll talk about that briefly. To vend food or merchandise from a push cart, stand, display, table, pop-up, canopy, pedal-driven cart, wagon, showcase rack, or any non-motorized conveyance, or from one's person upon a public sidewalk or pedestrian path. A sidewalk vendor may be a roaming sidewalk vendor or a stationary sidewalk vendor. Next slide, please. It's important to note this is only for the unincorporated areas. All right, so the ordinance before us today does a few important things. One, it codifies state law, as I mentioned. It creates a sidewalk vending program with DEO for the unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County. It establishes a sidewalk vending registration certificate. While this is estimated to cost about $600 in cost recovery, DEO and the county have set the year one rate at $0 for registration to encourage first-time compliance and $100 in years 2 through 5. The ordinance also implements operational procedures, including distancing, hours of operations, cart and equipment restrictions, sales prohibitions, and waste disposal requirements. It also provides DEO, our department, the authority for compliance and enforcement, and aligns with the authority of other county departments that regulate sidewalk vending, including public health and public works and others. And finally, sets an effective date for 6 months post-adoption. This ordinance adds a chapter 8.42 to Title 8 of the County Code and was developed after extensive review of other jurisdictions, as well as with public feedback with over 30 community stakeholder meetings that we've held between November and today. We've had over 200 public comments that we've worked with County Council to review and consider. Next slide, please. It's important to note that any law in and of itself needs to support and implementation. DEO will roll out a full sidewalk vending program to support the aims of the ordinance in our department. This includes 1, outreach and engagement with our Office of Small Business and community partners to support compliance and first-time registration and ongoing registration. Reduction to barriers to compliance through no-cost and low-cost fees and plan support for equipment like carts and capital. Connections for vendors and brick and mortar businesses to the Office of Small Business and our Small Business Concierge, and a single point of contact for our community to express needs and concerns related to sidewalk vending that will inspire action by relevant county agencies and resolution for those challenges. Next slide, please. And finally, timeline. We are introducing the ordinance today, as stated here, and we will be back for a subsequent hearing in February or when scheduled. And we will launch, it's important to know we'll be launching a full marketing and outreach campaign in advance of our effective date to prepare for first-time compliance. And we will be continuing that far beyond as well. The effective date will be 180 days after board adoption. And we're here to make sure to answer any questions and that this ordinance works for all of LA County, its unincorporated areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both for those presentations. I thought it was best, since we're on the same topic, to hold them together, and I know my colleagues will have comments on both items, and we will also hear from the public in that way. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I really want to thank our departments, Dr. Ferrer and Public Health and Kelly Lobianco for DEO, and your staffs. Quite frankly, you all have been at this for a long time. And I also want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for working with us on this. This is such an important issue. And I know that today we have a number of people in the audience that want to also have their voices heard, which we welcome. But I really want to thank both of you, because I think that this is one of the most important issues of the day that impacts the county of Los Angeles in so many different ways. And as we all know, sidewalk vending really represents, in my opinion, an integral part of our culture and civic fabric that has existed for a long, long time here in LA County. This is especially true even in my district, and I know in other board members' districts as well, especially in areas like East Los Angeles and unincorporated areas that I represent in the San Gabriel Valley. For many of our residents, especially those coming from low-income and immigrant communities, food vending represents for them one of the few economic pathways to attain financial independence and stability. We know that. In fact, there are an estimated 10,000 vendors in the county who sell and sustain about 5,200 jobs, probably more. These vendors overwhelmingly come from communities of color and especially Latino and immigrant communities. But for too long, state regulations have instituted a de facto ban on vending. And that, of course, changed with the passage of, as you noted, SB 946 and SB 972, which established parameters for local regulation of sidewalk vendors and modernized the California Retail Food Code to reduce barriers for vending. With the state taking that action, now the county must do its part to implement the necessary ordinances to create a formal marketplace so that these micro-entrepreneurs can participate legally in that process. That's what the too long-awaited ordinances will do, I believe, today that are before us. The Department of Public Health ordinance makes needed changes to our county code to reflect the state's changes. And the Department of Economic Opportunities ordinance establishes the parameters of where, when, and how to vend in the unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County. I want to thank you both for your work and your staff, as well as many of our board offices that were engaged in meetings throughout the county. And I would especially like to thank and recognize our community and our vendors that are out here today, the advocates and the impacted industries, many of whom I also see in the audience, for lending their perspective and providing feedback. I recognize that this was not an easy task. Nothing is when it's so monumental as these two ordinances. And I know that this will definitely be a work in progress where we can also learn and make modifications as we go through this. But with the changes coming down from the state, it's imperative that the County of Los Angeles help to chart that path forward for this very important economic opportunity, because that's exactly what it is. And that while we do so, we continue our important duty of safeguarding the health and the wellness of our public. As I said before, food vending is already happening, and it is an important part of our county's culture. But we also need to encourage our vendors and the community that are involved in this to register and come into the formal economy. That includes removing many financial barriers as possible that would hinder their participation. And both of you have outlined the kinds of assistance that you are going to make available. The two ordinances before us carry needed fees in order for the county to carry out its duties as well, because nothing comes free. We have to have staff to implement these ordinances and to carry on the business of the county to make sure that everything is compliant with state law. But we must recognize that many of these vendors are micro-entrepreneurs, mom and pops, really mom and pops in many ways, in the true sense. And their net revenues may be such that even a fee of a few $100s represents a significant burden for many of these individuals. For the fees associated with the DEO's ordinance, I am grateful that the CEO and the DEO were able to find a waiver that will help provide assistance for these individuals and people who are interested in this venture. But we also have to address the DPH, Department of Public Health fees to obtain a food permit, which depending on the vendor could climb as high as $1,100 annually. This is why I will be introducing a motion at the next board meeting, co-authored by Supervisor Mitchell, to subsidize these fees. This will follow up on our motion from last October to create a fee subsidy program. With this motion, low-income vendors living or selling in unincorporated areas will be eligible for 75% subsidy towards their public health fee, as long as they make less than $50,000 a year annually in net revenue and are first-time applicants and complete a DEO-led workshop that will be held bi-monthly in each supervisorial district. They will see hundreds of dollars off of their registration fee waived. I want to underscore that. It is my hope that this action will encourage more vendors to come into compliance with the ordinances and take part again in the formal economy, which is also going to help protect food safety and our public health. However, I do fully recognize that the work is not done, and now, as we move forward with these ordinances, we know that this will have a massive impact in our communities, and especially disadvantaged communities. I would like to ask both DEO and Public Health a few questions related to enforcement. So if I might, I'd like to begin. What is your strategy for enforcement once these ordinances are in place? And will there be an emphasis on education before any penalties are levied? That's my first question. So to both of you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for that and for the question. So once I want to start with, there would definitely be a care first approach. DEO will focus on engagement first. This is a newly regulated economy, and so we were going to be working to support first-time compliance for vendors who register with DEO in the unincorporated areas and gain a sidewalk vending registration certificate. So a little bit about what enforcement will look like. Under the ordinance, we described that DEO will have some authorities, but sidewalk vending is regulated by many public agencies. So it's important that DEO provides a first point of contact for folks who either have a complaint or notice noncompliance. So DEO will receive information from folks around noncompliance, as well as be out with our Office of Small Business and our partners identifying issues of noncompliance as we're supporting outreach and bringing folks into compliance and getting them registered. Where we notice an issue of noncompliance, we will work with our county interdepartmental work group. There's many agencies, like I mentioned, that work with sidewalk vendors, from public health to public works to treasurer, tax collector, and beyond. We'll identify the issues of noncompliance and go out to investigate. When we understand those issues, we'll create an action plan and a timeline. We'll work directly with those vendors to try to bring them into compliance, both with education, technical assistance, and resources where possible. And if we are unable to bring folks into compliance, if there's a resistance to that, the county department with the authority to evoke enforcement measures will do so. For the Department of Economic Opportunity, that includes a few things. If you have a registration certificate, then and you are out of compliance with the operations of the ordinance, if you're vending outside of the hours that are set, or you're not meeting distancing requirements, there's progressive fines that can be applied, and also suspension or revocation of your certificate of registration. If you do not have a registration certificate, there's a slightly higher progression of fines. But in an example where you might not have your public health permit, or you are operating on a public right-of-way, we'll leverage our partners at Public Health and Public Works who have enforcement authority in those areas.
Okay. And Barbara, I know that this is an important issue for you because there have been also issues regarding the safety concerns of your staff. And how would you handle the enforcement?
Yeah, thanks so much, Supervisor Solis. And I also want to thank you and the rest of the board for their leadership on this issue. We agree this is an important economic opportunity. I think for those vendors that are selling food, there's additional concerns around making sure that their safety and that we're following and in compliance with the California Retail Food Code. So there's a fairly stringent standard that's set across the state for handling and selling food, and I think that's with good reason. I don't think there's an argument about the rationale for that, but it does make this more complicated. We do also, similar to the DEO, we always start with education and making sure that folks have easy access to both information, which means a multilingual access to information. And we're really proud to partner with DEO on trying to address issues around resources that are needed to come into compliance. I've said all along that The California Retail Code has very stringent standards that are set for many of the carts. We were pleased to see the ability to move to a standardized cart plan, yet it still costs a fair amount of money to be able to vend what we call more perishable food items that require safe handling in the county. But we do start with education. It's a complaint-based system in terms of enforcement. People do call us, and that could be individual residents, that could be businesses, that could be elected officials who call us to address concerns around enforcement of what they consider unsafe street vending. Our strategies are that we will need to, when we go out to these sites, we will do a lot of education all the time. We rarely start with any kind of citation, but we do confiscate any prepared foods and potentially hazardous foods, and we do dispose of those foods because they're essentially not safe. They haven't been handled in a manner that we can certify as safe because they're not in compliance necessarily with our regulations, and they're not permitted. We do, as folks know, we have arrangements with some cities where we do joint enforcement processes with those cities at their request. We have MOUs with some of our large venues where we also support some enforcement and compliance activities there. And we, of course, respond to individual concerns, starting with education, but always confiscating adulterated food products.
Thank you. I just have a few other questions. One is that while SB 972 and the ordinance before us today addresses the smaller carts, it doesn't answer the question of larger pop-ups. What is the strategy of both of your departments in addressing this as we move forward?
Well, I mean, it's such a complicated issue, and I really appreciate your raising it, because there is no way by the state code for those, like we call them pop-up restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we all know what we're talking about. They have tables, they have chairs, they're serving a full range of foods, they're preparing foods there, and in many cases, they're almost permanent in nature. You know, you see them on a regular schedule in the neighborhoods. What we tried to do and did initially was offer an alternative pathway to folks who want to do more restaurant-type vending by attaching those opportunities to a community event. And you can actually have a community event for multiple days. But in that community event, you have one entity that takes responsibility for meeting the code requirements to vend food at a community event. And it's really about hand washing and access to bathrooms. And so we have established that pathway. Folks could, in fact, participate in a community event and go ahead on a more regular basis, be able to vend food in a similar location. But very few pop-up restaurants have come in to try to use that sort of community event strategy. There are some costs, but they're really nominal costs to setting up community events. And you all know well about the community events. There are tons of them. They happen almost every weekend in everybody's districts, and there's lots of food sold at those events. It's all done in a way that's relatively low cost, but permitted. Our inspectors are out there. We make sure that there's safe handling of foods and that the access to the general safety requirements are there. If there's not, a willingness to go into a more formalized community event structure, there is no way by state code to make those setups permittable. You would have to change the state legislation and set forth the standards for having those kinds of operations so that they could be permitted. Right now, we cannot permit them.
So they won't be in compliance, and that will
they'll be out of compliance.
Trigger other things that will go on. Yeah.
As we do now, we will confiscate all the food, working with law enforcement.
Right. And Kelly? Yeah.
Yeah, what I would just add is that the sidewalk vending ordinance before you today does regulate stationary food vendors. For any vendor who applies for a sidewalk vending registration certificate with DEO and the county to vend food, they first have to obtain their relevant public health permit. So they would have to operate a food vending operation that could be permittable by public health. So some of the large operations that we're talking about would have to come into compliance with a type of public health permittable option. And then if they were a CMFO like that on the street, they would have to adhere to the sidewalk vending ordinance requirements around distancing and hours of operations and things like that.
And I think just lastly, I know that we've heard from some of the vendors themselves and their organizations that the cost for the carts can be prohibitive. And that's why we're looking at how we can try to provide assistance to these up-and-coming vendors that really want to legitimize their operation. And how do you see that moving forward, Kelly? Because we're obviously going to need some additional support in terms of funding to do that.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. One thing I just want to add on the last comment before I answer this one on carts is we are working with public health as part of our sidewalk vending program to help promote community events as well. We think that's a good option for folks, and we want to be supportive in helping folks with that process. We do know that there's a lot of expenses beyond your fee for a registration certificate or a permit to operate compliantly with the new ordinances as they are before you. So with American Rescue Plan funds, DEO will be funding 200 code compliant carts in the coming year. And we also are going to continue to stand up grant and loan funds as part of our department's Office of Small Business and Capital Access portfolio, and certainly make that known and target outreach to our sidewalk vending and other brick and mortar communities to make sure that they have options, whether it's equipment or carts or other things that might impact them from coming into full compliance.
Thank you. And I know that just lastly, one of the things that has been brought to my attention is the fact that so many that are working in this industry have also been taken advantage of. And what I mean by that is wage theft, exploitation, things of that nature. And I know that that's something that all of us here are concerned with and don't want to see happening. So I believe our education campaign should also entail all of that information, as well as our collaborative agencies that have direct enforcement responsibilities. So the California Department of Labor or DOL, federal level, whatever it might be, just to continue to inform the community when they see things, also to report them, because that's something that obviously we don't want to see occurring. But I want to thank both of you again for the hard work, our staffs, and for all our CEO and our county council, all our teams working so vigorously to see this come to this point. We still have a ways to go, but I want to thank both of you very deeply, because this is such an important issue for our residents and obviously the vendors that we represent. So thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Mitchell next. I know that the two of you really led this effort, so I'm going to go to you next.
I appreciate that, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for the questions you posed. Let me start with my questions, and then I'll make my statement. Thank you. You talked about outreach and making sure it's comprehensive, and I really just want to make sure that we're clear that outreach has got to be linguistically competent to be relevant. Very quickly, Dr. Ferrer, what's the plan to reach our vendors who are not currently subscribed to the Go Delivery listserv? Because this, we're going to have to go above and beyond to make sure that we touch everyone who's going to be impacted by these ordinances, who have already been engaged in the work, who now have to get into compliance. So what's that plan?
Yeah, thanks so much, Supervisor Mitchell. I also want to thank you for your leadership on this issue. We, as always, have strong partnerships with some of the community organizations that are supporting street vendors. We know that sometimes You know, it can look like we're at odds with, you know, have different goals, but I don't think we do. I mean, I think everyone's goal is to really provide safe, nutritious food. And, you know, because of that, we value our collaboration with many of those community organizations. And, you know, I want to reiterate our commitment, our deep commitment, to be responsive to the needs as they express them about how we can best do that education and outreach. Because we really will need to rely heavily on some of our community partners who are much more easily able to, in fact, be in touch with folks and offer them opportunities for them to get good information. We also, though, have an obligation as we're going out to be able to provide people with that education. So because most street vendors are, in fact, out every day vending, that is the opportunity, as I said, to do that education and to really make sure that folks understand that we are here to provide support for them to come into compliance, which again is why, while we have to confiscate the food because it could be dangerous, we don't confiscate anything else. You know, we really want folks to have this opportunity to come into compliance, to be safe, and to have some shared goals.
Can you tell me how many health permits you've issued over the past year for the Compact Mobile Food Operations Program?
I can't, but I have Lisa Frias here. If you don't mind, she can come up.
Sure,
She probably
that'd
has
be
that
helpful.
detail. Lisa Frias is the Director of Environmental Health Services. You have to go on.
So as of January, we've issued 120 permits to Compact Mobile Food Operations.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Ms. LoBianco, to get to the complaints, and some of the complaints that you probably have or may receive don't fall under your purview. How will they be routed to the appropriate departments and tracked and ultimately resolved? Because there's nothing more frustrating to get to the point where you're willing to call a governmental entity to complain and then feel like you got lost in the bureaucracy. And so if it truly is not within your purview, what happens?
Thank you for that. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of county departments. You've got two right up here that interact with sidewalk vendors. We know it can be frustrating for our vendors to reach out for support. We know it can be frustrating for brick and mortar businesses, residents, anyone in LA County who has a concern around sidewalk vending to figure out who the right person is to talk to. So we have been working very closely across the county. I mentioned an interdepartmental work group because we recognize this is an issue. We need to make sure that where there's a complaint about one issue, that we're offering education on that issue for folks to come into compliance, but also identifying other issues that might be there and resources that might be available to them. So right now, the way it works is folks can reach out to the Office of Small Business. Our Office of Small Business will take any complaint around vending or issue from a vendor directly, and they will log it and go out and visit that vending area, either as the Office of Small Business or in partnership with another county agency if there's an issue that's well known. They will identify the issues of compliance there, bring it back to the group to make this action plan that has a timeline and a series of steps. There may be further investigation needed depending on the issue at hand. Again, education before enforcement, but ultimately the final enforcement will be in the hands of the agency with the authority on that particular issue. That said, we need to do a better job to make sure that sort of complaint receipt, understanding of the actions that are going to happen, and sort of that resolution is communicated to the board, to the public. So, you know, we're committed as a Department of Economic Opportunity in the 180 days up into the effective date when we are issuing registration certificates that we're building our hotline that we're building, a web portal, and that we're accompanying a very holistic marketing and outreach campaign so people understand compliance and the methods to contact the Department of Economic Opportunity and other partners. We do want to say even now, whether it's a food truck or another issue where, public health and treasurer tax collector have authority, folks can still contact our Office of Small Business for the purposes of triage. We're here to help.
And then the expectation for the person filing the complaint would be that they would hear back from you or the appropriate county department. Just, people just feel they call and it falls into a hole that they don't know what happened. So is there any loop back? Even we received it, it wasn't who you called, it's we have it, or resolution, but people can expect some kind of loop back.
Yes, they can. And there's definitely a lot of frustration, and that has not always been clear or happening for everyone. But we are making that commitment that folks will hear back from our department and we'll coordinate with our fellow departments. And, as we build the sidewalk vending program, we talked about here, there's ways to go. We want to make sure that there's a much more, formal and clear and transparent process for the community.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This has been a long time coming. We talked about when the state bill passed. It's been 5 years. I want to thank both of you and your departments, everyone who's worked to make this happen. I think it's very clear that we as a board are looking to facilitate a just and equitable recovery from this global and economic pandemic. And we're clear what role sidewalk vending really plays in our ecosystem across LA County, and doing what we can to facilitate an entrepreneurship pathway, I think is really important. In addition to one, I think, data point I haven't heard today, while we know that there are tens of thousands of vendors across LA County, one report I've read suggests that 80% of them are women. And so when we look at how we support economic opportunities for women, largely women of color, in unincorporated LA County, I think it's really, it's vitally important. Again, we've talked about accessible pathways to compliance, and I'm clear that this is a delicate balancing act. We have bricks and mortar who feel that their toes have been stepped on. We have vendors who rightly say, we're out here, we're micro enterprises. Government has validated us, we want to be ushered in. So how we kind of delicately meet everybody's needs, I think is going to be really critical. And we can't wait any longer in terms of implementing this ordinance. And in implementation, from my perspective, it's got to be led with an equity-minded approach that supports sidewalk vendors, bricks and mortar residents, again, as we talk about education and outreach, which is not going to be easy. And we've got to enforce the ordinance. We've got to enforce it, and it must be enforced, from my perspective, in an equitable and culturally competent way. So I'm really want to encourage public health to consider how the county can continue to meet the community and vendors where they are, as we work really, again, to formalize this sector. That's really very important. And as you said, Ms. LoBianca, I'm glad to hear that you've got this multiple county department work group, because it's clear to me that all of these departments are going to have to work together when it comes to enforcement. The draft ordinance grants DEO the authority to enforce under item 4, but it's also my understanding that there are elements of sidewalk vending that are governed by other ordinances, and so that coordination is going to be important. Each department that's responsible for enforcing various aspects of vending must work together to ensure that all complaints are being addressed in a timely, efficient, fair manner to both reduce harm and that in many instances reduce the harm that over-enforcement has perpetuated in communities of color historically. So I'm happy to see this ordinance and the accompanying program for implementation come before us today. And I want to underscore, I think as Supervisor Solis said, our work isn't finished. So again, to Department of Economic Opportunity, hoping that you continue to develop your code-compliant cart program and continue to develop recommendations on how we'll make these carts low cost and accessible to all vendors who do business in our unincorporated communities.
I'm clear that purchasing a code-compliant part will be perhaps the most expensive part of a sidewalk vendor's startup costs. And so thinking creatively around how we ensure real, honest pathways to sidewalk vending into the formal economy is really important for us all to do. So thank you, Supervisor Solis, for the partnership on this. We will certainly be aiding and abetting the recovery, a healthy recovery of our county economy at all levels, small businesses as well as micro enterprises. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. And a lot of my questions have been asked, but can I get a clarification, Dr. Ferrer? When you talk about the pop-ups, they still have to get a public health license, correct?
There is no way, like those restaurant pop-ups, there is no way for us to permit that activity. It is not a permittable activity.
So the food preparation doesn't trigger public health coming in? Because I mean, that's what I'm hearing from my restaurants in my district, is a frustration. They're setting up right in front, and they have to get a public health permit because they're handling food. I understand the law regarding placement on the sidewalk and all, but I would think just pure public health, because you all are going out and actually confiscating food right now.
Right, we are. I mean, they are an illegal operation. Right now, there's no pathway to make that a legal operation by us.
So with the approval today, then you will continually go out and confiscate food then?
We would continue to go out and confiscate food at those operations and urge those folks to come into compliance. I mean, there's two different ways you can come into compliance that I see. The first is you can become part of an organized community event. We have created a special pathway. We actually spent a lot of time designing something to try to bring those folks in and give them an option. Or you can go and get permitted to be a mobile food vendor. So you could either set yourself up as a licensed cart or a licensed food truck. I mean, we have a way to make vending in that exact location legal, but it's not a pop-up restaurant.
So knowing that, and I mean, I'm just with the City of Pasadena, for example, I know that they have an escalating where if they don't come into compliance, they confiscate the food, and then eventually confiscate the equipment pending them coming into compliance. Is that something that you're open to do? I mean, I'm not saying taking the equipment away and not giving it back. I'm saying pending them coming into compliance, because what is the incentive for them to come into compliance?
Well, I mean, one thing is, and I'll be honest, I mean, we confiscate thousands of dollars. I mean, some of these operators are very big and they're making a fair amount of money. And when we confiscate, we close them down. We have also closed down some of their warehouses, which are also unpermitted, unregulated activities, which then gets rid of the source of the food that they're trying to vend. So we've been fairly aggressive about sort of the confiscation side. But we're happy to sit and talk more with your office about what Pasadena is doing. We're happy to go meet with Pasadena.
And you all have been great. I mean, I mean, environmental health, you've got one of the best departments, I think, in the nation.
I agree. And
Lisa,
Lisa heads up almost what could be a thankless job.
Lisa's great, and I appreciate that clarification. And my next question is for actually Kelly and then Raphael from the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, and this relates to both 3 and 4, actually. How are we making sure that the county is protecting the rights of these workers? I know Supervisor Solis touched on it, and that these workers are receiving a minimum wage or not victims of human trafficking. For example, I know in Altadena, which has been a problem where you've gone out and you confiscate the food, an hour later a van rolls up, replenishes it, and the woman that runs it had the audacity to come in to the Sheriff's Department and complain about the fact that enforcement was taking place, and she got in her Bentley and drove away. And so my question to you is, how are we making sure that are you going to go in and make sure that we are protecting those that are working there and making sure that they're not, when the food is confiscated, they don't have to pay for it, or that they're not being penalized, and that they are making a minimum wage?
Thank you, Supervisor Barker. So when someone applies for a sidewalk vending registration certificate, they do have to attest under penalty of perjury that they will comply with state and other laws. So that includes minimum wage requirements and things like that. So folks have to know when they're getting their registration certificate, that they are subject to other existing laws on the books.
What's the enforcement, though? How are you going to protect that?
Yes, thank you. And so that includes working closely with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs on those issues specifically, whether it's their Office of Labor Equity and Immigration Affairs. But I will let Rafael talk a little bit about how they would play into that enforcement.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the question, Supervisor Barger, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Appreciate for being part of this conversation. Rafael Carball, the Director of the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, where we proudly house the Office of Labor Equity, where we enforce the county's worker protections, including minimum wage and our human trafficking. So absolutely, we'll continue to be involved in the work group trying to address these issues. But more specifically for us, it's business as usual. Nothing has changed. We will continue to enforce all of our worker protections as we would any other business in the unincorporated areas. We'll definitely work with the collaborative to make sure that our information and resources are included in all of the workshops and all the engagement that happens with those that are looking to come into the street vending economy under the new ordinances. As part of our regular day-to-day, we will continue to do our proactive visits, and as we go out into the community and engage with businesses, we will start incorporating engagement with street vendors as well to ensure that they're aware of their rights and responsibilities, both as an employer if they are hiring and have employees, and or as a worker if they are a worker. We will continue to ensure our Office of Immigrant Affairs is involved in all engagement and communication, in particular when we see a lot of the issues that do arise with street vending, when we see bad actors, women are overly impacted and immigrant communities are overly impacted. So we want to make sure that we stay involved and do whatever we can to support this.
And I appreciate that, and I know we're going to work closely with you because Altadena in particular has been hit very hard, and it is an operation. It's not mom and pops.
Yeah.
And my last question for you, Dr. Ferrer, as it relates to public health is, if I have a restaurant and a pop-up is setting up in front, could I take my health permit as a restaurant and put a pop-up in the front?
You can't just do a pop-up. So there's no permitting of like a pop-up. We could permit a cart, like you could do a cart in the front. We could permit, you want to have a food truck aligned with your restaurant, we can permit your food truck, but we can't permit that like kind of a pop-up.
But if I put a you said that pop-ups we can't regulate. We can regulate on the food side.
Right.
So nothing would stop me if I owned a restaurant from putting a pop-up up there because we can't regulate that. I was just curious to know if their health permit.
We would confiscate the food from your pop-up. I mean.
Yeah, but I mean I'm just hearing from restaurants they're frustrated. They pay the business license fee, which by the way Treasurer Tax Collector says has gone down quite a bit. They pay public health. Yeah. They get inspected. Yeah. They have overhead. They pay their employees, and someone sets up right in the front, and they feel like it's disproportionate in terms of it's an inequity is what they feel.
Yeah, and we're sympathetic. I mean, selling food is highly regulated, as it ought to be. And folks who, sort of skirt around the edges of that regulation put other people at risk. And we do appreciate, especially the small restaurants who are really hanging on by a thread, who are playing by the rules, who are in fact complying with a regulatory system around safety, and that there then can be right next to them folks who are not in fact compliant or selling safely. I mean, I will say I'm very appreciative of the partnership with DCBA, with Kelly and her team, and with Public Works, because there are also often other regulations that folks can be in violation of that would allow for other kinds of enforcement. You can't just pop up everywhere. There are right-of-way rules. There are handicapped access rules. I mean, you've all heard this from everyone.
So would you say this is, I mean, I know that there's an ordinance for us today, but would you say this is a work in progress with lessons learned that may have to be modified as we go through?
I mean, absolutely. I think we tried to put a framework in place that will get us further along on a path that really supports the micro-enterprise business owners. But we do have to balance that with both the public safety side of it, which for us is the food safety side, as well as the economic interests of brick and mortar.
So, and then we all received a letter that listed a lot of issues that they have regarding the sidewalk vending, lack of inclusive residents and businesses. One thing I just didn't understand, it says the DEO office and legal counsel need to clarify child protection in Los Angeles County sidewalk vending, including the age limit for minors working with adults over 18. Can you expand on that? What are they referring to?
I think that they are, and I might refer to council on this one too, but folks have to abide by labor laws, just like any, in child protection laws, just like any
Okay,
other.
so it's
Yeah,
just an existing law, and I mean, that's almost like a given.
exactly. So there's laws on the books that you have to comply with if you're going to be able to be registered for a certificate with the sidewalk vending ordinance in unincorporated LA County.
That's correct. And Supervisor, there's also in this particular ordinance, if anybody's vending who's under 18, they have to be accompanied by an adult. And it's to prevent childhood vendors or a child being exploited as a vendor.
So how do we do that? I mean, there's a lot of departments. I'm just curious, this enforcement is going to be, I mean, I'm going to actually ask for, at least from my office, to get a report back in 6 and 12 months just on the enforcement side. I think it'd be helpful to see how this is going to roll out, because it sounds like there's a lot of moving parts, and enforcement, it's going to be public health, it's going to be, Raphael, your division, it's going to be Kelly. I mean, it sounds like there's a lot going on here.
There is multiple departments, yes, Supervisor.
And what I would add is we look forward to coming back to the board and working with you all. We do have, upon adoption, 6 months to effective date, and it will be important for us to work together to make sure that, we have that triage that we talked about earlier, like highly organized. We're already working together, as you've seen here today, but we want to make sure that, our collective goal is bringing folks into compliance. It's good for our vendors, brick and mortar, and residents.
So, in closing, I'll just say that I'm grateful that the ordinances have finally come back. I know this has been a lot of work. The state put legislation in that we basically had to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And so I commend you all for the work you did to try to have a balanced approach. My concern is on the enforcement side. I feel that we have not gone far enough. I am all about care first, about education. I've been doing this, I mean, this was one of the first things I did working with environmental health and commissaries on hot dog carts, of all things, when the hot dog vendors felt they were being unfairly targeted. So I'm very familiar with this, so I know that there's a lot of education, especially working with the commissaries, to get people in compliance. But I feel as though that non-compliance really is not, the penalties don't meet what we're requiring for restaurants and others who can get shut down and lose a day's business and then get re-inspected, even the cost of doing business. I think we do have to have an organized system for individuals to be permitted and legitimately operate and grow their businesses. I'm all for that. I commend you on the carts, because that's very expensive, as you said, Supervisor Mitchell, in terms of just getting a cart in compliance. It's not as simple as just buying a cart. There's a lot of things that have to go on in terms of the surfaces being smooth and how the temperature is held. I really do feel that, my frustration is that I'm hearing from the small businesses that are expressing concern about that there is no penalty for those that are setting up in front. I've argued, though, that the people that want to sit down in a restaurant are not going to be buying from a food vendor. They're going to come in and sit down. But they don't see it that way. And, I feel like they don't feel as though they've been heard. I try to be balanced on my approach, recognizing that clearly there are opportunities, like you look at 626 that operates at Santa Anita in the parking lot, to your point, Dr. Ferrer, where it's an organized event where vendors can all come. We've offered that in our district in Altadena, and they don't want it because they've got their corners that they want to stay at. I'm going to continue to push that, because I do believe that there's an opportunity to make it a win-win for those that want to buy from that vendor on the corner and have it be something that enhances the community. So I'm not going to give up hope on that. I talked about the concerns I have about wage theft. I'm very concerned, and I don't know if it's just in Altadena or if it's in other districts where this organization is very well organized, and you can tell them, you can spot them a mile away because they've all pretty much the same setup. No sooner do your people go out, Lisa, Then an hour later, a van drives up and replenishes everything and they're operating again. And that is problematic and something that I think we need to look at. I know Pasadena's looking at it. So, you know, I want to support this industry because I do recognize why the state did it, but I also want to have a balanced approach. So I'm happy to know that this is going to be a fluid. If we have to tweak it, we're going to tweak it to make sure that that it addresses some of the lessons learned, because this is new territory, no question about it. I'm going to listen to Supervisor Hahn's questions and Supervisor Horvath, and then I'll figure out what I'm going to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hahn.
Pressure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this has been a great discussion, and thank you to the offices that have really been involved in, like, for 5 years, really trying to work on these ordinances. I think this is a huge step forward that we actually are doing this today. And just to be clear, sometimes it's confusing for those listening, right? We've got 2 ordinances before us. Dr. Ferrer, you started off, and your ordinance is to amend our county code to talk about those small food courts. So you're going to figure out, you've got health permits and regulations for the small food courts, and based on their risk, like low risk is like selling chips and prepackaged food. Higher risk would be, where would the fruit carts be in that?
Moderate risk.
Moderate risk, okay. So that's our item 3. And then Kelly, you presented the ordinance that will basically give certificates of registration, a business license. What are we calling it?
You were right. It's a registration
Yeah,
certificate.
it's a registration
Yes.
certificate. And we're saying it's $600 just to register. We're going to try to waive those fees in the beginning. And then I think I heard from my colleagues that we'd like to try to find money going forward to help maybe with the carts. And but so that $600 is just to get your certificate. But there was a lot of fees on Dr. Ferrer's. Your slides had a ton of fees. I'm wondering if anybody's ever added up all the different fees plus the registration and what it actually could cost someone depending on their risk. Dr. Ferrer, did you, like, just give me like a low, how about the low risk food cart?
I mean, the low risk food carts, the registration fees are new, and they're
Right.
and that's why they're being waived.
Right.
The permit fees have always been there.
Right. So
and for the low risk carts, I think it's about $300 a year between
Okay.
the low risk small carts.
Right.
Between your what would be an annual cost.
Right.
And that
Then there were
first
some-
initial.
yeah, there were
plan
some
check.
other fees that looked like you were showing on the
Not
slide.
not for the very low
Okay.
risk. There are other fees like the commissary fees. If you wanted to act like a commissary, you're going
Right.
to have an additional fee because we have to inspect. The ongoing costs for those carts are quite low. It's the first year we do have to do that plan check, make sure that
Right.
Your equipment
That's
actually.
that's a one.
That's a one-time only fee.
Okay. I think that's good for us to know, and I've had my staff just to add up what all the different layers are, just so in case people call our office or come to one of our meetings and ask us what the fees are. I do like the fact that we're viewing these, and I think Kelly, you said it, like you're considering them like small businesses, and you're referring to them in the whole small business economy that we have in LA County. You said something like 10,000 local vendors. And I know my colleague Supervisor Solis was like, the goal is really to bring them in as legitimate, formal small businesses as part of the economy. And we work on everything from, the wages, just a lot of what we're doing here, I think, impacts that. So just again, so there's and it's very interesting. I think a lot of people will be surprised, Dr. Farrar, about there is no legitimate pathway to permitting those pop-up restaurants. I think people will be surprised at that because, as Supervisor Barger was saying, there's food, and short of just confiscating all the food, which is not sure that is ever attainable in LA County with the number of inspectors we have. And I think that was probably the most revealing thing that we heard today. There is no pathway forward. Because I mean, for everything that we do, we always think, well, there's a pathway forward to become legitimate. And this sounds like there's not. So what is between a small food, the chips and the fruit, and a sidewalk vendor? What's in, or the pop-ups?
So,
what's in between there that people would recognize?
Well, I mean, I think the truth is, while we can't permit the model that people are using, that pop-up, I'm just going to put some chairs, some tables, I'm going to do my grill. We can permit grilling food.
Okay.
So we do have a mechanism for permitting the grilling of food. You have to do it through a compliant cart.
Right.
You can't just set up like my little.
So what makes, between the grilling the food and the tables and chairs, is what triggers this illegitimate pop-up restaurant?
That they're not operating out of a compliant facility. I'm going to use the word facility very loosely.
Yeah.
Because people think of it as brick and mortar, but it could be a cart or a truck. We have a way for you to actually have a business that actually grills food. It's that high-risk cart. But as we noted, the carts are expensive, and so appreciate the support we're going to get, because I think the biggest obstacle to all of this is the cost of the cart, because they're thousands and thousands of dollars for them to be compliant with state law. We can't change that compliance code. They have to do. They have to look like.
So they do all that. They still can't do the tables and chairs. I'm trying to figure out what triggers that illegitimate.
For the most part, most of them don't have the cart. And that's the biggest obstacle.
Okay, so the cart provides...
The cart provides us a mechanism to actually give somebody a permit.
Okay.
The cart or a truck.
So food trucks are also, what category is the food truck in all this?
They're not under a mobile compact food operation. They're called a mobile facility.
But they already have.
There's a whole mechanism for licensing them.
Right.
Yes.
Kelly, were you going to
Yes,
jump
thank
in?
you. No, I appreciate Doctor for laying that out too, because the conditions that exist today, as she mentioned, you could come into compliance if you were to become a compact mobile food operator and change the way you're operating. I just wanted to add to that the sidewalk vending ordinance, if you were to become a compact mobile food operator, get your permit from public health, or go the community event pathway, you could then get your registration certificate in the unincorporated areas through DEO, and then you would be held to the operating requirements of this ordinance, which does mean sort of distancing between vendors, making sure there's curb space, hours, and things like that.
They have to go through Barbara first.
They do.
And then when they get that golden ticket, they come to your department and get the registration. And then they learn, where do they learn the regulations about spacing and?
Yes. Thank you. So we are going to be doing a lot of education and outreach with public health, especially for the food vendors in the unincorporated area. But beyond, I always want to point out that the Department of Economic Opportunity does support micro businesses, small businesses countywide. So even if you're not held to the unincorporated area sidewalk vending ordinance, we'll make sure you know the municipal regulations of our fellow cities.
Right, good.
But we'll make sure that folks understand if you want to sell fruit from a mobile cart. We'll talk you through what that means for you to get the relevant, permits and licenses, and also what it means to actually operate in the unincorporated areas, so the distancing and things like that.
And I know this is the work that a lot of my colleagues have done with you on this has provided us this sort of a compromise. It's kind of because the sidewalk vendors that I've heard from are concerned that the fees will be too high, especially when added to the health department fees, and the restrictions are too onerous. The residents and the businesses in my district have who feel like they're negatively impacted by sidewalk vendors feels like the proposed restrictions aren't strict enough. So I feel like when we have both of those, we landed somewhere in the middle, which I think, and then based on Supervisor Barger, maybe it's a work in progress. The one thing I would wonder, so the complaints, you said it's kind of a complaint-based, which is very similar to our health permits. You don't have enough staff to go around and sort of recheck everybody. So it's based on complaints when somebody feels like somebody's not compliant. Where would the complaint fall of someone? It's not bad food. It's not. It's sort of like, I don't want them here complaint. I feel like they're infringing on my brick and mortar business. Where does that complaint go, and what do we do with the I don't want them here complaints?
Right now, we get a lot of those complaints the way our system is working. People, especially business owners, know that they can complain to us because they know that most of the street vending, food street vending, is unpermitted. So they will complain to us, and they will send us pictures, and they will send your offices pictures, and they will ask us to come out, and we will respond to that. We will, in fact, respond, and we will go out. And, sometimes we find unpermitted street food vending, and sometimes we go out and the vendor's no longer at that spot.
Right. But what if you go out and now they are permitted through our process, but it's still I don't like them here?
The I don't like them here is a response back that we went out, they're permitted, they're legally entitled to be there. I mean, I think I really appreciated what Kelly talked about, which is that now the complaints can also go in to DOE, and that we'll be able to have a coordinated response, and we will have to make sure that even for complaints where we're not taking action, I mean, we have that all the time now. That we get back to people and say, we investigated and we're not taking action because there was no violation.
Right. And I do think that's one complaint, and I think that's a reasonable response. I do think the spacing sometimes is also, I think is a problem currently. I hear just completely wiping out access to an entire sidewalk, driveways. So that will be something that we're going to work on in terms of exactly where they can set up. Are we feeling like what we're doing here today is giving us more opportunity to get a little more peaceful coexistence between our street vendors and our residents and businesses?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Hahn. I do think that this helps us move in that right direction. So to your first question, folks also can call DEO now and will be once the sidewalk vending program is live and effective to share a complaint, and we'll take down and do take down, what is the grievance and where is it and what hours are they operating, and we'll go check it out. Where we can today, we'll try to help bring folks into compliance, because that is one way to help reduce the issues. And then once this ordinance is effective, we'll have a lot more operating requirements that folks who are vending will understand that they have to operate within, and community will understand that they have to operate within as well. So I think we'll have a common set of understanding about what operation should look like. So we think that this is going to be helpful to that. To your point around distancing, we thought a lot about distancing. We got a lot of public comments around it. Certainly we need to make sure that there's ADA compliance, that there's, we're respecting private property and the public right of way. Folks have to be able to use their sidewalks and pedestrian paths. And we also want to make sure that it's reasonable so that vending activity can continue in a way that doesn't obstruct sort of brick and mortar business activity and pedestrian traffic.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to support both of these because I think there's been a lot of work that's gone into them. We're not going to really know if they're perfect until we actually start implementing them. But I appreciate all the work on this because I think, as Supervisor Solis has talked about, we want to bring these micro businesses, small business, particularly for the, like you said, the majority of them being women who, this is what they're doing to support their families. And I think bringing them into the fold, legitimizing them as much as we can, I think is important. And, we've had a couple of instances in my district where unfortunately they've been like harassed and attacked, and we had one vendor that actually got beat up. And so I think the more we can do to distance ourselves from that kind of reaction to someone who's legitimately has a business, I think is the right thing to do. So I'm going to support this. I have my favorites out there that I visit all the time.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of loop back to the pop-up, because and I think that the public, kind of conflates street vendors with pop-ups, and I am clear that pop-ups are not currently protected under the law at all. And I think pop-ups really spread as a result of COVID. Just like restaurants got to have outside seating, pop-ups. And I think we need to be clear that pop-ups are not currently appropriate under the law. And I think the ordinance that we are ushering in is following the 2018 state law, which, Supervisor Hahn, came on the heels of excessive, arrests and confiscation of materials. It was a very publicized vendor in Berkeley that would vend after games at Cal, who had money confiscated by law enforcement, and that's where the bill came from. I was a city member of the legislature then. I voted on the bill in 2018 and support a process by which we can compact mobile street vending devices, if you will, can be ushered into actual small businesses that we can guarantee a level of safety and all of that. If you think back, we were having the collective, we were having the same conversation about food trucks 15 years ago, where our brick and mortar restaurants were complaining that food trucks were taking the business away. And so kind of culture adapted, food trucks became more normalized and moved. Pop-ups are a different thing. We've spent most of our time today talking about food vending, and there are non-food item vendors that are out there too. But, pop-ups don't currently meet the guidelines and restrictions of current practice of public health. The 2018 bill does not provide them with protection. So I think we need to be very clear in terms of our language. Pop-ups are a problem. Pop-ups are a problem in the unincorporated communities of the 2nd District, where entire sidewalks are blocked. We have no ADA compliance. We've had traffic incidents where people are stepping outside onto the street to be able to walk a block. Problem. We've had a problem with right lane turns where Public Works has had to get engaged, where the street vending equipment is now actually in the street. And people can't get in the right-hand turn lane to turn. And we've had accidents because of pop-ups. So I am completely supportive of the ordinances and the kinds of street vending we're talking about today. Pop-ups have a pathway. They can stop popping up and become, fall into the path of what we are creating as a pathway to compliance today. Pop-ups blocking full sidewalks going into the street are public hazards, public safety, public health hazards. So I just think it's important that we separate the two and acknowledge that there is a pathway if pop-ups choose to do business differently. That's what we are working to provide an ordinance and protection around, but we cannot support complete ignoring public access on sidewalks for all of our residents. I hear from our elderly residents, I hear from families, I have heard from people who have had collisions because they're trying to navigate on public streets around activity, illegal, happening on sidewalks. So I'm very glad that we're supporting the ordinances today, and really wanted to draw a clear line of demarcation between what we're doing and the other activity that's happening in our communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just want to say that the whole issue of the pop-ups, I think, really has to be taken up in Sacramento, because this is what they left out. So if there's really an earnest interest to do something, I think that has to be sent to our elected officials, the state and assembly, to help fine-tune this, and maybe they can learn from what we are doing here, since we're the largest county. And even though we're looking at unincorporated areas, obviously, there may be other cities that will follow along with us, and we can learn from all that. But before I go back to you, Madam Chair, I wanted to also thank Joe Nikita, who behind the scenes for the last 5 or 6 years was working on this when he was heading our Consumer and Business Affairs. And believe me, I know we have all grown older, because of this issue. It is one that is so big, impactful, and it takes a lot of, I don't want to just use the word compromise, but it really has allowed us, I think, to fully understand what this is all about. It's not just a new economy, it's never really been regulated. And that, for us, the county is really stepping ahead and going into an area where others may not want to tip their toe in yet, but we're there. And people are going to look to us for leadership. So I want to thank him and his former staff and the staff here, but also my staff, and I know the staffs that have been working on this, because this has been a labor of love in so many ways, regardless of what some people in the public might think. We have really bent over backwards to do as much as we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thanks to Supervisor Solis and Mitchell for your leadership on this important issue. And I completely agree with Supervisor Hahn, who laid it out beautifully. Sidewalk vending is an important part of our robust small business economy, particularly our food culture. The action before us today provides entrepreneurial and economic opportunities for many individuals so they may support themselves and their families, including many that are immigrants and low income, while we're also being mindful of the importance of our brick and mortar businesses in our communities. The intent of SB 972 is to bring mobile food operators into the formal economy while ensuring the public health of our communities. And we must do everything possible to engage, educate, and assist micro entrepreneurs in securing the appropriate food carts and permits so they may operate legally. SB 946 is similar in that it brings sidewalk vending, which includes food, into the formal economy and allows jurisdictions to establish sidewalk vending programs. During the development of the ordinances, I'm glad there was extensive community engagement, that DEO took a care-first approach to working with our vendors, and I'm also pleased to see that both departments have worked diligently to significantly reduce their fees. This will incentivize and enable street vendors to become more easily permitted. And I want to thank you all for your work and your respective teams to implement these laws in Los Angeles County. As you've heard, it's been a long time coming, and it is a good reminder that these are, that the state directed us on our path forward. And we have to start somewhere. I think today is, we're taking action to start somewhere, and we will constantly evaluate how this is working on the ground, whether the implementation is landing as it's intended from our conversation today. I think most of what I brought up, what I was going to ask you about has been brought up in other comments. I know we're gonna go to Supervisor Barger, but I will just note for those who are here to speak on this item, for all those who are currently in queue, we have potentially 2.5 hours of public comment on this item alone. So I just wanna be mindful of our time, and so we're here to hear all of your comments, but if people say what you have said or your point of view has already been expressed, I would encourage you to consider that as you come forward. Supervisor Barker.
Just really quickly, first of all, I'm glad you pointed out, Chair Horvath, about the fact that the state, I mean, this comes as a result of a state law for us to put together an ordinance. Where I'm stuck, because I want to support it, but where I'm stuck is on the enforcement piece. Even with the pop-ups that we know are illegal, we confiscate the food. Is there an intent to confiscate the equipment if after like the third time going out there, or the fourth time going out there, or the fifth time going out there, that we confiscate it pending them coming into compliance?
I mean, we don't do that now, and we don't do that for brick and mortar either. We never
No, you
really.
close down brick and mortar.
We close down, but taking away the food that they're selling potentially closes them down. I do hear you on the concern, and we share your concern with that. The mom and pop operators, you take away their food, and they're done for that day, and maybe for the next few days. But you're absolutely right. It's not just mom and pop operators, or even just mom operators. What it is now, in some situations, is very organized. I mean, we found their warehouses, and so we know how organized it is, and we've worked really closely with the sheriff and with the police departments to close down those distribution sites, because you're right, if you have a big distribution site and somebody confiscates your food, then you have somebody drive up an hour later and replenish. So we share your concern, and we're happy to go back and look. I will say we don't confiscate equipment for the reason that there's really no justification for confiscating equipment. We close down facilities when they're out of compliance, and we treat this as a facility that's out of compliance, take away their food. They shouldn't be able to vend until they come into compliance. But we're happy to take another look at this.
I don't know what Long Beach is doing, but I know Pasadena is. They're doing
aggressive.
I mean, not aggressive,
a sequential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just because that's where I'm having a little bit of heartburn, but I'm going to listen to public testimony now that I've listened to Supervisor Hahn and Chair Horvath. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It would be appropriate now to turn to our executive officer to please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on these items.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Sophia Wrench, Lizeth Mendoza, Gabriela Oro, Javier Sanchez, Alberto Villegas, Yumbeli Castro, Elena Gonzalez, Abraham Zavala Rodriguez, Adrian Jimenez, Alberto Vegas, Ana Estrada, Asciencia Andrade, Azuena Sanchez, and Cesar Benitez. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, you would like to address items 3 and 4. If you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when you have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Juan Espinoza. You may begin.
Go ahead. Juan, are you there? Juan? Okay, let's go to our next speaker, please.
Our next participant is AJ Jackson. You may begin.
AJ? Are you there?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Dear Honorable Supervisors, my name is AJ and I work with Public Counsel. As an advocate for economic and social justice, I am in strong support of both of these ordinances under consideration today. Most vendors make less than $15,000 per year, and this work is their primary means to feed their families. Often after layoffs, medical emergencies, or other unforeseen challenges restrict prior avenues of employment. Street vending functions as a vital pathway for low-income people of color to provide for their families. Much like any other formal business, street vendors have significant startup, overhead, and regulatory costs, including business licenses, multiple event permits, and plan check expenses. Inclusive Action for the City's 2023 study of LA County's proposed fee schedule indicated that these costs are between $9,862 and $11,393 for individual vendors. Street vendors provide positive contributions that are multifaceted, from supporting economic vitality of neglected areas, encouraging foot traffic in urban spaces, and being visible pillars of culture that distinguish local neighborhoods. Each of the vendors I have interacted with are law-abiding and desiring to achieve the American dream through their work. In this regard, the barriers restricting their legitimate business activity should not be overbroad. Speaking of which, confiscating materials and items of vendors likely has constitutional law implications that you should be aware of, and we would take the stance that they're unlawful seizures of property. I thank the county and DEO for making progress on the sidewalk vending ordinance, which incorporated vendors' feedback from their lived experiences. I encourage the Board of Supervisors to permanently reduce fees for the newly required vending certificate, reduce exclusionary distance requirements, clarify the due process procedures for contesting administrative citations, and amend the enforcement procedures to be consistent with state law.
Thank you.
The
Your
interests of
time has
brick-and-mortar
expired.
businesses and
Next
street
speaker,
vendors do
please.
not need to be pitted against each other.
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Brendis Hines. You may begin.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good morning, board. My name is Brendis Hines, and I am a street vendor representing the African Village Vendors Association in Lunar Park. I'm a mother of 2 children, and street vending is my source of income to be able to survive in this county. Street vending gives me and my fellow vendors access to economic opportunity, which is how we pay for rent, food, and other household necessities. I am speaking in support of items 3 and 4. We thank the county and the DEO for making progress on the sidewalk vending ordinance, which includes some major changes from last month and input based on vendors' life experience. The SB 946 and SB 972 clearly signal state intent to encourage and support vending. Vendors are an important part of the cultural fabric in our communities, and vending provides a vital pathway for low-income women and people of color to provide for their families. Further, vending provides many benefits to the community. Studies show that street vendors create foot traffic in neglected areas, activate urban spaces, and create further economic vitality. And street vendors buy products from local brick and mortar and businesses and local customers and circulate money that stays in the local community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Adam Hernandez. You may begin.
This is Adam. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I'm sorry. I edited what I had to say because everybody had stated stuff previously. I have a restaurant on Castaic Road in unincorporated LA County. The growing number of taco trucks and illegal food tables are hurting over a dozen restaurants that are closing regularly before their posted hours, and I and others may shut down permanently very soon. Why do illegal tables get special rules and lesser fees and assistance with car purchases, like helping a drug dealer become a legitimate pharmacist? These illegal tables, trucks make $1,000 to $3,000 per day without paying sales tax, payroll tax, insurance, etc. These illegal tables pose a health risk along with a safety risk by making pedestrians walk onto the street where we are a truck stop town. In fact, I may need to shut down permanently at the end of February. I have 3 questions. How are brick and mortars expected to compete and survive? How is the Board of Supervisors going to help us? Does the Board of Supervisors even care about brick and mortars? Mr. Solis stated how important it is to help illegal tables, but it comes at the expense of brick and mortar. Ms. Solis is also correct about the huge impact this will have, but again, that comes at our expense. I am strongly opposed to any of this. It doesn't make any sense that brick and mortars have overhead far beyond what Papa's have. And everybody is coming out saying, oh, well, it's very expensive for them to get these tables. It's very expensive to get licensed and permitted. What about us? What about the business plans that we had in place? What about the homes that we mortgaged to start up a business legally the right way? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ravi Bansal. You may begin. Never mind. They're out of the queue. We'll go to the line of Zora Yassiri. You may begin.
Yes, hi, my name is Zora Yassiri. I'm resident of Stevenson Ranch, and I was wondering why is this even being considered in Stevenson Ranch with our sidewalks being so narrow that only 2 people can pass. And besides that, there's no way that food vendors can comply with health department codes. I've been in food business for the past 40 years and just retired before COVID. And the things we went through, there's absolutely no way that the sidewalk vendor can comply with that. And besides that, the safety of the vendors and the safety of the people, and then the pedestrians, where are they going to be on the street?
how are these people are going to be supplied with cars, supplying them? Where are they going to park? Where are they going to stop? All these roads on Stevenson Ranch are no stop, the main roads. I was just wondering how's that going to work in Stevenson Ranch in particular. In the other areas, I have no idea. I'm not going to even comment on it. But the Stevenson Ranch is a concern. And it just seems to me that there are laws passed in order for you guys over there not to bother with enforcing the inconvenience of enforcing the laws that already are. And the restaurant owner, I mean, I feel for the guy. He's put hundreds of thousands of dollars in that restaurant. And it's not only him, there's a lot of them. What about him?
Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah.
Our next participant is Genevieve Clavero. You may begin.
Genevieve? Genevieve, are you there? We'll go to our next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Alfred Lipak. You may begin.
Yeah, hello. This is Alfred Lipak, Stevenson Ranch. I would like to support the stronger sidewalk regulations. I just noticed this at 5:30 in the morning. When I leave in the morning, I see a lot of trash already in the parking spots. So my concern is actually here health and environmental related. Thinking about that vendors as well as customers are going to leave a lot of trash behind. So who's going to pick this up? Definitely the crows the next morning, probably rats. So if we have more street vendors, we will have more trash. So my suggestion is either to hire an independent company that's going to clean up after they're done with their day, or to have maybe compostable dishes. This is actually a second concern in regards to environment. We will end up with more trash, and that's really not necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Well, yes. I would like to say that the vendedores issue is a very important issue. I'm not sure it warrants a 4-hour hearing, but I think it's good that we've made some forward motion. I want to say also that one thing I'm very concerned about is the way Mr. Butts and all the champions of big sporting events create increasingly vertical companies that push away all of the wonderful vendors that are intended to bring the vibrant food culture that we're all so proud of. But in fact, what we wind up doing is funding mean-spirited sheriffs rallying everybody to First Amendment zones and getting them away from the treasured customers who then have to buy it from, whatever his name is, Hanky, not Hanky, the Cranky. Anyway, we need to work to lower these damn permit fees. And why is a pop-up not conceivable by one of the greatest counties in America? It's just embarrassing. You're the 5 most skilled administrative talent in America. Get it done. I don't understand. It's so outrageous, and it's so unfair to the bricks and mortar and to the vendedores, both. Both. There it is. I've said it. Both. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lizette Larez. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, yeah, I'm a Stevenson Ranch resident, and there's a few issues I have. Some of them are based on the requirements and the loopholes for sidewalk vendors. Sidewalk vendors are not safe and should not be up here, 100%. They're hurting brick and mortar businesses. It's not fair. It's not right. And you should let the people vote on this, not the politicians. It is not okay. It is not safe. It makes it dirty. It attracts bad people. We have no idea the quality of food. We don't even have enough of the health department. Are they going to get rated ABC when these people who own restaurants have to pay rent every month and thousands of dollars in rent, but these sidewalk vendors don't have to pay anything? And now the taxpayers are going to be paying waiving the fees for the street vendors. So who's going to be paying for that? The tax people are. People who pay taxes. It's not fair. It's not right. They need to be shut down, and they need to not be here. Street vendors should not be out here at all. You're spreading LA City stuff over to LA County areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sabrina Wiggum. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Wiggum. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I'm the president of the African Village Vendors Association at Leimert Park. I want to thank the initiatives that have been passed, and we appreciate them. However, there's some other issues I would like to address. Number one, the average street vendor does not have the capacity from where we're at to go and restock up like the gentleman mentioned. So that's not a case for us. The majority of the people out there, we represent over 200 Black-owned vendors that frequent the Leimert Park area. And of those, it's nearly 70% are women and low income as well. So that's a need. The issue about whether or not we should be there, I say that the times now is that even the upper echelon people are experiencing extreme inflationary things that are happening, and the common man is out there trying to make a living for themselves, not destroying the community, but building the community, and also bringing traffic to that area for the brick and mortars as well. In fact, we are the brick and mortar, but we're not the brick and mortar. We are merchants, but without a cover. They're merchants inside of a cover. And in terms of saying that they pay this enormous cost, yes, that's true. We would love to pay that, but we can't afford it. So if you can meet us where we are right now and bring us up and turn us into entrepreneurs, which we're trying to do, just not working for you, building the community from the level that we are, then it can be provisions for us and for the brick and mortar and the Black community as a whole. And as the gentleman stated earlier, the cost of living of what they make is
Thank you.
like
Your time has expired.
$15,000.
Can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Omar Shahid. You may begin.
Yes. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Can everybody hear me? Yes. This is Umar Custom Made Craft and Leather. I work in the Leimert Park. We have businesses in there. It's very important for these pop-up businesses to sit down and say that we don't need them. We need to get them out of there or anywhere else. That is wrong. What you think, the small business people don't have a right to survive in this world? We the one who's making it big for the big business people. But we trying to get a building. If we try to get a building, it costs too much money. Way too much money. So now we got a small business, and we need support there and protect us from people who sitting down talking about, well, we don't need no vendors. Well, they don't need to be popped up. They don't need to be this. That's a skirt. I don't even like that. And that's not right. And I appreciate the Congress and other people helping us to grow, to get big, so we can one day get into us a building. We can't do it by ourselves. We need help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Genevieve Cleverell. You may begin.
Go ahead, Genevieve. Genevieve, are you there? Genevieve? We'll go to the next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Marcel Douglas. You may begin.
Marcel? Marcel?
Yes, hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Yes, good morning. How are you doing? My name is Marcel Douglas, and I am a street vendor representing 4 Black Women's Vend of the Leimert Park area. As the issues and concerns that I have is in regards to brick and mortar, especially restaurants, saying that they're not able to make money. I am a pop-up vendor, and I think if we can be in compliance. For one, I know when I attend a food festival, I am a pop-up vendor on site, and I have gone through the motions of the health department coming out and seeing me and making sure that I'm in compliance for the day. I don't see why that cannot be worked out where a vendor is registered and this is a space that they're allocated to be, and they are inspected, say, every 3 months, and they pay for this inspection to be done. There's an excuse on everybody's part as to why pop-up vendors cannot be in compliance where I see that it can be. Restaurants are complaining that they're not making any money. I go out to eat and I choose a restaurant to eat in. If I don't want to eat in that restaurant, I choose a street vendor or a food truck. Everyone will make money. If you are a brick and mortar restaurant and you say you're not making money, that's not because of a pop-up vendor. That's because you're not doing something in your business that is not creating customer to come there. So that needs to change. Don't blame it on the lack of that. I'm a street vendor. I lobbied for SB 972. There are several things that we could make better to accomplish everyone's need. But to throw away street vending that has brought in millions of dollars throughout the year and created business, small opportunities, especially for a single mom, I think that
Thank
we
you.
should
Your
go
time
back
has
to the
expired.
table.
Next speaker, please.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Juan Espinoza. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I want to say thank you, first of all, to all the organizers, partners, and stakeholders that have worked on getting the ordinance into much better shape for working people in LA County, and especially want to thank also the supervisors and everyone that's been involved in working on getting this forward. I want to point to the fact that street vendors contribute culturally, they contribute to working class communities, people that often can afford to pay for food in expensive locations can go to a street vendor and eat. They're contributing to low-income communities in more ways than have been communicated today. And I think it's important to, while we make progress and support an ordinance moving forward to help this community more robustly address the ways in which we need to integrate these local economies and more robustly address the ways in which we support low-income entrepreneurs in LA County and support a majority of women of color, immigrant women who are working class, trying to make a living and making their families come forward in this economy. And I think it's really important that the city of Los Angeles, that the county, push this forward and continue to further support these communities that not only deserve the support, but are contributing far, far more to their local economies than is being seen in these current conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers on the line?
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We'll now turn to speakers in person. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Wrench. I'm a staff attorney with Public Counsel. Every day, I work with sidewalk vendors around Los Angeles County. These vendors are making only around $15,000 a year. They are mostly women. Many of them are parents, and the majority are people of color. For many of these vendors, starting their own business allows them to earn a living and support their families, but also to bond over food and culture and build community. Sidewalk vending is critical to enabling these low-income folks to sustain themselves in our society where the racial wealth gap is only growing. And in 2018 and 2021, the state of California, understanding these benefits that vendors provide, passed 2 laws. These laws legalized and decriminalized street vending, meaning that it is completely legal to be a sidewalk vendor, and it made it clear that cities and counties can only enact laws that regulate vending to the extent that there's an objective, evidence-based, or data-backed health, safety, or welfare reason for doing so. The opposition's claims that vendors are not clean or sanitary, that vendors are dangerous people, or that they would not be required to follow existing laws by becoming legalized vendors are not based in any data or evidence. They are based on negative stereotypes and anti-immigrant and anti-poor rhetoric. I now urge the county to not only pass items 3 and 4, but to continue focusing on an education-first approach, permanently reduce the fees, and amend enforcement procedures to avoid trapping these low-income workers in an unjust cycle of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sí, buenas tardes, Junta Directiva. Mi nombre es Javier Félix Sánchez y soy un vendedor ambulante y me gustaría hacer un comentario en el apoyo número 3 y 4 de la orden del día.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Javier Felix Sanchez, and I am a street vendor. I would like to make a comment on Article 3 and 4 of our agenda today and in support of.
Señores supervisores, estoy aquí para la agenda suplementaria relacionada con la venta ambulante y agradezco al condado y al DEO en la ordenanza de venta ambulante.
Ms. Supervisors, I am here for the supplemental agenda on the street vendors, and I am thankful to the DEO and for this ordinance on street vendors.
Y pedirles que el permiso de venta ambulante en el condado sea un poco más barato porque va a ser inalcanzable por el precio alto, como los $603 que quieren cobrar en el 2026.
And I would like and request that the permits be a bit cheaper than the $603 that will be in 2026.
Ya que en la ciudad de Los Ángeles se está haciendo un estudio para ver si se pone a bajo precio el permiso del condado de Los Ángeles, o sea, gratis, ya que la economía está muy alta, la economía, los precios están altos de lo que nosotros podemos vender en la calle.
So now that the Los Angeles has a study to see if we can lower prices for the permits or even make them free, the economy is high, prices are high, and also the economy is low for us to make any sales.
Y les agradecemos que hagan un estudio a la Junta Directiva para que si pueden reducir el precio o darlo gratis, ya que muchas familias somos de bajos recursos y hay madres solteras y muchos somos de la tercera edad. So, quisiéramos que fuera a muy bajo precio o gratis.
So we urge and we thank you to start a study to possibly lower these prices now that we have also single mothers and seniors that are in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lizeth Mendoza. I'm the Los Angeles County organizer for Sidewalk vending with Community Power Collective, also known as CPC. I'm the daughter of 2 immigrant street vendors who came into Linwood 40 plus years ago and are now in San Bernardino County, still selling food to make ends meet as they go until they're in their late 60s. I want to speak today on the cost of formalizing the businesses. We keep hearing a lot that these are just going to be a few $100s in order to do this, but this is not true. We have to think about, as many of you have already heard, about the different, just not only the local business license, but vendors need to pay a health permit, of the vending cart, which can range anywhere from $8,000 or more, a commissary space to rent, insurance, marketing costs, merchandise, utensils, as well as other overhead costs and additional inspection costs if they want to store carts at home, for example. I know we're still working on the micro-enterprise home kitchen operations, but once that gets studied and finalized, that'll be another opportunity to reduce costs for commissary space. You also talked about your concerns for local restaurants. We're also concerned about that. I think we've all been hit hard the last couple of years. But restaurants can continue to coexist with sidewalk vendors when they get their compact mobile food facility. They'll be able to store a cart in specific restaurants. They'll be able to help pay the rent and overhead costs of restaurants if they make a contract for a shared commercial kitchen space. A lot of these restaurants who are struggling can set up that rent fee and allow vendors to cook and prep their food and then walk outside a nearby sidewalk in order to sell their accessible food. So we want to make sure that we continue to look at facts, look at how people can coexist and not continue to spit rhetoric that only hurts all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Great suggestions. Next speaker.
Buenos días, Junta Directiva. Mi nombre es Gabriela Orona.
Soy vendedora ambulante en Whittier Boulevard del este de Los Ángeles. Me gustaría hacer un comentario en apoyo del número 3 y 4 del día de hoy.
Hello, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Gabriel, and I am a street vendor in Whittier Boulevard in East Los Angeles. I would like to make comments on Articles 3 and 4 from today's agenda.
Muchas gracias por todo el trabajo que han hecho por nosotros, pero sabemos que falta mucho todavía por hacer. Gracias por estos 2 años de permiso gratis, pero sabemos que en el 2026 tendremos que pagar un costo de $603.
Thank you very much for all the work that you have done for us. We know this, we still have a ways to go. And also, we would like to thank you for these 2 last years of free permits. However, we also know that in 2026, we will then now have to pay $603.
Nosotros somos vendedores ambulantes y vivimos de nuestras ventas, y ahora las ventas están muy mal. Y múltiples permisos. Hay compañeros que tienen que pagar comisarías, más aparte del permiso de $603, es demasiado para nosotros.
So we are street vendors, and we live off of that. And now with the sales just going down and with multiple permits, there's just a lot of things. A lot of our colleagues have to pay also commissary on top of the fact that they would have to pay the $603. That is just a lot for all of us.
Yo en lo particular no podría pagar, soy viuda, tengo un niño especial, estoy enferma de mis pies, hay muchos vendedores de la tercera edad, madres solteras y señores también que están enfermos. Y aún así, hacemos la lucha por llevar el sustento a casa cada día y cada instante.
I, for myself, I couldn't pay this amount. I'm a widow. And I'm ill as well, and I have ill from my feet. And I also have a son with disabilities. And there are many single mothers, senior citizens, many people that they don't have the means, and yet we have to make ends meet monthly and daily for our family.
Pido a ustedes que apoyen una ley, que apoyen a trabajadores. Queremos ser reconocidos, y también ustedes pueden poner una ley que motive a otras ciudades a hacer lo correcto. Muchísimas gracias.
I ask of you to support us, to support a law that supports workers and that recognizes us, and that you may just implement a law that other cities can then follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Yumabeli, soy una vendedora de la ciudad de Huntington Park. Quiero hacer un comentario público 3 y 4.
Hello, good morning. My name is Yumaveli, and I am a street vendor in the city of Huntington Park, and I would like to make a comment on Articles 3 and 4.
Agradecemos al condado y al Departamento de Oportunidad Económica. Estamos avanzando en la ordenanza que incluye cambios conforme a las leyes que hemos ganado, SB 946 y SB 972.
We are thankful to the county and the Department of Economic Opportunities that we are advancing with these ordinances, including those that we have won, SB 946, SB 972.
La cual ayudaría a una vendedora como yo que vendo tamales. Soy una vendedora de mi hogar y de mis hijos. Yo continuamente soy hostigada y acosada por policías. No soy un criminal, soy una vendedora, soy madre de hijos.
And also these laws will support us. I sell tamales and I provide in my home for my children, for myself, and continuously I am harassed. I'm harassed by cops. I'm not a criminal. I'm a single mother and I work.
Quiero tener una oportunidad de legalizar mi negocio, tener un carrito para poder trabajar y tener permisos a un bajo costo.
And I would like the opportunity to legalize my business, to be able to have my card legally and also have the permits at a low cost.
Y mi carrito poder guardarlo en mi casa, así no tener que pagar una comisaría, ya que no es mucho a la ganancia que llevo a mi casa día a día.
And to be able to store my card at home, not to pay extra or additional, because I barely make ends meet as it is with the money I make now.
Por eso le pedimos que ustedes, supervisores del condado, nos apoyen a proveer esta ordenanza.
And this is why we ask you, supervisors of the Los Angeles County, to help us support this ordinance.
Y nos den la oportunidad también de querer salir adelante. Nuestra familia, hijos, dependen de nuestras ventas ambulantes en las calles.
And to please give us the opportunities to keep going forward. And also our families, our children depend on us to be able to make ends meet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Ana Cruz, Alfredo Gomez, Rosa Miranda, Arnold Sachs, Claudia Moreno, Daniel Garcia, Doug Smith, Eddie Torres, Elba Serrano, Elida Catlan, Erica Armenta, Efricio Silva, Francisco Rodriguez, Leticia Campos, Idia Gomez, Margarita Mujica, Maria Castellon, Maria Gonzalez, and Maria Sobrenes. Please come forward and staff will assist you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Elena González. Soy una vendedora ambulante de aquí del condado de Los Ángeles. La razón que estoy aquí es por muchas, para decirles que no queremos que nos criminalicen a nosotros como vendedores, sino que inviertan en nosotros en becas.
So, good morning. My name is Elena Gonzalez, and I am a street vendor here from Los Angeles County. And I am here for many reasons, but one of them is for us to not be criminalized, not to be criminalized as street vendors in Los Angeles.
Y también el lavamanos, en educación, como nosotros vendedores. Yo como vendedora ambulante tengo muchas experiencias tristes y lamentables que vivo en la calle vendiendo.
And also these situations, these occurrences, I myself as a street vendor, I have many instances, many situations that I face while selling in the streets.
Yo pregunto a la señorita Lisa, ¿por qué solo han procesado 120 permisos? Cuando han dicho que habemos más de 10,000 vendedores sin permiso.
And I asked Ms. Lisa, why is it that they've only processed 120 permits when they say that there are about 10,000 vendors that are without permits?
¿Cuál es la razón? ¿Cuál es la motivación que nos dan a nosotros como vendedores para poder, que nos motiven para poder procesar nuestro permiso?
What's the reason and what's the motivation that you give us, street vendors, to be able to go and apply for our permits?
Yo estoy de acuerdo, como dijo la supervisora Solís y la supervisora Mitch, tenemos que trabajar como personas en la ordenanza justa y humana.
I agree with Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Mitchell. We do have to work on this ordinance as humans, together, united.
Para sacar un carrito con permiso no es fácil. Es muy difícil al sumar todos los $600 de lo que se paga, las tarifas, y al hacer la seguranza de la comisaría, todo eso es un total muy fuerte que nosotros no lo podemos lograr.
It's very difficult to get a cart with all the permits, the additional fees, the insurance, as well as also storage. That is just very difficult for us to pay.
Y si se le suma todavía la compra del carrito, porque no nos lo regalan, lo tenemos que comprar, y para ir a cotizar los precios y todas esas vueltas son muchos gastos que ustedes tienen que ver.
And
para
also,
ayudarnos.
if we add to that, now the cart fee. The cart isn't given to us, we have to buy, and then we also have to go and get quotes. So that's time as well that needs to be taken in consideration.
Les agradezco mucho y que por favor nos ayuden con becas y con ayuda así de donarnos carros. Si nos quieren ver con un permiso, por favor, les agradezco. Gracias.
And I thank you very much. And maybe you can kind of donate these ways that we can have help. And also, if you want to see us out, maybe donate some carts for us as well, so that we can go out there and do what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Muy buenos días, honorable Junta de Supervisores y a todo el público en general. Mi nombre es Alberto Villegas y represento dignamente a todos los vendedores del Distrito 2 y Rancho Domínguez.
Hello, good afternoon, supervisors, and to the general public. My name is Alberto Villegas, and I proudly represent District 2.
Hace 8 años tuve un infarto del corazón y me fui limitado para seguir laborando y trayendo el sustento a mi hogar.
8 years ago, I suffered a heart attack, yet I went out and I still had to go and provide for my family.
Pero hace 27 años Dios me bendijo con una gran mujer que ha sido el soporte de mi familia desde hace 8 años.
But 27 years ago, I married a wonderful woman who has been the support of our family, and even more so the last 8 years.
Y ella ha sido el pilar de estos 8 años y he querido ayudarla para, en lo más que pueda, para poder tener nuestro propio negocito de venta de comidas en la calle.
She has been the pillar for the last 8 years, and I want to help them the most I can to be able to provide and have our small business with our street food.
Y por eso estoy aquí parado, para dar este testimonio.
And this is why I'm standing here, to provide you with this testimony.
De que para poder ayudar a mi esposa necesito hablar con ustedes y darles a conocer que necesitamos herramientas, necesitamos ayuda para que no seamos negocios mal establecidos y seguir las reglas del condado.
And this is why I stand in front of you today, to let you know, and to help my wife, but to let you know we need tools, we need help, we need some sort of help and assistance to be able to keep going and keeping our business afloat in the city.
Para ya no ser criminalizados y estar a la luz y ser parte de la sociedad y de la economía de este gran estado.
So that we're not criminalized, be part of the light, and also be part of the economy of the state.
Por eso les pido, desde el fondo de mi corazón, que tengamos ayuda de ustedes, que veamos estos costos que nos están pidiendo, que son excesivamente elevados en estos momentos para nosotros, ya que la economía del estado y del país está siendo golpeada.
And that's why, once again, I ask for your help to help us, because these costs are just extensively high for us, especially now that the economy in our entire state, our country, is just also in a dire need.
Es importante para todos nosotros los vendedores del estado de California estar listos en el momento adecuado para contribuir, pero requerimos de su apoyo.
It is important that the vendors be ready to contribute, but we also require your support.
Estamos siendo atacados por vándalos, estamos siendo atacados por gente que quiere que nos salgamos de la calle y creemos que es necesario que ustedes nos apoyen.
We are being attacked by street thugs, we're being attacked by people that don't want us on the streets, and we feel that we need your support.
Y en nombre de todos los vendedores de East Rancho Domínguez, apoyamos a la supervisora Mitchell para que tengamos y seamos el primer lugar donde se hagan las cosas bien, tengamos la oportunidad, pero también nosotros de dar la respuesta a lo que es lo correcto. Y muchas gracias, que Dios las bendiga.
And on behalf of all the vendors, we support Supervisor Mitchell, and let it be the first place that does things right, that does and shows what we can do here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Ana Estrada, soy vendedora ambulante de Campton. Estoy aquí en apoyo de los puntos 3 y 4.
Hello, good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Ana Estrada, and I am a street vendor from Compton, and I am here to support items 3 and 4.
Agradecemos al condado y al DO por avanzar la ordenanza de venta ambulante que incluye algunos cambios importantes basados en experiencias que hemos tenido como vendedores ambulantes.
We are grateful to the county as well as DEO for being able to advance this ordinance of street vending, as well that includes also some different and important changes with the experience that we've had in the streets as vendors.
La venta ambulante proporciona una vía vital para adultos mayores, mujeres y familias de bajos ingresos.
The street vending, it provides a vital role for those of us, the seniors, women, and children that have low resources.
La venta ambulante proporciona muchos beneficios a la comunidad. Los estudios muestran que los vendedores ambulantes generan tráfico peatonal en áreas desatendidas.
Street vending has provided many benefits to the community. Studies have shown that street vendors generate traffic and also in these areas that aren't normally visited.
Activan los espacios urbanos y crean una mayor vitalidad económica.
They activate these urban spaces and they create a vital economy.
Y los vendedores ambulantes compran productos de empresas físicas locales, tienen clientes locales y hacen circular dinero.
Street vendors also buy from warehouses, physical warehouses. They generate money, and they also are providing within the community.
Circula dinero que permanece en la comunidad local. Los efectos multiplicadores de los insumos suministros que compran los vendedores y los ingresos que gastan se acumulan y repercuten en la economía local.
Street vendors also are able to provide to the local economy the effects of their multiple buyings and also all of the needs that they have. They buy from other vendors and create and provide for the economy, which also is for the local economy.
Según el informe de la Mesa Redonda Económica.
This is based on our economic board.
La mayoría de vendedores estamos aquí por necesidad, no porque no tengamos el tiempo para perderlos. Necesitamos llevar alimento, pagar nuestros biles, nuestras rentas y sacar adelante a nuestros hijos.
The majority of the vendors that are here is because we need to be, not because we have some free time or anything of that. We have to pay our food, our bills, and we have to take care of our children.
La mayoría de mis compañeros también proveen trabajos a otras personas y somos parte importante de la economía de California. No queremos ser una carga pública, queremos salir adelante con nuestras familias.
Many of our colleagues work for others as well, and we are part of the California economy. We want to be part of that. We want to be part of this economy that provides for California.
Necesitamos que se abran la cantidad de permisos exactos para todos los vendedores. Con los poquitos que dicen que tienen no es suficiente. No queremos terminar en las calles como durmiendo en las calles porque la renta está muy alta y necesitamos ser legales para poder tener salir adelante con nuestra economía y con todos nuestros.
We need the amount of permits, the number of permits, the exact amount that has been said. We don't want to end up in the streets or sleeping in the streets. We have to pay rent. We have to be legal. We don't want to be part of just sleeping in the streets.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Abraham Zavala Rodriguez, and I'd like to take a moment just to really highlight the lived experience that's been shared. On behalf of Western Center, I'm here to support the adoption of the street vending ordinance, item 3 and 4. Western Center has a 50-year history of supporting policies that expand access to jobs and economic opportunities for Californians experiencing poverty. This also includes explicitly advocating the elimination of criminalization of poverty in our communities, and Western Center was a proud co-sponsor of SB 972, which modernized the California Retail Food Code, making access to health permits more attainable and more affordable. The recent changes made to the county's ordinance are welcomed, and we applaud the county's willingness to incorporate feedback from vendors based on their lived experience. This shows leadership truly across the state. In particular, the removal of restriction on selling secondhand items. We believe this continues the commitment to decriminalizing sidewalk vending across the state and here in LA. The removal of the 10-year felony conviction restriction. As we all know, vending for very many years was a crime, and a lot of SB 946 outlines what expunging these previous convictions can look like. So I just want to uplift that the ordinance does keep that spirit. And as a constituent born and raised in Bow Heights and District 1 and current resident of District 4, I hope the honorable supervisors continue their outreach and their leadership and working with community-based groups such as folks who have been here today, whether it's vendors in Lamar Park or CPC, Community Power Collective. We ask that you continue to listen to these voices. I think there's a clear tone of voice in folks who are opposed, the covert racial discrimination or not covert, and the voices of just the joy of food, right? Food is how we break bread. Food is what we enjoy with families when we make time. I know my kids, we talk about, let's go to the Cheesecake Factory, and then my son's like, no, let's go get tacos here and there, right? So it's a vibrant SoCal community, and I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Buenos días, miembros de esta mesa. Mi nombre es Rosa Miranda. Soy organizadora con Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Hello, good morning, board. My name is Rosa Miranda, and I am an organizer with Community Power Collective.
Estoy aquí para el punto número 3 y el 4 de la agenda.
I am here for item 3 and 4 of the agenda.
Señores supervisores, yo estoy aquí para plantear lo que se mira allá en las calles.
Supervisors, I'm here to let you know about what we see out in the streets.
Soy una de las personas con un cuerpo de organizadores y vendedores que estamos haciendo alcance para este proyecto del condado.
I am one of the people, along with many others, organizers, members, that are doing outreach for this project in the county.
Y lo que se vive allá afuera, quiero delinear muy claramente que la legalización de la venta ambulante, hay que distinguir un verdadero vendedor ambulante.
And what we live out there, really, what I would like to point out is the legalizing of street vendors, but really knowing which is the street vendor, what differentiating them.
Si se pueden dar cuenta a mis espaldas, sus rostros de los verdaderos vendedores ambulantes.
As you can see behind me, you can see the faces of the true street vendors.
Como lo mencionaban, el 85% son mujeres.
Just like they mentioned, 85% of them are women.
Mujeres que encuentran la oportunidad de vender y sacar adelante sus familias, madres solteras o mujeres que han salido de violencia doméstica.
Women that have been able to work for their families, single women, and even then also women who have gotten out of a violent situation.
También, como lo escucharon, personas con algún problema de salud o físico o alguna discapacidad.
And also, as you heard, anyone with any mental health issues or physical disabilities, just like you heard.
Y eso es lo que vemos afuera, la necesidad, palpamos la necesidad.
And that's what we see out there, the need. We see the need.
Pero también la exigencia de decir, queremos ser lo correcto, queremos tener nuestros permisos, hacer lo correcto.
But also the need to do what's right. We want to have our permits and do what is right.
Y eso es lo que vengo a decirles a ustedes. Un permiso de $603 en 2 años sería el más alto en todo California.
And this is what I come to tell you all. A permit of $603 in 2 years, that would be the highest in California.
Y estamos hablando del condado más grande que puede dar un precedente a muchos otros condados.
And we're talking about the largest county who can set a precedence for all the other counties.
También los vendedores ambulantes son portadores de cultura, tradiciones y gastronomía.
And also street vendors, they hold that culture, that enrichment of the food industry.
Entonces sí quiero que realmente ustedes vean de cómo apoyar una ordenanza que sea justa, una ordenanza que sea humana.
And this is why I asked for you guys to just see how you can support a fair ordinance, a human ordinance with rights.
Y realmente no queremos multas, queremos realmente que Salubridad eduque, apoye a educar, no a confiscar o a tirarle sus alimentos que va a tener un impacto en su vida diaria.
And we really, truly don't want fines. We don't want fines or confiscating the food or any of that. We would really want respect for those of us to be able to make ends meet that are doing this for their daily lives.
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Daniel Garcia. My name is Daniel Garcia, and I'm for this ordinance because I love tacos, carne asada. I love the tamales. I love the canachas. But the thing that I want to tell you about this is the lack of ideas in place here. The lack of ideas that you guys do not have here. And I want to share some of my ideas with you that make me discuss about it here. Such we could actually provide cards. The county can provide cards that actually would be sanitary cards for them to use it every single time. That's one idea. Why they can actually pay for the fees. Also, another idea that you can have a zoning area that can be provided, like you can actually provide the inside of the metro, inside of metro, and provide a booth there too. You can have metro too. You guys control metro.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Martha Franco, Miriam Zamora, Monica Mahia, Sandy Para, Sofia Quineos, Tom Gomez, Tomas Gamez, Tony DeMarco, and Violeta Vera. Please come forward and staff will assist you.
Buenas tardes, mesa de supervisores. Mucho gusto. Mi nombre es Claudia Moreno.
Hello, board. Good to meet you. My name is Claudia Moreno.
Yo pertenezco al alcance para el condado y también soy una vendedora ambulante.
And I belong to the outreach in the county, and I'm also a street vendor.
Estamos agradecidos por avanzar en la ordenanza.
We are thankful for advancing this ordinance.
Y también queremos agradecer a DEO por apoyarnos.
And we also want to thank DEO for supporting us.
También hemos luchado mucho por ganar las leyes estatales. Ganamos la SB 946.
And we've also fought very hard to win state laws. We've won SB 946.
Y SB 972.
And SB 972.
Las cuales ayudan a cambiar los códigos de alimentos.
The ones in which assist with changing our food, the codes for food.
Para beneficiar a todos nuestros compañeros que viven día a día en la calle.
To benefit all of our colleagues that live daily in the streets.
El día de hoy salieron motivados de diferentes áreas.
Today, they were all motivated from different areas.
Covina, Rancho Domínguez, este de Los Ángeles.
Covina, Rancho Domínguez, East Los Angeles.
Agua Dulce. Y diferentes más áreas del condado.
And various areas in the county.
Los cuales los ha motivado la necesidad de tener sus permisos para poder vender.
In which they've been motivated to have their permits to be able to sell.
ya que ellos necesitan una oportunidad para poder tramitar sus permisos y tener así una legalidad para poder vender en las aceras.
Now that they do need some sort of assistance and an opportunity to be able to file for their permits and be able to sell in these sidewalks, in the streets.
Muchos de ellos han sido acosados, hostigados por la policía.
Many of them have been harassed by the police.
Por la misma comunidad en Agua Dulce,
and within the community in Agua Dulce,
nuestra compañera vendedora ambulante,
our colleague, a street vendor,
ha sido acosada por la misma gente, la población de ahí, ya que no cuenta con sus permisos y le gritan que se tiene que ir de ahí.
She has been harassed by the people, the residents there, because she doesn't have her permits and they scream, yell that she has to go.
Y así muchos casos que hemos visto de nuestra comunidad.
And that's just like those many cases that we've seen in our community.
Por eso les pedimos que nos apoyen y nos ayuden.
This is why we ask for you to support and to help us.
A nuestra comunidad, mayormente inmigrante.
To help our community, mainly the immigrants.
Que necesitamos una oportunidad.
That we need an opportunity.
Que estamos dispuestos a trabajar para poder tener nuestros permisos.
We're willing to work to be able to have our permits.
Pero también necesitamos de su apoyo, ya que los carritos son demasiado altos el costo.
But we also need your support because these carts, the prices are too high.
Por eso necesitamos permisos a bajo costo.
This is why we need low-cost permits
para personas mayores de edad y discapacitados.
For senior citizens as well as the disabled.
También ese carrito no lo podríamos pagar.
Also, that cart, we couldn't pay it.
Necesitamos un carrito que sea donado por ustedes para todos los vendedores que cumplen con los requisitos ya para poder vender.
We need a cart that's donated by you all to all the vendors, which also fills all the requirements that is needed to be able to sell.
También necesitamos su trabajo y su apoyo para distritos especiales.
We also need your help and support for special districts.
Ya que muchos de ellos han estado organizándose por sí mismos y han estado demostrando que merecen una oportunidad.
Just like all of them, they've organized on their own and they've shown you that they need an opportunity and help.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Eddie Torres, resident of East Los Angeles, co-founder of the East LA Coalition. This is residents and businesses working together for a safer community and a better quality of life in East LA. We are opposing today agenda item number 4. LA County lacks the proper enforcement arm. In 2021, Los Angeles County Public Works submitted a report that gave a $6 million price tag that would be needed just to enforce the illegal pop-up restaurants that are taking place in East Los Angeles today. The funds are for additional food inspectors, district attorney costs, and public works staff working over hours. LA County has neglected the American Disability Act to date, and this is a standing state law for years, protecting senior citizens, people on wheelchairs, and people that are ADA. And I say this to everybody in the room right here. Growing up in East Los Angeles, everybody's in the same boat. There's many single women by tragedy or just because of divorce, running small businesses, and they're abiding by LA County regulations because they are made to. I'm gonna use a 4-letter word, Board of Supervisors. I know you're gonna like it. People are gonna be mad at me, but it's really needed here. Fair, F-A-I-R. Let's be fair to everyone. If you're brick and mortar or if you're a vendor, you need permits, you need to protect the public safety of law. Barbara Ferrer has failed to do that for years and years, and now you're gonna give them more on her plate. It isn't gonna work. It's a disaster waiting to happen. You need to supply funding and serious enforcement. God bless you all, and thank you for coming out, street vendors.
Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, Junta de Supervisores. Mi nombre es Alfredo Gómez. Soy vendedor ambulante de East Rancho Domínguez Hills. Gracias a nuestra supervisora.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Alfredo Gomez. I am a street vendor of East Rancho Dominguez, and I thank our supervisor.
La razón, pues creo que ustedes, la mayoría de ustedes ya saben que estamos aquí por alguna razón bien importante para nosotros.
And the reason, and I know that many of you know the reason as to why we are here, we're here for a very important reason to us.
Muchos de nosotros dejamos cosas que hacer importantes por estar el día de hoy aquí, porque para todos es bien importante.
Many of us left and unattended and all of our other important things to be here today. But for all of us, this is important.
La importancia de nosotros es estar legalmente vendiendo en las calles.
What matters to us is to be legally selling in the streets.
Pero si no, ustedes como supervisores tienen que ver realmente los costos de los permisos y carritos que nos van a proveer para vender.
But you as supervisors, you have to see the cost of the carts and the permits that are going to be provided to us.
Deben de entender que nosotros, bueno, en lo personal yo no quiero ser una estadística más de estar en la calle, porque la renta ha subido demasiado, el alimento ha subido demasiado, entonces todos los costos de todos los enseres han subido demasiados, y realmente fue una tristeza para mí al venir aquí a la ciudad de Los Ángeles, al centro de Los Ángeles, y ver a todas las personas que viven en la calle porque perdieron su casa, porque están de una forma mal económicamente.
And also, we would like for you to understand that I don't want to be another statistic. I don't want to be someone living in the streets. Rent is high, food is high, the cost of living is high. It was really sad for me to come to downtown LA and see all those people that are living in the streets. They're homeless, either they lost their homes or for whatever reasons.
Entonces realmente quiero que ustedes como supervisores y que tienen el poder de ayudar a los que sí queremos estar legales y hacer y contribuir con esta gran ciudad.
And so I ask you supervisors that you have the power, you really do have the power to help those that really want to contribute and provide this legally.
Yo realmente estoy a favor de la legalización de todos los vendedores, pero sí también a la misma vez que ustedes sean conscientes con los costos. Y yo estoy a favor de que se nos eduque cómo manejar la comida, cómo pues de una forma de estar legalmente bien en la calle, pero sí, igualmente, les vuelvo a reiterar, ocupamos el apoyo de ustedes, el apoyo porque los costos son muy altos para nosotros.
And yes, I'm in favor of the ordinance. I'm in favor of the ordinance for the vendors, but also just please look at the cost, the fees. Yes, I'm in favor of being taught how to handle food in the streets, how to be safe in the streets. But once again, I reiterate, we need your support and your help to be able to see these fees. It's high fees.
Y pues no me queda nada más que decirles que pues muchas gracias por escucharnos y atendernos y que tengan un feliz día.
And the only thing I have left to say is thank you very much for having us, listening to us, and may you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Erica Armenta, and I stand before you today as a concerned resident. I am an immigrant, Latina-owned small business owner of East Los Angeles, opposing the current street vending draft that has the potential to jeopardize the health and safety of our community. Los Angeles County has fallen short in safeguarding the well-being of East Los Angeles residents by neglecting to enforce health regulations on street vendors who are obstructing sidewalks, violating ADA compliance. Now, the introduction of the new ordinance will only compound those mistakes and compromise the safety of our community even further. Sidewalk safety enforcement. The ordinance appears to ignore the presence need the safe sidewalk for all community deserves walkable, accessible pathways to cater to everyone, specifically to those with mobility challenges. Absence of insurance requirements. There is no stipulations requiring street vendors to carry insurance to protect residents and consumers. lack of felony disclosure for licensing, the omission leaves our community vulnerable, as we have the right to know those engaging in street vending have a history that might compromise public safety, specifically the safety of our children. Funding enforcement without proper resources allocated for enforcement, any regulations put in place will remain ineffective. I firmly oppose this ordinance. It is our duty to protect the new.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Ana Cruz, and I am an organizer with Community Power Collective, and would like to provide a support comment on items number 3 and number 4 on today's agenda. I'm speaking on item 4 and item 3 of the supplemental agenda relating to street vending. We thank the county and DEO for making progress on the sidewalk vending ordinance, which includes some major changes from last month and input based on vendors' lived experience. State laws SB 946 and SB 972 clearly shows California's intent to encourage and support street vendors. This ordinance presents an important opportunity for sidewalks vendors to be formalized and support for an integral part of local economy. I would like you to consider investment in special districts where there are already communities with vendors and reduce the restriction of vending with 500 feet of a special event, daycares, and farmers market. We ask the county department work with vendors through education and outreach so that vendors can follow and comply with the regulations, and support is also needed in reducing fines that they could receive while they are in the process of getting the proper permits, especially food vendors that have to navigate a longer process of getting the food cart approved by Department of Public Health. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. Do I get 2 minutes here? Thank you. This is so messed up. People are actually missing the point here. First of all, you're not including the L period, A period on stuff. Second of all, outside you have street vending ordinance that you're giving out these certificates. And over here it says Department of Economic Opportunity in small letters. You can't have a Department of Economic Opportunity in small letters because that's not an official department. By the way, you got 2 different colors. In your ordinance reading, you have Department of Economic Opportunity in capital letters. But over here in your document, you don't. And also over here, you have a logo for public health with a black figure. But over here, I have this with a white figure. See, that's white. But what's different is this has the certificate, the County Board of Supervisors certificate right here, same as that one. But this one doesn't. So it means it's a for-profit, non-profit kind of bullshit that we're running in the county since forever, since Mark Ridley Thomas decided to steal all that money for the stadium in Englewood that you agreed to let him do, Janice. Because you told them
Please
never to
focus
pay
your comments
after he
on the
stole
2
the
items
money.
before us.
I'm talking about how fucked up this county has become.
Your language violates
I'm
our
so
code
sorry.
of conduct.
Clean your ears out.
That's now your second warning.
Oh, ooh. So anyway, it's the street vending ordinance. But this is about public right of way. This is sidewalk vending. Is it ADA compliant? Where is the county health director? What about the right of way? What about who pulls the permits? And this says you're going to give them away free for the first year. $604 for a permit? What about?
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker. You're disrupting the meeting. That's now your 3rd and final warning. Next speaker, please.
Buenos días, soy Sandy Isela Parra de Los Ángeles. Honorable Consejo de Supervisoras, el Departamento de Oportunidades Económicas no ha sido inclusivo y excluyó a los residentes y negocios y organizaciones comunitarias en el primer distrito.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Salaparra, and good afternoon, honorable supervisors. The Department of Opportunities on Economic has been exclusive, and they've excluded a lot of residents and businesses and organizations, community organizations in the 1st District.
Le pedimos a los supervisores que tomen su tiempo y revisen los comentarios de los miembros de la comunidad en tomar decisiones.
We asked the supervisors to take some time and to review the comments of the community members on their decision making.
Las cámaras del comercio del este de Los Ángeles y la Asociación de los Comerciantes de Whittier estamos ansiosos para trabajar juntos con nuestros paisanos.
The East LA Chambers of Commerce and Whittier Merchants Association, we are anxious to be able to work with our patriots.
Lo que no podemos tolerar es el comportamiento del Departamento de Los Ángeles, exclusión de juntas importantes que impactan nuestra comunidad.
What we do not want to tolerate is the behavior of the Department of the County of Los Angeles excluding these people from important meetings in our community.
I speak, I work a lot in California advising a lot of communities. And I would say that DO and the Department of Public Health have excluded in a lot of LA County offices. And we bring skills. I have skills, and I've shared, you received my emails, that I could bring something to the table. We're not against street vending, but I'm representing a lot of the street vendors, the children, human trafficking. It's a very important issue. We see it in the community, and it's through labor trafficking. We know what we see. So we're just asking for the DEO and the Department of Public Health to include us, not exclude us, and not to pick these outside organizations that are not in the community for a profit. We've been in the community for 20, 30 years. I come from immigrant family too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Con el permiso de mis antepasados, yo pido la palabra. Mi nombre es Sofía Quiñones. I am here in support of our vendors. Y yo quiero hablar de lo que no les han dicho. I want to talk about item number 3. Item number 3 has to do, it's an austerity measure. And when I went to the meeting, County Council could not respond. They can't respond to you here today on the price tag. The privatization of street vending is important to me. When you bring in nonprofits, because this is what was explained to us, that the nonprofits were going to come in and do county jobs. This is against labor. And for those who are listening, unincorporated areas have been harmed. We have been excluded for 173 years. Black and brown communities are under attack. We have been harmed. I've paid attention to all the hearings having to do with reparations, Ms. Mitchell. You know, this is very important because overnight, lo que no les están diciendo is that corporations can come in and take out everyone in unincorporated areas. Eso es lo que no les han dicho. Que un millonario puede entrar y comprar y meter 10,000 aplicaciones. Un millonario puede comprar 20 vacas y vender el taco a $1. Eso no les han explicado. Yo quiero ayudarles, pero les han lavado el coco porque no les han dicho de eso.
Please direct your comments to the board. Thank you.
I was just explaining that sometimes when people present to our communities, they misrepresent the facts. I think you all have good intentions, but under the Sherman Act, a millionaire can come in, a billionaire overnight, and take out all the street vendors. There is no cap. That is what you are doing. You are opening up the door to areas that have been segregated to multinational corporations. And the nonprofits that you are working with today promoted the gentrification, are under investigation under the FBI. That's East LA Community.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, Junta Directiva. Mi nombre es Lidia Catalán. Vendo en el distrito número 2. Me gustaría dar un comentario público del punto número 3 y 4 del orden del día.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Lilia Catalan, and I sell in District 2. I would like to make a comment on items 3 and 4 from today's agenda.
De antemano agradezco al condado y a DEO por avanzar en la ordenanza de la venta ambulante.
I would like to thank beforehand the board as well as the county and DEO for advancing the ordinance on street vending.
Las leyes estatales SB 946 y SB 972 muestran claramente la intención de California de apoyar la venta ambulante.
Our laws, SB 946 and SB 972, clearly show us the intent of California by supporting our street vending.
Los vendedores aportamos a la economía y somos clase trabajadora. Inmigrantes que no calificamos para ayuda del gobierno, que ganamos un promedio de 15,000 a 20,000 por año como pequeños negocios.
The street vendors, they are part of the economy, and we are also immigrants in a working class that do not qualify for the governmental assistance. And also we have about an estimate of $15,000 to $20,000 per year for our small businesses that we make.
Por eso les pido que este programa de venta ambulante sea accesible. También pido que el condado invierta tiempo y recursos, que se tomen tiempo para educar a los agentes encargados de hacer cumplir las leyes y a los investigadores de salud pública.
This is why I ask that this street vending program be accessible. Also, I ask the county to invest in resources to take the time to educate and inform all of the street vendors and also the agents that are applying these laws, as well as the food health handlers.
Soy una madre inmigrante, una madre soltera que mis hijos de 9 y 12 años dependen de mi venta.
I am an immigrant mother. I'm a single mother. My children, who are 9 and 12, depend on me.
Y que en estos momentos tengo encargado a mi niño de 12 años con problemas de asma, que me lo está cuidando una vecina.
At this time, my son, who is 12 years old and suffers from asthma, one of my neighbors is taking care of him.
Por eso estoy aquí para alzar mi voz y espero que sea escuchada. Muchas
This is why
gracias.
I'm here to raise my voice, and I hope you hear me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony DeMarco with the Whittier Boulevard Merchant Association of East Los Angeles. I was here in December and spoke. Many of the items already have been said, but I want to touch upon a couple of them. I've submitted a few amendments, documents to the portal, met with Kelly, our organization met with Kelly, and I'd just like to say none of our amendments were even considered. Maybe they were considered, but they didn't find it in this new draft, which is concerning. The number one is the enforcement. And I know that Supervisor Solis started the conversation. Supervisor Barger, you continued it. Supervisor Mitchell. That is the key. Okay, that is the key. And your questions are we've been asking these questions for years. I've been sending pictures for years about the pop-ups. It's not so much the push carts, it's the pop-ups. But without having a rigorous, effective enforcement, nothing's gonna happen. You're gonna have another set of, it's kind of like marijuana dispensary. I said this in December. You're gonna have the legal and the non-legal. Okay, it's very expensive for the non-legal to enforce that. So there was a report back last year. Mr. Torres spoke of it. It's going to cost some money to do, but you have to have it. You cannot put together this brand new ordinance and not have ample enforcement. I also want to add that the DEO removed secondhand goods. I'm a licensed secondhand dealer, okay? You have to have a state license, okay, to buy and sell secondhand goods. That must be in the definition, at least the definition of merchandise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Arthur Munoz. Could I get my minutes set up there? Hi, my name is Arthur Fred Munoz. I'd like to thank you for your time in advance. And I would like to give condolences to the families of George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery. I would like to point out that in 1966, my father, Jesus Arthur Munoz, had bravely and nobly sacrificed his life in the Vietnam War. My father was a 25-year-old Army Ranger, Staff Sergeant.
If you'd like to provide general public comment, that will happen at the end of the meeting. Right now, we're talking about the vending ordinances.
Oh, I thought I'm the
before
last
us.
person.
No, no, I'm so sorry. We have more speakers on this item.
Okay, I'll wait to the end, I guess.
Okay, thank you very much. I know there are a lot of speakers. We'll now go to callers in the queue.
Moderator, can you please open up the lines for the last two speakers in the queue?
Okay, one moment, please. We're going to be going to Veronica Jones. One moment while we find her line. Ms.
Hi.
Jones, your line is open. Go ahead, please.
Yes. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go
Hello?
ahead.
Okay. I just want to first say thank you to the Board of Supervisors, and I think they're awesome, and thank the staff for working on this regulation. It's important to support local business owners who have followed the established regulations and pay the taxes and fees that allow them to be in business. The current proposed regulation for sidewalk vendors pop-ups in unincorporated areas does not go far enough. It needs to ensure that sidewalk vendors do not set up in front of established businesses without permission and do not disturb the daily activities of neighborhoods. Like brick and mortar businesses, sidewalk vendors should be held accountable for following regulations. Our sheriffs, public health, and other regulatory agencies should have the necessary tools to enforce the regulation, and there should be strict consequences for vendors who do not comply. Moreover, employees of sidewalk vendors should be paid at least minimum wage and must follow established health regulations. This is critical for the well-being of both the employees and the customers they serve. We need regulations that work for both established hardworking businesses and hardworking sidewalk vendors. Unfortunately, the current regulation falls short of achieving these goals. The rules must ensure that everyone, vendors and business, brick and mortar businesses, are treated fairly and equally. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker, one moment, please, is Sylvia Vega. You may begin.
My name is Sylvia Correa Vega, and I'm a council member of the Altadena Town Council. I agree with Supervisor Solis that street vendors are part of the fabric of Los Angeles. My grandfather had a cart and roasted peanuts back in the 1950s. I am a minority small business owner, and I appreciate what the county is doing to support street vendors. What I'm upset about is a lack of enforcement for vendors who continue to serve and cook with non-compliant carts. Altadena has several non-compliant taco carts. We've had dozens of constituents speak at multiple town council meetings, complaining these vendors are dumping grease, have loud music, blocking sideways, trash, etc. The biggest loophole is there are no consequences for vendors who have non-compliant carts. Having food confiscated isn't enough. They are back the same night. We had James Dragon, a branch manager of public health, share at our town council meetings that these taco-type carts serving Altadena are non-compliant carts. If there are no consequences beyond the confiscation of food and these vendors just continue to serve weekend after weekend, there is no change where there's no action. And action needs to be taken to remove these vendors with non-compliant carts. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in the queue?
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
And I'm confirming there are no other speakers in the room on this item. Okay, then it would be appropriate to close the public hearing for items 3 and 4 and vote on each item. Item 3 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Abstain.
Supervisor Barger? Abstain. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Item 4 is, if you could please hold your applause, thank you. Item 4 is now before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 4 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Abstain.
Abstain. Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of comment. Thank you for getting through it. We're now going to move on to our next item. If you choose to depart, please do so quietly. Thank you. We'll move now to item 5. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Thank you. Item 5 is a hearing on adoption of a resolution acting as the governing body of the Consolidated Fire Protection District to increase the 2023 developer fee program rates for Area of Benefit 1 in the Malibu-Santa Monica Mountains, City of Calabasas, Area of Benefit 2 in the Santa Clarita Valley, and Area of Benefit 3 in the Antelope Valley. No departmental statement was submitted and no correspondence was received.
Are there any supervisors that would like to make remarks? Seeing none, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Madam Chair, at this time, there are no remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, thank you very much. It would be appropriate to close the public hearing and vote on this item. Item 5 is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 5 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We will now move on to item 7. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 7 is a hearing on project number 2020-000612 to approve the East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan. A departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
Amy Bodek, Director of Regional Planning, is available to make a presentation if we need it. We would like the presentation. Okay. Director Bodek. We will turn it to you for your presentation. Thank you. Are you ready? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much for your patience as we got set up. My name is Amy Bodak. I'm the Director of Regional Planning, and I have Connie Chung with me. She is the Deputy Director of Advanced Planning. I wanted to start because we are going to be talking today about the East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan, and it should be up on your screen. I have about 5 slides, but I wanted to first talk about why we're here today and the importance of this plan. The general plan, as you probably know ad nauseum, is our county's constitution. And the general plan requires us to have, state law requires us to have 7 specific components of the general plan that deal with things like land use, circulation, or we call it mobility, housing, which you all know, conservation, open space, and public safety, and I think one other that I'm forgetting off the top of my head. We also, as a county, have an economic development element and some other special elements. All of these guide our decision-making procedures when we look at projects or ordinances. Within that general plan, that is our, as I said, constitution for 125 unincorporated communities. We divide the county into 11 planning areas because it's really impossible for us to have a single general plan with standard policies across 125 communities. That's not right, it's not fair, it doesn't reflect the nature of those communities. So within that general plan, as I said, 11 planning areas. One of those planning areas is the East San Gabriel Valley planning area. East San Gabriel Valley represents 24 of the 125 communities. Roughly 25% of the unincorporated areas are actually contained within this East San Gabriel Valley area plan. Almost 300,000 people, within these 24 communities. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about. We are talking about how to plan for 24 communities as part of our general plan and ensure that we are consistent within our general plan with all of the elements. The land use element must be consistent with the circulation element, etc. So with that background, and I do apologize for that introduction, but I won't have to do it on item 9. This is our presentation on the East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan. As I said, 24 communities within the East San Gabriel. We are building general plan policies and programs at the local scale. These are not the same communities that you would find in the Antelope Valley Area Plan or in the Santa Monica Mountains or the North Area Plan. Very different communities, and we need our general plan to reflect those characteristics of those communities. The key driving forces and the vision within the East San Gabriel Valley is to support walkable communities, to encourage housing near transit, to direct development away from hazards and natural areas. We're not looking for a lot of change here. We're not looking for a lot of growth. The most important thing about the East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan that I could say is that we are accommodating a little bit of growth to deal with the housing element requirements, but we're really looking for how to make those communities more sustainable and how to deal with the issues that they're already facing in terms of circulation, mobility, and then how are we going to protect natural resources and make sure that we're not adding housing to areas that have natural hazards or natural resource areas. The graphic on your screen gives you an idea of how all of our community plans, our specific plans, our community standards districts, and our coastal plan all relate to the general plan. They are all subsumed by the overarching umbrella of our general plan. And every single one of our plans must be internally consistent, and that's going to be a big theme for my discussion today with Ms. Chung. So what we're asking you to do today, and it's a very long motion, is to update the general plan and incorporate some of those community plans for consistency, rescind some community plans for consistency, update our land use legend within the general plan to deal again with those inconsistencies, specifically mapping ridge lines, which is an implementation program of the general plan so that we make sure that we are constantly trying to keep up to speed. Within the zoning ordinance, we're asking you to update some zoning and land use policy maps, and part of that implements our housing element, and then add some language for the green zones ordinance that's already in place, but to help make some improvements and tweaks to the green zones. Lastly, there's a whole series of implementation ordinances. And the purpose of those implementation ordinances is twofold. One is to create some level of standardization across those 24 communities, but two, under the community standards, make sure that we recognize the unique differences within them. So we don't need or want 24 different zoning documents in the East San Gabriel. We want one consistent zoning document, but then within them have characteristics that are specific to each of those individual communities. We did focus some growth in this area because the housing element, as you all know, requires us to rezone for 90,000 housing units. And we can't do that in hazard areas or natural resource areas under the housing element state law. So that means we really have to focus our zoning and our growth on vacant lots, commercial corridors, larger lots, places that can accommodate infill development, particularly in the East San Gabriel, because there's really not a lot of open space or land there that is eligible or should be eligible for additional housing. So we added those growth criteria, and we are proposing land uses and housing that encourage transit-oriented development. And we're also encouraging and reducing land densities in those hazard and natural resource areas. Again, our land use housing element must be consistent with our housing element. And our housing element says we're not supposed to be zoning in those areas. We also are making those administrative changes, again, consistency, consistency, consistency. We did propose significant changes to our agricultural zoning due to significant community feedback on that. We stepped back and said we reversed those recommendations for a significant amount of agricultural zoning. We did a lot of on-the-ground ground truthing, if you would, of those communities. Where we did have agricultural zoning, and it is truly a subdivision neighborhood with backyard pools and standard homes, we did propose that those ag zoning designations get changed to a standard residential zone designation. Where there are agricultural uses, where there's horse keeping, where there's orchards, where there is not a traditional suburban pattern of residential, then we did suggest and are suggesting that those remain agriculturally zoned. We also did one thing that was supposed to have been done several years ago, which was to consolidate and standardize 2 existing equestrian districts. The overall boundaries and acreage of those districts don't change, but we're just merging them into a single equestrian district. We also have mapping errors. We have lots that have split zoning, which makes it really difficult for someone to come in and say, how do I develop when I don't know what the zoning is on my property? A lot of cleanup activities. Again, consistency. I'm going to talk about this later, I'm sure, so I don't need to read this slide. But I want to talk about, and I apologize for the formatting issues. We went to a new font as part of our rebranding effort, and it doesn't work well on PowerPoints, so I do apologize for that. I want to talk about how we got here. This plan has been underway for since approximately 2016, and so we are here today because it's time. We're ready for this. But we had an incredibly robust, layered approach to community participation that I wish we could do on every single plan, but we don't have 6 years to do every single plan. 107 plus community engagement meetings, postcard noticings, again and again. Our language access for this program was pretty substantial. We ended up doing translations in simplified and traditional Chinese, Spanish, Korean, and Vietnamese for certain aspects of this plan. We did collaborate with a lot of local agencies and universities. We did some training in high schools with some seniors in high school. We also worked with the Los Angeles County Department of Arts and Culture and our Library Services Department to do a public art project called A People's Map of the East San Gabriel Valley, and you have a copy of that on your desk, where we told stories and got stories told to us about what the San Gabriel Valley means to residents and how we can help retain those aspects of the unique culture of this East San Gabriel Valley. So we do feel really confident that over the past 6 years, we spent a lot of time understanding the community needs, and there were some missteps along the way. I will absolutely grant that. But I think overall we're really, really happy with the plan that we're presenting to you, and are very confident that we're moving in the right direction. This also does allow us to meet one of our implementation requirements of our housing element. And we did fund this effort partially through a grant, which expires in June of this year. So we are on the cusp of meeting our grant requirements as well. That concludes my presentation, and Ms. Chung and I are available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Do any of my colleagues have comments on this item?
Yes, I do, Madam.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you so much, Amy and Connie, for the presentation. And I just want to underscore that I really value the time and commitment that you put into this plan. And I appreciate seeing a people's map that you have shared with us. And I really want to extend my thanks, because I know this has been a very hard and arduous process, to say the least. And I think it has proven that regional planning can actually change. I mean, we have seen, I think, a significant change in the last 6 years in terms of how we really provide input to our communities, and whether sometimes we get it right or wrong, we make whatever corrective notes are necessary to see that we really capture as much input from our community. So I, first of all, want to thank you and your staff for doing that, because I know there were many meetings out in the community that weren't all that pleasant, and including meetings that my staff had as well. But we're coming to a different place now, and I think this board has all been unified around making sure that when we do our area plans, that we really do consider what safety, what is congruent with other surrounding areas, taking into consideration our community partners and residents, and also looking at the future in terms of housing applications and of course, for me, safety. And this is a very unique area. Since redistricting, this is mostly a new part of my district, is what I want to say. But I'm very familiar, having grown up in the San Gabriel Valley, the Puente Valley, and know very well Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, and know that it's beautiful, pristine in many ways. There are suburbs there. As you stated, there are 24 unincorporated communities, and they're all very distinct. And it's true. We have equestrian, we have some passive areas, and some that are very populated. And we have an influx of different communities there. It's a mixture of Latino, AAPI, traditional folks that have lived there for maybe 30, 40, 50 years. And we have a lot of people who know that for decades we've always wanted to preserve open space in this area, because that is really what it's about, I think, for many of our residents too, that they still want to have open space. We're park poor, and we continue to be park poor. But I understand too that we have to do what we need to do to increase some housing, although in a manner that is congruent to what our community wants and what we can sustain. And I know you're going to be ready to talk about any other issues that come up, but I'm really proud to represent the East San Gabriel Valley. Having been there for most of my life, I have a real pride and commitment to seeing that we continue to move forward. And I like the new tools and things that we're applying, and knowing that we have to revise this plan. It's been, what, since 1980? 1980. Some people weren't even born that are here in this, in this hall. Oh my gosh, really? But that's not to say that it's not important that we're updating that plan now to take in what our communities want. And it's about the future. So I want to just describe, if I can, what is in the area plan as I see it. The area plan does the following. It does increase housing diversity and commercial and mixed-use options along our major corridors and near transit, which is really critical because we want people to use public transit. It promotes active transportation to create safe, walkable communities. So there are areas where we have trails and hopefully more that will come into play. It focuses growth in areas with existing infrastructure and reduces land use especially in areas where they could be hazardous and also impact our scenic as well as our biological resources, given alone some of the animal and wildlife that I think is very, very important. It preserves and celebrates the cultural and historical traditions of equestrian and agricultural uses, as you said. The community engagement for the development of the area plan was comprehensive and inclusive, with participation from, I hear, as young as 8 years of age to 80 years of age, and ensured communication, as you said, that was culturally competent, given the diverse community that resides out there. As our Department of Regional Planning presented earlier, over 107 community engagement events were held, and that was a big game changer, I think, going forward with this plan. And over 50,000 postcards, notices were sent for visioning workshops to invite people to come to, and over 25,000 notifications were sent for the proposed zoning and land use changes. So basically, in my opinion, we did as much as we could and more on top of it to see that we really reached out to everybody, and that means the homeowners as well and property owners. I'm also happy to hear that you utilize Spanish, Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese press availability also to disseminate this information. It wasn't just knocking on doors and sending postcards, but we did more than that. And truly, in my opinion, this was a very inclusive approach that the county took and your departments did. So I really want to commend you for that. So with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. And I also represent small pockets that are going to be impacted on this. And the East San Gabriel Valley, I wholeheartedly agree with you. I mean, the diversity, Avocado Heights, equestrian, when you go there, I mean, it's a throwback. And so I think it's important for us to recognize the unique qualities. And I want to thank you. Consistency is something that sometimes is missing. And it's hard to explain why it can be done here and not here, even though it's the exact same set of circumstances. So I appreciate the fact that you are trying to bring things back in line. And as someone who is really pushing hard for the Gold Line and the Metrolink, and really championing we're going to get it out to Montclair. I think it's important to recognize that with the 90, did you say 90 or 91,000 units that are going to be over 90 units that are going to be required to put online in the unincorporated areas, these type of projects, I mean, looking at opportunities along transit right-of-ways is very important, and we need to work in concert with to make that happen, so I appreciate you also acknowledging that. The only one question I have is, there was a mention about due process. Can you just explain why that was not an issue here? One of the, I guess, landowners said that they did not feel that it was due process provided, and I've seen county council's response, but I just, for the record, want to clarify why you feel that we were in compliance on the due process.
Certainly. So area plans and ordinances, notification of that is very, very different than a project-based notification process. State law says if you're going to do an ordinance or a general plan update, you need to do one notice in a newspaper of general circulation 10 days in advance of a public hearing. We met that goal. We did exceed that. We actually advertised in 19 different newspapers, including the other alternative languages. We also provided specific notifications to those property owners that were going to be subject to a zone change. If you weren't subject to a zone change, you didn't need to get that newspaper, that postcard notification. So that's where the 50,000 number comes in, because we have about 280,000 people here. Not everybody was subject to that. Did we go door to door? No, we didn't go door to door to 270,000 property owners, but we did reach out to all the coordinating councils, established relationships with them, got on their mailing lists, made sure that they helped us notify people. So did we miss people? Probably. But did we comply with law? Absolutely. Did we exceed the law requirements? Yes. So I don't feel that there's due process issues. I would leave it to county council if they need to add anything.
Can you speak into the mic so everybody can hear you?
I think she's saying agreed.
Apologies for that.
I don't know what's going on
County
with the
Council
mics
agrees
today.
with everything
Okay.
Director Bodek said. Thank
All
you.
right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Agreed. Oh, no. Who wasn't born before 1980? I want to know. Oh, our chair. That ain't right. Just saying. Yeah, I know, right? No, we love that. We love that. We think it's very exciting that you're the youngest chair that this Board of Supervisors has ever had, and you represent that age group well. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to lend my support today for this East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan that was submitted by staff, and appreciate the presentation, appreciate the outreach, appreciate how we've gotten to this point, and it was passed unanimously by our Planning Commission, I understand. This area plan covers a portion of the Puente Chino Hills Wildlife Corridor, which is a large open space starting west in Whittier and heading east to the Santa Ana Mountains. And it's important, I think, particularly for our native wildlife, that this corridor be sustained and protected. And I want to thank the Puente Hills Habitat Preservation Authority for paying attention to this. I believe some of them are going to be here today and speak in favor of it. And I really wanted to give a shout out to the former Whittier Mayor, Bob Henderson, who is here with us today. He's way back there, but I think he's probably going to say something. Who founded the Puente Hills Habitat Preservation Authority, has been a champion his whole life for preserving the open space. And we named a trail, which was very difficult to convince him to even agree to having a trail named for him. But I think it was 2022, we had Congresswoman Grace Napolitano and myself, and we were there to open the trail. And the headline, I think in the Whittier Daily News, said something like, you know, this trail was named for the man that spent his whole life protecting the open space. So thank you, Bob, for being here. Thank you for your advocacy. And what we're doing here today, I think, builds on the legacy that you have fought for and preserved for generations to come. So I am supportive of this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will Andrea Gullo, Arnold Sachs, Chris Yellick, Dan Silver, Daniel Garcia, David De Leon, David Smith, Liz Pellissier, Nayeli D., Randy Hoyle, Raina Schmitz, Robert Henderin, Rudy Holstein, and Samuel Vasquez, please come forward and staff will assist. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 7, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Elizabeth Reed. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Reed Wainscoat, and I am speaking on behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity in support of the East San Gabriel Area Plan update. This plan will promote walkability, increase affordable housing opportunities, and focus growth in areas with existing infrastructure and away from hazards and natural resource areas. In particular, we strongly support the necessary resource protections and rezoning for the critical Puente Chino Hills Wildlife Corridor. Life on Earth is experiencing a sixth mass extinction driven primarily by habitat loss and fragmentation. Combating this crisis requires bold action to ensure we protect our remaining natural resources. This plan would not only help wildlife, but it would be essential to building a healthy, climate-resilient future for all Angelenos. Native landscapes help us regulate our climate, purify our air and water, pollinate our crops, sequester carbon, and create healthy soil. Continued preservation will help protect native wildlife and ensure all Angelenos experience the physical and mental health benefits of a healthy environment. For all of these reasons,
Thank you.
I
Your
urge you
time
to
has
support the plan
expired.
update.
Next
Thank you.
speaker, please.
Our next participant is Aria Galvan. You may begin.
I would like to acknowledge the Chumash, Tongva, and Keech land. My name is Maria Galvan. I'm an adult student, she, her, at Mount SAC Community College. I am a committee advisory member with the Inland Equity Community Land Trust, and I am speaking as an individual. Seems like a one-size-fits-all. I would like to remind you of SB 535, disadvantaged communities, Cal EPA designated census tracts that represent 25% highest scoring census tracts affected by pollution in Cal EnviroScreen 4.0. I support only the expansion of A1 zoning and preserves agricultural zoning for more sustainable land use designation. Benefits of this zoning can provide in mitigating the exposures, adverse
Thank you. Your time has
environmental
expired.
impact,
Next
and
speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ruth Ellis Hall. You may begin.
Good afternoon, board members, Board of Supervisors. I'm calling in to support item number 7, and I live in Hacienda Heights. I strongly support the County East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan update that will guide future growth and development in the area over the next 20 years. And the oldest community plan in this area dates back to the 80s and has been underway since 2016. And also, after reviewing this plan with various land use changes, it will promote walkability, increase housing opportunities, diversity, and affordability. It will increase diverse land uses along major corridors and focus growth in areas with existing infrastructure, which is, and away from the hazards, natural resource areas, and significant ridge
Thank
lines.
you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dan Silver. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I'm Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League. This is truly a smart growth plan. Land designations have been appropriately revised to decrease density in the critical Puente Chino Hills Wildlife Corridor. This rezoning is necessary so that there is consistent treatment of significant ecological areas county-wide and to carry out general plan fire safety policies. There are complementary density increases in safe, transit-supportive locations, meeting all housing element and affordability goals. Endangered Habitats League applauds this excellent planning and urges expeditious adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Rosa Soto. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Rosa Soto. I'm a resident of Avocado Heights. I'm in support of item 7. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and the Board of Supervisors for consideration of our East Area Plan update that will guide future growth and development in my community in the near future. This plan uplifts the character of 24 unincorporated communities that have significantly changed over the past 20 years. It's important for us to have a voice, and so I've participated in many of the community engagement efforts that have allowed residents to give our priorities and wants for better land use walkability and more housing diversity and affordability, and a focus on addressing some of the hazards in the natural resource areas that we want to preserve, as well as consideration for growth opportunities. So I'm glad that this plan will bring zoning and land use into consistency with whom now resides in our neighborhoods today. So thank you so much for making our community a priority, and we ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Bobby Medina. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Bobby Medina, and I live in the Avocado Heights area. I as well support the county East San Gabriel Valley area plan update that will guide future growth and development in the area over the next 20 years. Over the past 5 years, significant community engagement met residents where they were with translation in various languages with over 100 public engagement events. And I am glad that this plan will bring zoning and land use into consistency with existing uses on the ground, and it preserves the San Gabriel Valley open spaces and agricultural traditions in designated areas. The updated plan includes an implementing ordinance that updates houses and organizes all the development standards under one chapter. I look forward to the plan adoption and implementation that will also help implement the existing environmental justice green zone program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Stephen Pritchard. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Stephen Pritchard, and I live in unincorporated Covina. I'm just calling to give my support to item number 7. I support the county East San Gabriel Valley plan update that will guide future growth over the next 20 years. And I am happy that it's going to increase housing opportunities, diversity, and affordability in my neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Elizabeth Renteria. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Renteria. I've lived in most of my life in the beautiful San Gabriel Valley and currently reside in the unincorporated Azusa East Irwindale community. I'm here to give my support to the County East San Gabriel Valley area plan, which will direct development in our area more towards vitality and health for the next 20 years. This plan will promote walkability, public transit access, enhance safety, increase green space, and improve housing opportunities. Furthermore, the updated plan enhances coordination by implementing an ordinance that updates houses and organizes all the development standards on one chapter. This plan has broad community support. There has been significant engagement with the diverse community of residents over the past 5 years. The residents want these changed. I ask for your speedy implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Adriana Quinones. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Quinones, a resident of Hacienda Heights, and I'm very involved with the different organizations within Avocado Heights, Hacienda Heights, La Puente, and North Whittier. I am not in support of this particular plan simply because there are other options. Why are we not looking at other options in order to minimize the negative impact to our communities? For example, why do we continue to ignore City of Industry? There's plenty of land there. We can accommodate new housing there. So why is everybody ignoring that fact? I would like to make sure that we keep our green spaces as it is. There's also, our community is very much involved in keeping tradition. If you continue developing that area, we will lose a lot of what makes Avocado Heights, Avocado Heights. I urge you to reconsider.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Maria Cisneros. You may begin.
Maria, are you there?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Hi, my name is Maria Cisneros. I'm a resident of unincorporated Los Angeles, which mail says La Puente. I spend a lot of time in Avocado Heights because my friends are there. And what makes Avocado Heights so unique is because it is equestrian, designated for equestrian folks to be there. It has a lively community like Avocado Park right there. And I'm just concerned for the residents because it's not there's a lot of street vending there, like a lot was spoken about. So I'm just concerned about the environmental impacts because there's a lot of youth there also, and just also want to put out there to consider also like a co-housing community. There is a TED Talk called How Co-Housing Can Make Us Happier and Live Longer, to live in communities like in their own space and then have communal spaces, but to make it 100%
Thank you. Your time has
affordable.
expired.
There's a lot
Next
of
speaker, please.
gentrification. Right.
Our next participant is Kim Yu. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, my name is Kim Yu. I am a library commissioner and live in Lower Heights. I support item 7, the County of the East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan Update. That will guide future growth and development in the area over the next 20 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We'll now go in person. Go right ahead.
Okay, I'm Daniel Garcia, and I want to know if the planning has development area for unit building that has 3 levels or more, because those are units, those are the accessible and affordable housing that you need to have for everybody. If you don't allow to have building code up to three or four more units into your planning, you will fail to meet the affordable and accessible housing. You need to have it because California law demand that the elevator should be in 3 units,
Thank you.
and more.
Thank you. Next
That's why.
speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair Harveth and board members. My name is Andrea Gello, and I'm the Executive Director of the Puente Hills Habitat Preservation Authority. In December, our Board of Directors took unanimous action to respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to support and approve the East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan that's before you today for consideration. We are a joint powers authority that manages over 3,800 acres, collectively referred to as the Puente Hills Preserve, and we are situated along and within the area plan boundaries. The area plan includes a portion of the Puente Chino Hills Wildlife Corridor. This corridor biologically connects our Puente Hills Preserve and the Chino Hills to the Santa Ana Mountains. Significant public dollars, public investment has already been made to protect this wildlife corridor over the past several years. We do support the zone change to decrease density, and we thank you and your staff's effort for putting forth this area plan.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Bob Henderson. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of Hills for Everyone, the nonprofit that's been laboring for over 4 decades to bring this concept to fruition. It is a wonderful thing to see your staff doing such a great job in designing and conforming to state law, in that they have figured out how to preserve wilderness open space, which is part of an active wildlife corridor that runs from the Cleveland National Forest down to Whittier. It is a functioning one that still brings wildlife to our areas throughout the whole area. I know that you guys have done a lot of study, as your staff has. We're very pleased with it. The East San Gabriel Valley.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time's expired. Next speaker. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Chris Yelich. I just wanted to get up and speak. I'm not in support of the plan that you're proposing today. And the reason being is there's a number of properties that are part of this plan that could be used not only for open space and trails, but also housing. And in our state, we desperately need housing. I mean, we hear the governor talking about it constantly. We hear about all the cities that aren't currently meeting their RENA numbers. One property in particular that I wanted to mention is the Era Energy property. It's 2,700 acres that sits right next to a very jobs-rich area that needs housing. And I think what makes great communities is when you can have all of those things together, which would include open space, trails, a small amount of housing, which would include both workforce and affordable housing, which I think is very important to people today. And therefore, I'm not in support of what you're doing today, and I think that needs to be studied further and look at these other pockets of properties that would be resources for housing.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair and honorable supervisors, my name is David Smith, and I'm a partner with the law firm Manat, Phelps & Phillips, and we represent Era Energy in this matter. The first action you're being asked to take is certification of a project environmental impact report. On page 3-8, that project EIR makes an unequivocal guarantee to the public, including ERA. Specifically, the EIR assures that in adoption and implementation of the area plan, there will be no change in density or allowed uses on lands such as ERAs. To quote the EIR, quote, "In these cases, these updates would not change the density or type of land use allowed, but would simply provide consistency with the general plan," unquote. The proposal before you directly violates this guarantee in both regards. The proposal results in a density reduction of 88% to the ERA property and eliminates recognition of existing energy production.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
My name is Randy Hoyle, and I am a corporate executive at Era Energy. There were many missteps. The plan before the board today downzones 88% of our 2,600 acres and was created with zero engagement or input from ERA. We believe strongly that the lack of outreach and engagement with us is in strict violation of CEQA regulations and could negatively impact the entire plan. There is no reference to altering ERA's uses in the NOP, project description, draft plan, or draft EIR. No references to modifying 33 land uses on our property. No references to reduced density by almost 90%, losing hundreds of affordable housing. We support the overall plan, but only as long as it is amended to preserve ERA's status quo zoning and land use, an easy fix. We respectfully request you to continue the item to fix these admitted missteps.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, distinguished board and Madam Chair. My name is Raina Schmitz. I have lived in the same home for almost 38 years in May, in Valinda. And I'm here to please ask everyone to please support the San Gabriel Valley area plan discussed today. And it will it's a long overdue uplifting to the characters and uniqueness of our area for all of us living in the unincorporated areas, maintaining its open spaces, increasing housing opportunities, diversity and affordability, maintaining its agriculturist and designated areas. I urge you to please support it as well and to bring us to the rest of the neighbors, to the 21st century, to retain our small neighborhoods.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Liz. Good afternoon, board. Thank you for your time. I'm here to address, there is pros and cons to everything, but I do appreciate that you are recognizing the individuality of our specific communities. I'm here in regards to our specific because we are equestrians. And some of this low affordable housing will affect the areas where we can ride because it will increase congestion, which makes it more difficult and dangerous for us to ride to our trails. You have to take into consideration a lot of these equestrians are children, their families with 5-year-old children, 10-year-old children, young adults, and seniors as well. And if you, encroaching on these areas is gonna have a deep effect on our equestrian community, which is actually also a form of exercise and interliving with each other.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Muy buenas tardes, honorables supervisores. Yo soy un jinete del Bilis. Hoy estoy aquí para compartir que nuestra comunidad está inconsciente de lo que está pasando en nuestra comunidad.
Hello, good afternoon, board. I am a horseman of the village, and today I'm here to share with you that our community is in knowledge of what is happening to our community.
Estamos viendo un proceso de desalojamiento y sucede a través de inspecciones de código y los abusos del inspector.
We are seeing many evictions, and it is happening through this code inspection and abuse of the inspectors.
Por años nos aterrorizaban y sin remedio esto sucedió hasta que las personas ya no pudieron soportar las amenazas, intimidaciones de parte del departamento.
For many years, they terrorized us, and without any solution, this happened due to those people that weren't able to support us, and they would threaten us and intimidate us from this department.
De planteamiento. Entonces, nosotros buscamos ser considerados y que nos toman en consideración simplemente porque somos inmigrantes, no significan no tenemos visión para nuestra comunidad.
And so we started to see this, and we weren't taking in consideration simply because we are immigrants. It doesn't mean that we're not to be listened to in our community.
Y que no buscamos soluciones. En mi pueblo, mis parientes lucharon con Lucio Cabañas y defensa de sus derechos para igualdad y defensa de la tierra.
And we also look for solutions. In my town, and my family members, they fought alongside Lucio Cabañas in defense of their rights for equality and in defense of the rights of their land.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm from the Unión de Ranchos, which includes Avocado Heights, Pellicier, and El Monte, South El Monte. We became involved in the zoning issues after the code enforcement concerns that we raised. And I would just want to take a moment to thank the members of the board for walking back the most egregious recommendations that were part of the initial draft. But I just recently went to the Puente Hills habitat with a group of equestrians from our community. And when we were up there, Nike Hill, it was beautiful. But to get there was extremely dangerous. And what we're seeing is that the encroachment is already there. And the specific characteristics of our community are not being considered in the ways that we would like. We know that you can walk back the bad zoning, but let's expand the good zoning. And at the end, we're motivated about concerns of displacement. And so we want to work with you guys. We want to be partners. Bring us.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Nayeli from Unión de Ranchos. And I just want to say that our communities have long suffered from a lack of investment in amenities and public works infrastructure that other affluent communities benefit from just on the other side of town. In order to view the area plan, it's required to navigate a software available digitally known as ArcGIS. Our communities consist of a large immigrant population, and the reality is that there is a large digital divide, which shows a lack of meaningful community engagement. We demand the retention of A1 agricultural zoning and the expansion of our historical equestrian districts and green spaces, while also cleaning them up. We demand similar amenities and investment in infrastructure that our affluent counterparts further west of the county get to enjoy. Had the Department of Planning consulted with us, we would simply state that if it's not broke, then don't fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name's Rudy Holstein, and I'm here to.
Can you speak right into that microphone? Thank you so much.
Yes, Rudy Holstein here. I'm here to ask respectfully for a continuation of this item, so to allow staff and Era Energy to consult and collaborate on a solution to this downzoning on probably the largest privately held property in the planning area. One size does not fit all. This property is very large. Some of it certainly are suitable and desirable for open space and preservation and public access and connectivity. But some of the areas are very degraded and flat and very usable and adjacent to existing development and utilities. There should be some way of allowing some minor development, some economic use of the property. Otherwise, some of the goals like preservation, restoration, are going to be difficult to impossible to solve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. There's a couple items wrong with this little item. First of all, it's a public hearing. How many people are in this district and how many people have shown up for this public hearing, Ms. Solis? Is there about 30,000, maybe 40,000 people that live in this district? You got maybe 20 out of 40,000? That's not a very high percentage. I would say that's almost zero. You have a GZ, minus GZ suffix to existing green zones. What is a green zone? What would you consider a green zone when you have the dirtiest air in the country in the county of Los Angeles? Or maybe you haven't seen the buses that are supposed to be America's largest clean air fleet and nobody is burning clean air. And every bus it's got an exhaust on the back. Also, the Air Quality Management District isn't involved with this. And why is the California Quality Act involved?
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you. Are there any other speakers? No? Okay. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for acknowledging me. I don't know if our Director of Regional Planning, Amy Bodek, wants to respond to just some of the questions that were raised about the land use proposal with ERA, and also if you could just give us a little background on what your interactions have been with them.
Certainly. So we understand that ERA is a large property owner above Roland Heights, excuse me. I want to start with, you mentioned a 1980 plan. I believe Supervisor Hahn mentioned the 1980 plan. That was the Roland Heights community plan. That plan did not get updated when the general plan was updated in 2015. When the general plan was updated in 2015, that plan was automatically inconsistent with the general plan and needed to be updated. Part of that update is through this East San Gabriel Valley area plan. So the ERA property has been out of compliance with the general plan since 2015. ERA submitted a development project to the County of Los Angeles somewhere around circa 2002. That plan included property on an unincorporated Diamond Bar, the Puente Hills parcel, and then some property in Orange County. That proposal was for 3,600 homes. When the Roland Heights community plan was first adopted in 1980, there was no residential contemplated on the ERA property. It was an oil extraction site, and that's what the property took into consideration, which is still an allowable land use. And it was designated for natural open space and conservation. So when the application was submitted in 2002 for 3,600 homes over 2 counties, approximately 2,900 homes, I would say, in the County of Los Angeles, that would have required a significant plan amendment. It would have required a specific plan and a rezoning. So even then, the project that they proposed acknowledged that they were inconsistent with the general plan and inconsistent with the Roland Heights community plan. Fast forward to us moving forward with this East San Gabriel Valley area plan. We, in the fall of 2019, we invited all property owners to a visioning workshop. To our knowledge, ERA did not respond or attend. But in February 2020 is our first indication that ERA attended one of our community meetings. They also withdrew their application for this 3,600 unit project in August 2020, the morning of a planning commission meeting where their project was recommended for denial. They withdrew their application in order to maintain their ability to resubmit an application. They have not resubmitted an application, so there is no active project on file, and to date, the land use that is there is oil extraction. Because they have a separate permit for oil extraction, they are allowed to continue that oil extraction activity at this time. Going back to that was August of 2020. In April of 2022, Regional Planning issued the Notice of Preparation for the CEQA document. It acknowledged that there would be changes to density. They acknowledged that there would be increases to support transit-oriented development, and it acknowledged that there would be decreases to support preservation of natural open space and hazard areas. It also talked about updating the Rowland Heights Community Plan and the Hacienda Heights Community Plan. Again, the ERA property was inconsistent with those plans and with the general plan at that time. We released the Notice of Prep, and we also released a GIS map to go along with it. The GIS map is a tool as part of the overall EIR. We also released a draft environmental impact report in February of 2023. ERA submitted comment letters on that draft letter as early as April of 2023, specifically addressing the reduction in density and demonstrating that ERA was on notice with the proposed changes. We met with ERA in May of 2023, and we had a planning commission meeting in July or August of 2023, August of 2023. At that meeting at the planning commission in August of 2023, ERA did testify. So they had all the rights that all other property owners had, and they acknowledged that they were aware of the changes that we were proposing. Having said all that, there is an avenue if they were like to develop their property, which is available to all large property owners in the county, and that is to submit an application for a plan amendment. That is what they did in 2002. That is what they can do again if they dislike the general plan or land use designation. I want to also acknowledge that their zoning, for the most part, has not changed under this new plan. The majority of their site is zoned A1. They have a couple of parcels that are zoned A2, but the majority of their site is zoned A1. So for consistency purposes, we changed the zoning on that site from A2 to A1. Their zoning has not changed. What did change was the designation in the general plan. And again, that is because the Rowland Heights Community Plan was out of or was inconsistent with the existing general plan. I'm happy to talk about the existing hazards and natural resources that are on that site if you wish for more info, but I think I'll wait for any questions you might have.
Madam Chair, I'm satisfied with the description and statements that you made thus far and giving us a history of how this all evolved. So I'm pleased with what you all have done. I know we have concerns, and moving forward, we'll kind of take it as we go. But for our purposes today, Madam Chair, I'd like to read in a motion for this item.
Is that in order, County Council?
It's adoption, actually, of
Is this, is this a new motion or adopting the motion that was proposed in the?
It's adopting the same, right?
It's a motion just to move forward the item.
It's a motion just to move the item forward.
Oh, yes, that is in order. Thank you.
Okay.
It wasn't
If
going
we're
to
just
replan, no, we're not doing that. Yeah.
Okay, you want to state something beyond what is before us?
If I can, yes, Madam Chair, that's appropriate.
Are
My
you
staff has,
introducing a new motion?
No, I'm just reiterating that we want to move this item.
Yes, that is appropriate at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, all right. So may I begin, Madam Chair?
Normally, we don't have to read in something new, so I'm just trying to understand what it is that's different from what is before us that you would like to read into the record.
My understanding is that we want to read this in so that we can codify some language that regional planning has asked us to move forward on for this plan.
County Council?
I believe the supervisor is referring to the request in the board letter, which is to adopt the CEQA recommendation as well as indicate its intent to approve the East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan.
So that's okay to read aloud in addition to her making the motion that's before us?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you very much. Supervisor Solis.
Okay, thank you. So before us, colleagues, in consideration of all the information provided with this item, the Department of Regional Planning's presentation, the board comments and questions, and all the public comments, I ask for your support on the item, and I move that 1, certify the final PEIR environmental assessment number RPPL 2022003550 for the project has been completed in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and reflects the independent judgment and analysis of the county. Find that the board has reviewed and considered the information contained in the final PEIR prior to approving the project. Adopt the mitigation monitoring program, finding that the mitigation monitoring program is adequately designed to ensure compliance with the mitigation measures during project implementation, and determine that the significant adverse effects of the project have either been reduced to an acceptable level or are outweighed by the specific overriding considerations of the project, as outlined in the environmental findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, which findings and statement are adopted and incorporated by reference. 2, indicate that intent to approve the project number 2020-000612, advance planning case number RPPL 202101347, General Plan Amendment Number RPPL 2022003554, Zone Change Number RPPL 2022003557, Ordinance Number RPPL 2022014158, and rescind the Roland Heights Community Plan and Hacienda Heights Community Plan as recommended by the Regional Planning Commission. And 3, instruct County Council to prepare the necessary and final documents of the project and bring them back to the board for their consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
The motion by Supervisor Solis is before you, related to item 7. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 9. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Executive Officer, please read in the short title.
Item 9 is a hearing on project number PRJ 2021-004165 to approve the Metro Area Plan and the associated amendments to the General Plan. A departmental statement was submitted and correspondence was received.
Amy Bodek, Director of Regional Planning, will now make a presentation. Do we need this presentation?
We do,
Okay,
actually. It'll
very
be
good.
much shorter. Thank you very much. My name is Amy Bodak, Director of Regional Planning, and I'm here with Connie Chung, Advanced Planning Deputy Director. We are here to talk to you today about the Metro Area Plan. As you know, we have 11 planning areas in our general plan, and this is one of them. This one focuses on 7 communities within the metro planning area. Those communities, so today, excuse me, is...
If you can please be quiet in the chambers, we are continuing our presentation. We just need you to keep your comments to yourself or take them outside, please. Go ahead, Director Bodick.
Thank you. Unlike the East San Gabriel Valley Area Plan, this area plan has very specific policy frameworks that are different from the East San Gabriel Valley. They celebrate unique community identities, support small businesses, provide housing opportunities.
Supervisor Hahn, if we could maybe, and Supervisor Solis, if we could take that outside, it's just distracting for the presentation that's before us. Thank you. Director Bodick.
Thank you. So I was just going over the policy framework for the Metro Area Plan where we're separating those 7 unique communities. We are introducing initiatives that would support small businesses. We are rezoning according to the housing element to support housing opportunities in areas that have accessibility and transit. We are focusing on active transportation safety and mobility, which I know is an issue in the Metro Area Plan. Certainly environmental justice is also a big issue in the Metro Area Plan. And then again, as I said earlier, we're streamlining and standardizing certain zoning regulations. So it is a little bit different from the presentation that we just provided you in the East San Gabriel Valley, but for the fact that we are providing consistency with the general plan and we are implementing housing element law. With that, I just want to point out that we did do extensive community engagement. However, I would suggest that it was not as robust as East San Gabriel because we are on a shortened time frame under state law where we will only allow 2.5 years to get this rezoning done. Within that 2.5 years, though, we did accomplish a significant amount of outreach, and that is presented to you for your information as well. Happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Amy. Thank you again, you and your staff, for working on this and bringing this forward to us today, the Metro Area Plan. Colleagues, we understand the importance of updating our area plan countywide. We just had a very thorough, I think, robust discussion about the one earlier here, but this is important too because this is now the larger county, more inclusive, and it provides for information on future growth and development over approximately 2 decades for our respective unincorporated areas, which I believe I represent the largest portion of unincorporated areas in the 1st District. And some of you already know that the Metro Area Plan has not been updated since 1980s. We don't have to keep saying that, but nonetheless, that's the case. It's very important that the county come into compliance with the state law by effectuating the zone changes that add necessary capacity noted in our housing element update, which was underscored and discussed many, many times on this board. Also, the map, like each of our area plans through extensive community engagement, uplift and reflect the character and uniqueness of each of our unincorporated communities, like East Los Angeles, part of the 7 communities included in this area plan. The map includes area and community-specific goals and policies related to land use, mobility, historic preservation, economic development, which builds on the general plan goals and policies. And I'm glad to hear that significant community engagement with diverse sectors was held, including translation services in various languages with over 60 public engagement events. This plan with various land use and zone changes and updated goals and policy promotes walkability, increasing housing opportunities, diversity, affordability by requiring housing developments on certain parcels to provide an affordable housing set aside per state law. And it addresses ongoing stakeholder concerns, including environmental justice, support of local and small businesses, specifically through accessory commercial units, non-conforming commercial, shared kitchens, and regulating schools. And it increases diverse land uses along major corridors and focused growth in areas with existing infrastructure. As a component of the general plan, the map is required to be consistent and work in conjunction with other components, including the mobility element. For example, our East LA step-by-step pedestrian plan recently adopted by this board. And it also includes area and community-specific policies related to mobility and pedestrian safety. And I'm glad that the plan will bring zoning and land use into consistency with existing uses on the ground. The updated plan includes implementing an ordinance that updates houses and organizes all the specific development standards under one chapter. Also important is that the plan adoption enlists future critical work in the plan's implementation, such as work that further implements the existing environmental justice and green zone programs, comprehensive update to the 3rd Street specific plan, and establishing a legacy business program, and provide for capital improvement plan to address infrastructure needs. Updating the county's approach to industrial zoning through further studying and community engagement is very critical. With that, members, I strongly support this item and ask my colleagues to vote aye. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you so much, and I'd also like to thank Regional Planning for your extensive outreach. That's something that's very important to me, given the district I represent, and for setting up the additional meetings with constituents around the development of the plan. In particular, I want to acknowledge your thoughtfulness in creating a program that will allow deeper stakeholder engagement to create industrial zoning and policies for our unincorporated communities, including in this plan. I'm confident that over the next 5 years, we can develop zoning that strikes a balance between supporting economic development and improving environmental health for residents in the unincorporated communities that I represent. I've committed myself and my team to engage with SD2 stakeholders to help inform them of my position on future zoning or policy around industrial land use and zoning. The draft metro area plan will help guide development and growth in the following 7 unincorporated areas over the next 15 years, including 5 that I represent: East Rancho, Dominguez, Florence Firestone, West Athens, Westmont, West Rancho, Dominguez, Victoria, and Willowbrook. Through the establishment of the plan, 848 properties will be rezoned across both SD1 and SD2 to increase the land use capacity to over 17,000 units of housing. New development on these parcels will include affordable housing as required by both state and local law. This plan also encourages new mixed-use development and the creation of new accessory commercial uses in residential neighborhoods that would allow residents to walk or bike to their corner store, barber shop, or cafe. This kind of community design provides for neighborhood-level retail, leading to a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions produced by driving, and it also helps us to live a more healthy, active lifestyle. So it's critical that other departments, especially those uplifted in the metro area plan, review their strategic plans and projections to align with this work, including the increase in capacity for infrastructure, including items like sewage and streets, as well as community services such as economic development programs, parks, and libraries. So I'm encouraged by the future community development and vision of wellness through physical environment that this plan puts forth. So thank you, and I'll also be asking my colleagues to support today's plan.
Okay. Seeing no other supervisors in the queue, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Well, Alexander Dobbs, Jacob Murakami, Monica Mejia, Martha Franco, Lisa Velasquez, Arnold Sachs, Daniel Garcia, Gerald Volumino, Raimundo Gonzalez, Samuel Rose, Shakut Ali, and Stephen Hollis. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 9, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Laura Garcia. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Laura. I'm with Communities for a Better Environment.
CBE remains concerned that the metro area plan is not being properly informed by the impacted community residents. We urge the county to hold off on a vote at this point, and we would appreciate further conversation, particularly with community groups working in Walnut Park and Florence Firestone. We understand that the county's priority is to have rezoning, but in the spirit of environmental justice, we hope that more community input and information sharing can occur first. First of all, we remain concerned that the map does not achieve separation of industrial use areas from residential areas or effective buffer zones of 1,000 feet minimum. We're concerned about the intensified development and degradation of air quality. It is inconsistent with the County Green Zones Ordinance. We believe that our members believe that housing stability is a huge concern, and the map lacks strong inclusionary and anti-displacement policies. And also Florence Firestone and Walnut Park is park poor, and so we do also believe that the map is not currently
Thank you. Your time is
in alliance with the
expired.
general
Next speaker,
plan.
please.
Our next participant is Sebastian Wins. You may begin.
Hi, I'm just calling to let you know that I am in support of item 9. I like the commercial development for residential areas, and I am in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Miran Tormanjan. You may begin.
Madam Chair and Honorable Supervisors, on behalf of NAIOP SoCal and its over 1,300 members, we respectfully oppose the Metro Area Plan project in its current form. NAIOP SoCal is the leading nonprofit organization for developers, owners, investors, and brokers of industrial, office, retail, and mixed-use real estate across Southern California. NAIOP SoCal represents dozens of long-term industrial property owners who serve as stakeholders in the 7 unincorporated areas of the MAP project. We thank the County Department of Regional Planning staff for engaging with us and for its attention over the past year to the concerns of owners and operators of industrial facilities over proposed changes to existing industrial zones in the MAP's unincorporated areas. We remain opposed to significant changes to existing industrial zones and land uses until the county produces an economic impact study on the viability of the proposed zone changes. NAIOP SoCal and our member companies are committed to continue working collaboratively with staff on land use and zoning solutions that benefit all stakeholders impacted by the MAP
Thank
project.
you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ben Belzer. You may begin.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Ben Belzer. I'm the president and CEO of TCI Precision Metals. We're a family-owned manufacturer with 75 employees, and we're in the West Rancho Dominguez Victoria District. We've been operating in the area for more than 68 years. I'm deeply concerned about the proposed downzoning in LA County's Metro Area Plan. Under this plan, it's a potential 5-year study and ultimate rezoning of our property to M0.5 artisan production. This change poses a significant threat to ours and hundreds of other businesses, threatening literally thousands of jobs. The new zone does not appear to accommodate our machining business and our own 75 skilled employees who are local to the area. We urge you to reconsider the rezoning and instead consider some overlay that can allow thriving businesses like ours to continue to support the local community and economy while still trying to reach your goals of new development in the area. We take pride in being an exemplary steward of our community and the environment and would welcome county representatives to visit us at any time.
Thank you. Your time has
And I
expired.
thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sonia Ramon. You may begin.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sonia, lead of Community Cleanups in City Terrace, the north side of East LA, and I'm a member of Vision City Terrace. MAP seems to be like a good intention, but yet it's still not clear. A lot of the language is not friendly for those residents, and also the lack of participation with residents that don't have social media, that don't have that access to get to these meetings. I really encourage board to really make sure that everyone is notified in this situation within 2,000 feet of the industrial areas. We want our zoning to be healthy for all communities involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll go to speakers in the chambers. Go ahead.
I'm Ben Garcia, and I want to empezar a decir that I'm assuming that you must know, independent, that how many affordable housing are they allocated in the planning? Okay, and not the affordable housing, accessible housing. Okay, I want to know how many affordable and accessible housing, according to the ADA, must have to make it equalizing and to be prepared for the future, because there's not ask me the senior citizen as well. So please be aware of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Lisa Velasquez, and I work with National Core, who manages affordable housing in East LA. And I am here to let you know that we are in support for the county metro area updates. This plan, we support the county metro area plan updates that will guide future growth and development in the area over the next 15 years. We all know that the oldest community plan dates back to 1980, as many of us has mentioned today. This plan, with various land use changes and updated goals and policies, will promote workability, increased housing opportunities, diversity, and affordability by requiring housing developers on certain parcels to provide an affordable housing set aside per state law. Address ongoing stakeholder concerns, including environmental justice concerns, support for local and small businesses, and regulating schools. Increase diverse land uses along major corridors and focus growth in the areas with existing infrastructure.
Thank you.
We do.
Thank you.
Support.
Your time is expired.
Thank
Next
you.
speaker, please. Go ahead, sir.
First of all, I'd like to know why all the people with the food carts got 2 minutes for comments and we only get 1. My name is Gerald Vallamino. I am a property owner within the Florence Firestone area with property adjacent to the Alameda corridor. Your program is going to reduce my zoning so that my property value will drop by 50 to 75%. I own a flat piece of asphalt with no improvements on it. There's nothing I can do with it other than its current use. And I would like to know if the board here, how they would feel if some board came in and decided to rezone your residential property so that your property values on your homes fell by 50 to 75% without any compensation. There is the principle of eminent domain where the person that's doing the taking buys the property. In this case, you don't have to buy the property, but what you are doing is stealing the value of the property from those property owners. And anybody listening to this, please contact me.
Thank you, sir. And the reason they got 2 minutes is because we held 2 public hearings together, so there was 1 minute per item. That's why. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for letting me share this with you. Definition of a logistics, the detailed coordination of complex operations involving many people, facilities, or supplies. I have a property that is on the Alameda corridor, right off of Alameda. Now, I don't know if you people know that the Alameda corridor is a transportation corridor. It has the rail going down Alameda with diesel trucks that are picking up containers at the harbor and bringing it into town to be transported by rail. And this is an industrial area, and it's called Walnut Park. This is where my facility is located. And we've been there since the 60s doing transportation. And rather than having the transportation coming in from the Inland Empire, we need transportation facilities in LA, in places where it can be utilized. Because goods, services need to be here.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marta Franco y yo soy madre soltera. Y yo estoy de acuerdo en que se hagan más viviendas asequibles porque hay muchas más personas de muchos más bajos recursos que yo. Ayúdenlos, por favor.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Marta Franco, and I am a single mother. I am in agreement that we have more affordable housing because there are more people that have lower income than I do, and they need help. Please help them.
Mi experiencia es que mi hijo y yo estábamos solos en este país y en un momento llegamos a vivir en espacios pequeños, por no decir en la calle. Y gracias a ILAC, ahora estamos en una vivienda en donde mi hijo y yo no nos mojamos y tenemos todos los servicios. Les agradezco a las personas para que les agradezco a todas las personas que hagan posible estas viviendas para las demás.
My experience is that my son and myself, it's just us. We don't have anyone else. And we've lived in small spaces, not to say we've lived almost in the streets. And I am grateful now to ELAC because now we have a place to live and we are not outside getting wet. And I am grateful to everyone else who has supported and provides these services for these affordable housings for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Monica Mejia. I'm the president of the East LA Community Corporation. We're an affordable housing provider and we work in the East LA area. I'm very grateful that the staff and the community has all come together with you guys as supervisors to put forth a plan that provides affordable housing and that complies with the RENA goals that we are obligated to comply with. And I'm really glad that we're satisfying those housing requirements. I loved a couple other things in the plan that I thought were really cool. I love the freeway caps. I think that would be awesome. I'm glad we put it in writing. I love the legacy businesses. I love the plans for street vendors, the accessory commercial units, the mobile food vending, and support for acutely low-income households. Thank you guys so much for always paying attention to the needs of low-income people.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Hollis. I represent Centerpoint Properties. We own 3 buildings that will be rezoned. I understand what the county's trying to do is create more housing, but it's at the expense of the industrial buildings. I represent not only the building owners, but the people that work in those buildings. These are your constituents as well. You know, these are hardworking members of the community. You're going to zone them out. This will become residential in the future. You're going to put them on the freeways. You're going to put them in trucks moving east. It just moves the problem around. We're just pushing the issues around. We understand we've been here for years. These are older buildings or smaller buildings, and this is an important part of the community as well. And I just hope you realize that before you just push us out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. Another load of crap from the Board of Supervisors. I'm trying to figure out why you're doing a metro area plan at the board and not at metro headquarters. You have in the first paragraph 7 unincorporated communities within the metro planning area. In the second paragraph, you're rescinding 4 community plans. So what about the other 3 plans? How many people do you plan on putting on the street? For what purpose? This is an investment for the people who work at Metro? Do they work at Metropolitan Transportation Association or do they work at the corporation? Which is it for? And why are you doing this? What is going to happen? You have more homeless people all the time. You're not creating new homes for the homeless people. You're taking people out of their homes that they've lived in for 30, 40 years. Where are the people for the hearing? You have 7 districts here, but you have nobody here for the hearing. What kind of information are you giving out to the public?
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you. And for clarity, this isn't referring to Metro as an MTA. This is referring, it's short for Metropolitan. So just for clarity for that speaker. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. I'm sorry the members of the public who raised the issue left because I was going to ask Ms. Bodek to clarify the action in this plan for the industrial zones. And if they are within the sound of my voice out in the foyer, they might want to come back so they can hear the clarification.
I appreciate the question. I think it's also important for the administrative record to answer that question. I am actually going to ask Ms. Chung to give us some details, but the short answer is, and she'll go into more details, I'll probably steal her thunder, the industrial areas are not shrinking. She'll go into the details.
So in an early version of the draft, we did develop draft industrial zones to address a number of issues, including just changing technology. We know that life sciences is a really important use in the county. And at the exploratory stage, we did come up with new zones. However, there were still a lot of questions that needed to be answered, a lot of concerns about the implications of the rezoning. And I think we listened and we reworked that to turn it into an implementation program that will study the feasibility of looking at our industrial zoning strategy. And we do want to make it a very inclusive process. We know that there are lots of stakeholders when it comes to industrial zoning, from the residents who live next to those areas, as well as the operators and property owners. At the time that we came up with those zones, there was no Department of Economic Opportunity. So again, there is an opportunity to work with DEO to look at our industrial zoning strategy from different angles and to make sure that it's consistent with the county's overall economic development strategy. So it is a program that is being deferred for future, as a future project.
Thank you so much for the clarification.
Thank you. Item 9 is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 9 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Given the time and the volume of the next 2 items, as well as the number of speakers, we're going to continue item 12. We will take it at the top of our meeting next Tuesday, February 6th. So if you are here for item 12, we're going to continue that to next Tuesday. We'll now return to item 2, hearing on annexation and levying of assessments for county lighting districts in the unincorporated area of Azusa. Executive Officer, please report on the ballot tabulation results.
Madam Chair and members of the board, after tabulating the ballots, a determination has been made that no majority protest exists against the proposed annexation and levying of annual assessments of petition number 56-1017 within the unincorporated area of Azusa to County Lighting Maintenance District 1687 and County Lighting District Landscaping and Lighting Act-1 unincorporated zone. As a result, it would be appropriate for the board to adopt the resolution ordering annexation and levying of assessments and the joint resolutions approving and accepting the negotiated exchange of property tax revenues resulting from the annexation of subdivision territory to County Lighting Maintenance District 1687 for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Item 2 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 2 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Item 2 carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to the combined items 10 and 11, report on compliance with the Rosas Agreement, as well as a report on the status of the closure of Men's Central Jail. Members of the public will be given 2 minutes to comment on both items. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. We have a number of directors from various departments here to make the presentation. And so we will start, I believe, with Assistant Sheriff Sergio Aloma from the Sheriff's Department on item 10, followed by a presentation from Judge Songhai Armstead, Director of Justice, Care and Opportunities, who will make a presentation. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. Thank you for having me here today. to present on the ROSIS compliance plan and implementation plan and the department's compliance. As you know, the ROSIS settlement agreement provision 1.4 requires the department to report to the board biannually, and so that's why we're here today. We will be reporting on the implementation plan, the status of compliance, training on use of force policy, use of force statistics and trends, department use of force policy violations, and inmate grievances. And just as a note, we will be doing a comparison of 2021 and 2022. The 12th report by the panel covers the last 6 months of 2022. Just some background on the ROSIS settlement agreement. As you know, ROSIS is a federal class action lawsuit alleging a pattern of excessive force in our downtown jail facilities. That includes Men's Central Jail, Twin Towers Correctional Facility, and the Inmate Reception Center. The settlement agreement was initially approved by the court in 2015. The department began assessing compliance with the settlement agreement effective July of 2018. We have provisions which are grouped into 7 categories, and there are 104 provisions in a settlement agreement. And those categories, the 7 categories of which I just spoke, are administrative, use of force, training, force reporting and force investigations, grievances, restraint, and the early warning system. In addition to the 104 provisions, there are a total of 402 compliance measures. Today, I just wanted to share some of the mitigation and quality improvement efforts that the department has engaged in since the settlement agreement, and those things that we are currently employing today in custody division. We have weekly meetings with our custody division chiefs where we have a comprehensive review of use of force incidents. Those meetings include members of county council and staff from the OIG, where our chiefs are able to see use of force incidents via CCTV, usually days after they occur, so that they can provide input and assess those uses of force shortly after they happen, but before the investigations are completed. We also, about 3 years ago, implemented a custody division tracker to track head strike incidents. As you've been aware, the use of force specifically related to head strikes have been a concern. So we started to track those real time so that we can look at trends, any increases or decreases in those particular uses of force, so that we can guide both our personnel as it relates to their training and education, as well as our line supervisors and executive staff in mitigating those uses of force. Currently, we also have in development an e-force program. It's a web-based portal designed to track all uses of force. This allows us to track use of force packets from the time that the incident occurs through the review and approval process, and it also allows us to get the panel these use of force packets in a more timely manner for their review as well. We've also initiated a limitations on force directive, which was published in February of 2023. And we are actually also in the process of finalizing a revised directive, which will give our personnel and our supervisors more clear direction on our limitations of force directive, which cover head strikes and use of force against restrained inmates. Late last year, 2023, we also implemented a custody force investigations team. This was created in August. It included 4 sergeants, and then earlier this month, we added an additional 4 sergeants for a total of 8. These sergeants are hand-selected and specially trained in use of force investigations, and they'll be taking over all Category 2 uses of force in custody division moving forward. We hope that that will allow our current line supervisors more time to be out on the floor engaging with our personnel and with our inmate population in managing their floors and their areas, so that this team will take investigations from them. And we think this will add both quality to those use of force investigations. The next slide gives you an update on our training related to the use of force. So it's broken down into a number of categories there. Custody Division's force policy, our force policy refresher, our ethics training refresher, divert training, which is our de-escalation training. It's de-escalation and verbal resolution training, which we provide all custody personnel. As you can see in the column to your far right, we are in substantial compliance in all of the training categories, well over 90%. And then the next slide, we'll get into our administrative investigations. Now, this particular slide depicts administrative investigations initiated for both sworn and non-sworn employees and both on and off duty. So the number, as you can see, there was an increase from 110 to 144. That's about a 30% increase from 2021 to 2022. And then the next slide breaks down specifically administrative investigations where there's violations of the use of force policy in Custody Division at the downtown jail facilities. And as you can see from this slide, our cases from 2021 to 2022 increased from 14 to 26. 24 of the cases were found to be in violation of our use of force policies, and 2 of the cases are still pending investigation. The next slide gets into our overall use of force statistics for Custody Division in our downtown jail complex. So again, we compared 2021 to 2022. We noted that from the year 2022 compared to 2021, there was a decrease of 18.12%. So just over 18% reduction in the use of force in our jails. Now, one of the things that we look at and as it relates to fluctuations in use of force, whether up or down, is also our average daily inmate population. And as you know, over the last 3 years and post-COVID, our inmate population has been decreasing year in and year out. So we looked at that as it relates to this decrease in the use of force, and what we noted was there was a 5.2% decline in our inmate population during the state range. This next slide depicts our Category 1 uses of force in our downtown jail complex. Again, we noted a decrease of just over 12%. And just to clarify, Category 1 is our lowest level of use of force. That is typically, generally, a use of force where there is no injury or complaint of pain. It could be things such as a unresisted handcuff, or resisted handcuffing, use of pepper spray, control holds, things such as that. The next category is Category 2 use of force. We again saw a decrease from 2021 to 2022 of about nearly 37%, 36.9. Category 2s are more serious uses of force where they involve complaints of pain or visible injuries. Those are typically where the head strikes that I mentioned earlier are listed. And then lastly, our Category 3, that's our most serious use of force. And comparing 2021 to 2022, we saw an increase from 5 to 9. And I want to note that all Category 3 uses of force, not only in Custody Division, but for the department, are investigated by Internal Affairs Bureau. And then the next slide is a status of compliance with the panel's published reports. And this compares the 11th report to the current 12th report. And so as you see there, it's broken down into the 7 categories, which I mentioned earlier: the administrative use of force, training, force reporting and investigations, grievances and restraints, and early warning system. And there's, again, 104 provisions. We were in compliance with 79 of the provisions, out of compliance or non-compliant in 21. We have 0 that are pending and 4 that were non-applicable. And then this next slide is to show you the status of our compliance over the time range of the settlement agreement. So it shows provisions reaching 24 plus months that are in compliance. So again, it's the 7 categories. We show that of the total 104 provisions, we've been in compliance with 62 for 24 months. Then it shows those that are in compliance for 24 plus months, and then 12 plus months, and then those that are in progress are in gray. So again, about 62 that have been in compliance for 21 months or more, or 24 months or more. And that's based on the 12th report. Then we included a slide on inmate grievances and the basin facilities. And that just shows a side-by-side comparison of 2021 to 2022. General grievances, complaints against staff, and iPad requests. Now, notably on iPad requests, we saw a significant decrease from 2021 to 2022. One of the reasons for that is the iPads were purchased in 2014, about 400 plus of them. And as you know, I don't think anyone in the room has an iPad that dates back to 2014. So they tend to end of service for those things. They burn out, the batteries, et cetera. And it was a one-time purchase, and we have not purchased new ones. So we're down to about 100 that are actively out in our facilities. The next slide is our basin facilities. Again, the top 5 grievances filed by category. Again, that gives you a list of the top 5 comparing 2021 to 2022. Living conditions was number 1. Service-related and procedural grievances were number 2. That could be anything from service-related procedural could be anything from education to medical appointments, the money on their books, questions they have regarding their sentences and things such as that. Again, we have 3 is mail, staff complaints, and then property is number 5. And that concludes the ROSA's presentation.
Thank you very much. I will also note the monitors on the ROSA settlement are in the audience. They're willing to respond to us, or they're here with us. They're willing to respond to us if we have any questions. This presentation is required reporting as part of the settlement. Our next presentation will be for clarity of direction and next steps on jail closure. Given that there may be some direction that applies to both, that's why we're holding them together. So we're going to take the next presentation first, then we'll hear from the supervisors, and then go to public comment, just so we know the order of things. Judge, I turn it to you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak before you. This presentation will focus on key data points regarding the jail population, what's needed to continue to depopulate the jail, and a possible solution for a 5-year plan towards closure, and next steps for tackling jail closure. As you all know, tackling jail depopulation and closure is really also tackling some of the most difficult societal challenges, including serving those who are unhoused, those who struggle with mental health, substance use disorder, systemic racism, public safety, and also poverty. Tackling jail closure really takes tons of stakeholders, some of which the county has influence over and control over, which are all the different departments here, including justice, health, other key stakeholders. There are tons of non-county stakeholders that are also key to reducing the populations and closing the jail, including the Superior Court, local law enforcement agencies, city attorneys' agencies, number of community partners and state agencies. And then there are a lot of legislative changes that would also need to happen in the long run. Next slide. There are essentially 3 key components to reducing the population and ultimately closing the jail as directed by the Board of Supervisors. The first would be expediting the criminal case processing, and that would help reduce the length of stay for those who are in custody. The next area would be expanding both secured and unsecured beds and tracking the turnover and utilization rate. And then the final one would be remodeling and updating space in an existing facility to accommodate all those that are in the special populations and single cells within MCJ as directed by the board without a new facility. We would have to safely depopulate the jail to reduce the numbers down to 7,169, and it would have to stay there to safely depopulate the jail. The county's made lots of great progress. If you look at the chart here, you can see that between 2013 down to 2023, there's been a significant drop in the population of those who are actually, based on the daily population averages of those who are in the county jail. The largest drop, of course, is noted due to COVID and the changes to the bail schedule around that period. So you can see the drop from the average of almost 19,000 down to about 13,000. And when we look at the jail population breakdown, there are going to be moments in time, as you know, the populations change on a daily basis. So we can see that there are about 15.76% are sentenced. We have another 5.49% that are waiting transfer to state prison. We have just about 1.5% who are there for parole revocation. We have 1.17% waiting to go to state hospitals. And then we have those about 23% who are there who've had one case resolved but are waiting for remaining cases. And we can see that the bulk of the population is really there for pretrial. That's 52.73%. We also note from this slide that more than half of the population that's housed within the county jail are receiving mental health services as well. Next slide. And when we look at who the population that's in the jail, we see that 89% are there for felony charges. The remainder are there for misdemeanor charges. And within that population, there is about 57.5% are there for serious or violent charges. And 5.6% are there for misdemeanor charges, quite often having more than one case is why they're still in case, or they have several failures to appear. And then we have the 31.5% that are there for non-violent felonies. And tackling what we can do in the pretrial space with the data received from the sheriff and our consultant, we've broken down who actually is there for pretrial. So in previous presentations and looking at the data, the population has shifted quite a bit from what we saw previously in previous analysis. So right now in the pretrial space, we have 24.3% of those in pretrial are there for murder-related charges. Another 15.3% is there for assault and battery, 9.9% for robbery, and so forth. In the categories of serious or violent charges, it's about 65.2% of those who are in the pretrial space. We have 4.1% are there for misdemeanor charges. We have 8.4% for other, that's all kinds of things, those returning from state hospitals and other charges like that, cases like that. And then 22.3% are there for non-violent felonies. We also see that their average person is there for about 1.5 cases, which means that they have more than one case that's holding them in custody. Next slide. This slide is a great way to show how really the biggest and the most significant impact we've had has really been based on the bail schedules, which of course we have no control over, and that's been dictated by the court, but that has really been where we've seen the greatest drops in population. So we see the comparison of May through December for both 2022 and then May through December for 2023. And we see the decrease in the population there for jail bookings. We've also done a lot of great work about transferring those folks from county jail into state prison, those who are awaiting a transfer. From March of 2022 to January of 2024, there's been a 59.18% reduction of those who are awaiting transfer to state prison. And then for state hospitals from the same period, it's been a 71.74% reduction waiting for transfers to state hospitals. Just sort of framing what we've learned so far, we know that 53% of those who are currently in the county jail and MCJ are receiving services for mental health conditions. We see that 60% are in custody for serious or violent offenses. 52% of the population there for pretrial. Of that, 65% are being detained for serious or violent charges. We also see that the greatest reduction, once again, is for the emergency bail schedule and the current PARP bail schedule, and that for further depopulation, we are going to need to address those with high needs and more folks with serious or violent charges to really have a greater impact. So we have done a lot of work. This JSIT was transferred with the launch of JCOD about 13 months ago, and we've done a lot of work to try to figure out who's in the jail and what's a strategy forward. And one of the greatest things that we've done is that we've created a tool to be able to sort of measure sort of the inflow and outflow. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Franklin Sierra from our team to describe the tool.
Thank you, Judge Armstead. Good afternoon, supervisors. The previous slides tell us a lot about the current population of individuals within the jail, but it's important to note that in practice, the jail population is highly dynamic. While there are just over 12,000 individuals in the jail currently, nearly 60,000 individuals flow through the jail on an annual basis. And it's really those 60,000 individuals who we need to focus on to better understand what it will take to safely depopulate the jails and close Men's Central Jail without building a replacement facility as the board has directed. As noted in this diagram, new individuals enter the jail every day, and individuals also exit the jail every day through regular jail releases. There are actions that help reduce the flow of individuals into the jail, such as the emergency bail schedule and more recently the court's pre-arraignment release protocols, or PARP. And there are actions that help increase the flow of individuals out of the jail, such as the expedited transfers to state prison and state hospitals that we noted previously. Any actions that reduce the average length of stay in the jail also help increase the flow of individuals out of it. Community non-carceral beds for depopulation accomplish this by facilitating the release or transfer of individuals from custody to a bed more quickly than they would otherwise be released by normal processes. The fact that our jail population is close to 12,000 individuals today is really a testament to the success that we've had at safely reducing that flow of individuals into it and increasing the flow of individuals out of it. In the last few months, we've been able to finalize a model or a tool, as Judge Armstead mentioned, based on this flow of individuals in and out of the jail that has now given us our best understanding to date of the magnitude of effort which will be required to accomplish the board's goal to safely depopulate and close Men's Central Jail without building a replacement facility. With that, I'll pass it back to Judge Armstead.
So we have been asked to come up with a plan to close Men's Central Jail without a replacement facility by the Board of Supervisors. And so with that, we've compiled all the data that we have access to at this time and come up with a strategy to close the jail within 5 years. So what that would look like, in order for this to work, all of these things need to be aligned at the exact same time, and they all have to actually happen. So let me start with that preference. They have to be funded and staffed, and everything has to align. So in this world, what would need to happen is that the county, and there's some things that we have control over and some things that we have influence over. And there's some things that we may have some control and influence over. So for that to happen, the county, which we have control over to some extent, would need to build 1,200 new community beds every year for depopulation purposes. The board has had several presentations on beds, and I know we have another one coming up, but they would have to dedicate 12,000 beds per year just for this. I'm sorry, 1,200 beds, sorry, I'm moving to the future, I'm sorry, 1,200 beds per year just for this purpose and have to be set aside for that purpose. The next thing that would need to happen, we have some control over, but we also have some influence over, would be that these beds would need to turn over every year. So they'd have to free up every year, which means that those folks would have to have some place to go permanently and not return to the system every year. So that would be the second piece that would need to happen. The next thing that would need to happen, which we have influence over but no control over, is that the courts and others would need to safely release or feel comfortable releasing an additional 7,000 people per year. And that can be done a number of ways. That could be being released to a secure bed. That can be released to, for some, maybe electronic monitoring. That can be released to a program possibly. But we don't have any influence over what the courts will do, but they would have to feel comfortable releasing an additional 7,000 people per year. As Dr. Franklin Sierra said, there's about 60,000 that come through, that run through the jail. The next thing that would need to happen that we have some influence over but not any control over is that recidivism rate would need to drop. Reduction from 40, 50%, right? But another additional 30%. So what's, we're hoping that those folks that are returning to the bed are not absconding and not picking up new cases, but they could not recycle back into the system, if that makes sense. Once again, influence, but no control over it. The next piece that needs to happen is that we would have to accelerate case processing by 50%, which we are tackling. We have a stress test that we're starting with all of the justice partners to figure out where are some of the bottlenecks and why cases are taking so long to process. Some of that stuff we have control over, some of it doesn't. The justice partners can actually speak to this issue later if you have a question, but it's things like evidence being turned over, how quickly a case can be processed, you know, do we have a coroner's report? There's a number of things that are factors. We have some control over pieces of it, but not all of it, but that has to be sped up by 50%. The other thing that needs to happen is that we can have no other major increases. So we know that there's conversation about legislative changes that are possibly taking place. We can't have any spikes in crime. The numbers have to stay stable. We have some influence over it, but we have no control over it. The next thing that would need to happen is that we would have to safely relocate all the specialized populations that are currently housed within the Men's Central Jail facility. So that can be, we have a bunch of single cells there, we have a bunch of keepaways there. We would have to find existing space within the county system and complete the construction to fully move those people out to another facility that is safe and humane. And we'd have to find the custody space adjacent to inmate reception center to comply with DLJ settlement agreements. So once again, some things we have control over, some things we have influence over, but all of these things would have to align in order for us to close the jail within a 5-year period. Next slide. So in tackling jail closure, the county and a number of stakeholders would need to come together to decide that this is the #1 priority or in the top 5 priorities of the county, and all the resources would need to come to focus on this. Additionally, I talked about the stress test that we're starting in a couple of months to really figure out where some of the bottlenecks are to increase, so we can move more cases through the criminal justice system quicker. We'd also need to be collaborating and partnering with the Superior Court. As we know, we have zero control over who gets released and at what level and at which program, so we'd have to make sure that we're in line with the courts. There are also a number of legislative proposals that we can work on. There are programs within the state prison system where people are able to return home and spend their last 33 months in community in programming, and maybe there's an opportunity to take those folks and have them in similar programs, those who are sentenced to local custody. We would also need to continue to work with all of the stakeholders, because I need to do a feasibility study within each department to make sure that all of these things can be implemented. And then do a regular analysis using these tools to see how each element is actually impacting the changes in the jail, and we can increase and modify according to that. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I will also acknowledge departmental directors or their selected representatives are available if we have specific departmental questions related to this plan. I will first turn it to Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and let me say that I have pages and pages of questions that I'm not going to ask. Lateness of the hour. I know my colleagues want to ask questions too. I'm going to try to lead by example, Ms. Hahn. So I'm going to send those to you for, and we can figure out if you prefer written responses, if we should have a meet, whatever the case is. But just high level, I see the value in combining both of these issues because they're so interrelated, but then it's also a lot to try to take in and try to respond to. It's a lot. So I'm going to try to be succinct and again send you my full list of questions. First of all, with regard to the ROSA settlement, it's always important to me when I think about or we talk about the ROSA settlement that we recognize, how we got where we are, and always be mindful and uplift those who we've lost in our jail system and acknowledge their family and friends. That we understand, again, the why was an effort to ensure that people who are incarcerated, who are in our care, are treated fairly, are handled with dignity and transparency. It's just important for me to always uplift that. As I listen to the presentation, for me, there seems to continue to be some misalignment between the monitors and the sheriff's department about what constitutes reasonable force, which is clearly impacting the department's ability to be in compliance with some areas of the settlement. Is there any discussion or path on how we get on the same page? And I would appreciate hearing the sheriff's perspective as well as, I believe, the monitors.
Well, I'll begin answering, at least on behalf of the Sheriff's Department. We have, and especially as it relates to this current report, the 12th report, have had historically differences of opinion, if you will, on for use of force, our policies, and how they are interpreted and then applied by our personnel. One of the things that was implemented just last year, 2023, by the panel was the development of a matrix where they show us, this matrix shows us areas that they found us out of compliance or even in compliance, but we focus on the areas that we are out of compliance, where they disagree or note that we were out of compliance or out of policy in the application of our use of force or force prevention principles or any number of the provisions. That's been very helpful because what that allows us to do is on the front end, meet with them and have a back and forth dialogue on areas that we disagree. And in many cases, there may be a misinterpretation of our policies and the provisions to where we can then have that conversation. Sometimes we may not agree and we may still be out of compliance, but we have found this process and this dialogue with the monitors on the front end of the report to be very helpful, both for our executive staff, our line supervisors, and our line staff to understand what they see in the provisions, which is a higher standard than case law.
Yes.
In our jails, and that's where sometimes there may be disagreements. The standard, for example, in Graham versus Connor, in the application of what is considered reasonable force versus the ROSAS provisions, which are a more restrictive standard for our jails. So,
and we have to subscribe to ROSAS.
Correct.
That's
correct. Yes, and that's training, that's education, that's continual messaging to our staff, both our line staff, our deputies, our custody assistants, our line supervisors, our executive staff, everyone that's in the review process of our force incidents. And that's something that we continue to do on a regular basis. And I don't know if the panel has any additional comments on that.
I'd love to hear from the monitors. Hit it so it's green. It's still red. Touch it again. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. We are happy to be here and to respond to your questions. We do see that there's a path forward to compliance.
Okay, great.
And as Assistant Sheriff Aloma mentioned, I think our discussions have become more meaningful and rich in sharing exactly where we're seeing them out of compliance with policy. So I think now that we're having more of those discussions, there's more similar language being used. But going forward, where we really do see in our future cases, as he noted, the number of head strikes are coming down, the number of overall uses of force cases are coming down, which is, very favorable in showing that they're making meaningful progress towards compliance in this matter. So as we start to look at more recent cases, the cases that we reviewed for the 12th report, for example, are a year and a half old, or at least a year.
Right.
We usually don't review a case that's shorter than a year.
Right.
So as we start looking at more recent cases where they've messaged, from leadership on down about head strikes, we think that we'll see more compliance, or we hope that we see more compliance. And we also see, Assistant Sheriff Aloma noted, the increase in the number of administrative cases that they've opened, so that they're beginning to identify those policy failures and holding people accountable. We think that's the number one way to get to compliance, certainly with head strikes, that when they're used inappropriately, you need to hold the staff accountable.
On that, we certainly agree.
Yes. The other real positive thing that we hope gets them to compliance is the new custody force investigations team. The panel had recommended that to Sheriff Luna, and actually the prior sheriff as well, and they adopted that very quickly after our recommendation. The fact that you're going to have sergeants who are not working on the floor with the staff, so they're going to be independent, is, we think, going to improve the integrity in the investigations, the thoroughness of the investigations, and the expertise, because that's all they're going to be doing all day is these investigations. The other thing that does is it frees up the line sergeant to be out on the floor with his or her staff. And in that, when they're out there more often, we're hoping that further reduces the amount of force that's used. So we really do think that there's a path to compliance, and they can reach the 21 provisions that they have yet to reach compliance on.
That's very helpful and good to hear. One more quick question. I'm not sure if it's most appropriate for the Inspector General or the Monitor, but we received letters from ACLU that expressed concerns with a few of the items in the report, including reporting discrepancies. Could you share, from your perspective, any challenges you're finding with reporting?
We have not found real discrepancies with reporting.
Okay.
And one of the things we've adopted as a new panel, this panel came together in August of 2022. We adopted doing inmate focus groups. So when we're going to tour the jails tomorrow and Thursday, when we walk into a housing unit, I take the roster and randomly pick who I want to talk to. So it's done that day, it's random. We ask them questions, we get very good feedback. We do the same thing with staff too. I randomly pick them off a roster, sit down and ask them questions of how things are going, and ask them questions specific to force. And I will say, in the randomly selected inmate focus groups, to a person, the inmates have said that there's been a huge improvement in the jails with regard to physical force. A lot of the inmates have been there previously under prior administrations, under prior systems, and they do not fear for their safety as they once did.
That's really helpful, because I know with the case, it's always a look back, and it's hard as policymakers, to keep our finger on the pulse about what's happening today. So that's very helpful to learn. Are there other ways in which you can share with us and report, more current trends outside of the legally mandated kind of report that, again, is a look in the rearview mirror?
We are trying to include in our court reports that we file twice a year. If you'll notice in the 12th report, I included data that'll be in the 13th report, because we're getting that data. The county's very good about sharing the data with us. And we report what the inmates are telling us on our most recent visits. So for example, on this report, I'll report in there what they tell us tomorrow and Thursday. So hopefully that gets at your point. It won't be as thorough as what you'll see in the final report when all is said and done, but it'll at least give you a taste of what we're hearing today.
And that we see that the trend has shifted and we're
Yes.
heading in a better
Yes.
direction. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to MCJ closure. Could we put slide 13 back up? Would that be possible? Because it kind of walks through, steps us through, and I appreciate you framing it. Judge, with what we have influence over and kind of what we don't, because I think that's very real. So with regard to slide 13, what the category that, tell me if it's there and I'm missing it, but from my perspective, diversion and alternatives to custody has to be an integral. I mean, this is what we have to do to get our numbers down as we know them today, but to prevent the inflow, like we always talk about with our unhoused, you know, to get off of this treadmill, we have to talk about diversion and alternatives, particularly for those who are not seriously mentally ill. So where is that investment and where is that box?
So that box is not there unless you're going to look at the third box over that says the 7,000 people that are additionally released. So it could fall in that category. So those are people who otherwise would be in custody, so that could be diversion. So for instance, in our meeting with the courts, I understand that the board is not supportive, but they have asked for instance, in the magistrate unit, they've asked for electronic monitoring to be an option available to them. So those are people that they would not send to jail right away. So there's several options, but that, whatever gets us to that 7,000 people per year, that could be diversion, that could be an earlier release not booked, then that would still apply in that space.
So with regard to the bench, what new services or plans are being offered to judges so they can release people who are in pretrial custody?
So there are a number of resources available. So for the magistrate unit, as you all may or may not remember, but in October we launched a call center that links people immediately to, it's open for 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. It will give people transportation, link them to housing, case management, and other services. So that's a non-punitive way of connecting people to services and hopefully keeping them out of custody and reducing recidivism.
And are members of the bench confident enough in it that like they're using it so we're seeing that impact pretrial?
So it depends. It's very new and it's not advertised. It's only been around a couple months, so it's not advertised or promoted in the way that it should be. We're working on that. But what it does do is that it is a referral mechanism. We're also going to be sharing that also with the court in other ways as far as marketing. But what they have asked for, so for low charges, yes, they're fine with it, but most of the low charges are not being booked anymore unless they have multiple cases and lots of failures to appear. So our challenge is really around the folks with multiple cases or folks with more serious or violent charges. The other thing that's happened is that we've purchased 400 beds in the same model of the program I talked about that they use for folks coming from prison, right? So they can spend the 33 months in programming, and programs, sometimes they're electronic monitors, sometimes they're not, with intensive programming for those who are not seriously mentally ill and who are not struggling with that. So we've purchased 400 beds. Those are available now, and now we're starting with the training and the process with the court so that they can release people to these programs as an alternative to custody. We're gonna have the same challenge that we have to make sure that they turn over quickly enough that those can be utilized, but we were able to purchase 400 beds in that same model. So that's another mechanism. We just completed 2,000 diversions through the RDP program, so we just celebrated that last week. And those are folks, both misdemeanors and felonies, where they're able to be released into programming and housing for 1 year for misdemeanors, 2 years for felonies. And so we just reached the 2,000 mark of those folks as well. So that's another mechanism for folks. But in all, many of the people that are left in custody, and I know a lot of our justice partners are here and they may be able to answer the question better than I can, but there are, I would say that our bench to some extent for those who will remain in custody, they want a more secure setting. So if it's not jail, what is it? And how do we keep our community safe? And so I think that's really where we need to, that's one of the areas where we would need to focus, if that answers your question, Supervisor.
Got it. One kind of more 10,000 foot question, and I'll just give you a flavor just for public consumption of the questions that I will be sending to you. So I see on your chart, would need to build 1,200 community beds per year, every year for depopulation purposes. We have any idea what that price tag would be?
The doctors are in the back, so I don't know.
Can anybody tell me what the price tag would be? Wherever, if they could come forward. Because that's important, I think, for us to know and digest, particularly when it's.
Dr. Galley and Dr. Wong.
Thank you. 1,200 beds per year with a 1-year
Turnover.
Right. I think that's a bit. That's a lot. To use a very technical term, that's a lot.
I see Dr. Ferrer is here as well to chime in.
Sorry to require the musical chairs there, but.
Hi, supervisors. I think the question was the cost of beds. So for at least if they're ODR.
For the 1,200 that she's got there in that box.
Yeah, so it would depend on what exactly they've modeled. So there's different kinds of beds and it depends on what level of care they need. But for ODR, and if it's at the level of an ODR housing bed, the ballpark number that we would use at the current costs are that for every 1,000 beds, it would be $50 million per year.
Okay. And so it's, the box says we need 1,200 new beds every year. So it's 50 million on top of 50 million, on top of 50 million every year.
Yeah, I can't address whether or not, how long that would need to go for when it says year over year, if there's when you reach steady state, or for what they've modeled about the level of care. But the cost for, if what we're being asked to do in this model to make that work is to have it be ODR housing beds, that would be the 50 million for the 1,000 beds. It would be higher cost if they're subacute. ODR operates very, very few subacute beds. That's not a model that we have a large footprint in. It's something that we're trying and looking at. Those costs would be over and above that it's much more expensive than what's needed for ODR housing.
Right. Okay. You were motioning to someone else. So do we want to hear from Dr. Wong? Is that what I was?
As Dr. Gali mentioned, it would really depend on the type of bed that would be satisfactory for this population to go into. But if we're talking about secured beds and if people could meet that criteria, then we're looking at even a higher cost than the 50 million per 1,000 beds. We're probably looking at maybe double that cost.
Per 1,000 beds per year. Thank you. I just wanted a ballpark, so I appreciate the ballpark. Madam Chair, just let me say that what I'll be following up on is on slide 4, there's a pretty consistent, 14, a consistent reference to expediting case processing. And I'm surprised to see how that was elevated, as if that would really get our numbers. So I'm going to follow up on that, what you mean by that. And I don't know how many jails have closed because they expedited case processing. So I'd just like to talk further about that. We know that judges control their own dockets. So, again, why is that listed as a first strategy? Again, budget questions. Are we going to need additional attorneys and case workers to expedite case filing, those kinds of things? Again, more questions on the pretrial population. You mentioned legislative proposals, and I'm curious that if there's a particular timeline for JSIT being proactive with legislative proposals. You mentioned, things out of our control may be legislative proposals that might create a new culture shift. But curious about if JSIT's coming forward with proactive proposals. We talked about expanding community beds and the cost estimate. So thank you very much for the presentation. We'll send a memo that includes our additional questions to all the relevant departments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn. Okay, Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. First of all, thank you all for this presentation. It's really enlightening. And I also want to thank the monitors because I know that, it's been a challenge at times. No question about it. But I'm really, I was going to ask similar questions to what Supervisor Mitchell asked as it relates to just the understanding in terms of the communication that you all have. And does the sheriff have a clear understanding exactly of where you differ or what the protocols are that you're basing it on? And it sounds to me like you do have a good understanding.
I think we're getting there. I think we've had very meaningful conversations. I think we've evolved in our process of sharing our matrix with them of exactly what provision we found out of compliance. Then we have a discussion as to why. We watch the videos together. I think we're on that path to coming to shared understanding and language used.
And I guess my question maybe to you would be, and this is just more anecdotal, I would be curious to know who the individuals are that are being investigated, because are they the new ones that are just coming out of the academy? Have they been there a long time? And if they're coming out of the academy, do we have courses in play at the academy that are basically reflecting what the monitors' expectations are as it relates to use of force?
So I think it's important to note that when we list 26 administrative investigations strictly related to the use of force, that's not just 26 employees. Each investigation may have multiple employees that are involved in that investigation, either as subjects or witnesses, et cetera. So we haven't really done a study to show level of experience related to those individuals. I can tell you anecdotally, it runs the gamut. I think anecdotally, the perception is that most line level personnel in custody division are newer, but that's not always true. We have some who are very tenured. I think where education and training plays a key role for us in custody is once they graduate the academy, where primarily they're focused on patrol operations and those type of things related to their training. When they graduate the academy, they are required to attend a 6-week jail operations course. And that 6 weeks focuses on things such as ROSAS, use of force, policies related to specifically to custody division. It is during that 6-week course that I personally visit with our new deputies to communicate to them the department's expectations as it relates to their performance and as it relates to their treatment of incarcerated people in our jails and the use of force. So that's additional training we do.
So would it be appropriate for the monitor to review what you're training to make sure that you're touching all the points? Would it be beneficial?
Of course, and they do review.
Do they?
I don't think we've reviewed the curriculum for the entire jail ops, but we did attend 32 hours of their 40-hour divert training. Really trying to see how effective that was, and we were very impressed with it.
Good.
We really was, both the curriculum and how it was delivered and the level of professionalism of the staff they had conducting the training.
Thank you. And I know that the ACLU letter, which I was going to reference as well, one of the things that they said is in most of the 12 reporting period use of force packages involving head strikes, the supervisors investigating and reviewing the incidents concluded the force was reasonable and within departmental policy. The panel disagreed with the department's conclusions in over 85% of those cases. How would you respond to that?
Well, I know that in those cases that we review with the panel, oftentimes there's going to be differences of opinions as it relates to the application of force, what is within our policies and our training, and what they find out of compliance. And uses of force are very dynamic incidents. It could be that we find the initial response or reaction by our employees to be in policy, but then there's additional actions that maybe the panel finds out of compliance. So those are conversations that we continue to have with the panel. I think those, as was mentioned, those conversations have been more robust and meaningful over the last year with the panel, where we're making, I think, improvements in understanding their expectations and what we need to accomplish in regards to compliance.
And then they also claim that the substantial drop in jail population has played a significant role in the overall downward trend for use of force incidents, making an inference that there it's not because the department is actively complying. But what I'm hearing actually is from both the monitor and from you that we are getting into compliance or moving in that direction.
If I can speak to that, Supervisor Barger. Nick Mitchell, one of the ROSAS monitors and the monitor of the DOJ settlement agreement. I think from our perspective, culture doesn't change immediately, right? There are, you need to train new staff. You need to begin holding new staff accountable. You need to, frankly, train the command personnel in the new standards. So you asked about kind of the age range of individuals under investigation for improper use of force. And while we don't have that data here with us today, I can say from our discussions with deputies, we often find that new deputies, when we interview them or conduct focus groups with them, we hear from them that they have been trained in a sort of a new way of thinking about force. They've gone through the department's force training, that is consistent with the ROSAS agreement and ROSAS principles. They understand that they are required to use time and distance and de-escalation before putting their hands on an inmate if they can. And so we sometimes hear actually from staff who have spent more time in the agency that they're dissatisfied with the new approach and the requirement to use de-escalation and time and distance. So while that's not, again, while I don't have all that data here, I can share with you, I think it's my perception that some of what you're hearing is just that the culture is changing more slowly than perhaps you would like, or I would like, or even probably the sheriff or assistant sheriff would like. But as Kathy has mentioned, we do believe there are meaningful efforts underway by the department to improve the quality of the investigations conducted and frankly to begin to more robustly evaluate the uses of force by deputy sheriffs and hold people accountable when necessary.
Do you have anything on that?
Did you want me to respond to the
If
population?
you want to, because then I'm going to switch over to the.
Sure. So certainly, as I mentioned earlier, there has been a decline in population over the last 3 years for a number of reasons, has been highlighted by the judge. And as I noted in the reporting period for the 12th report from 2021 to 2022, we saw a 5% decrease in population. That's our average daily population. However, we saw significantly higher decreases in use of force, 18% overall. But Judge Armstead alluded to another number, which is our average bookings per year. So from 2021 to 2022, we saw an increase of 12% bookings. So in 2022, for example, we had over 59,000 bookings. That's men and women coming through our system. So that is another number that we are mindful of, that we have a lot of folks coming through, but we still have seen a decline in the use of force, and we continue to see a decline in the use of force into 2023.
All right. Well, again, thank you to the monitors. I really appreciate. I know that my office has talked extensively with you about the DOJ. And I didn't realize you were on ROSAS as well, so appreciate everything y'all are doing. And I want to move on to the Men's Central Jail closure. And first of all, this is so enlightening for me, Judge Armstead, because when I look at what you're talking about, 5-year jail closure plan, it's eye-opening. And we've had this conversation. And this is actually an 8-year, because we were supposed to address this when we voted to close it on a 2-year plan. And my concern is that when we look at this, the one question I have, and I've said this time and time again, and I've talked to Dr. Callie, I've talked to Dr. Wong, where do they go after a year if they still need care? Because we're building for the diversion, but long-term aftercare is not being discussed. What are we planning on that? Where do they go?
Thanks, Supervisor. So I can speak to ODR programs in particular. So ODR operates as really two different kinds of programs, broadly speaking. So they have the housing that is initially accepting the individuals after diversion from the jail at the point of diversion, and they'll move into generally interim housing venues in that regard. But then ODR is actually a permanent supportive housing program, just in the same way that the county operates permanent supportive housing programs as operationalized through Housing for Health and through many other entities across the county as coordinated through LAHSA. So when an individual is ready to transition from their interim housing slot into permanent supportive housing, we don't move them over to Housing for Health, or we don't move them over into LAHSA's permanent supportive housing portfolio. ODR operates a permanent supportive housing portfolio and retains people in those permanent supportive housing placements for the duration of which they're housed, and it's our sincere hope that they will maintain stable and permanent housing as long as necessary. And very often what we see among the ODR population is the same as what we see among other populations that require permanent supportive housing, is that they're there for years. And we have very good housing retention rates. It's similar to what we see on the Housing for Health side, where people can be stably housed. They're receiving services, they're connected with healthcare, they have wraparound intensive case management services, but they're really there indefinitely. So as you build up those initial beds, when Judge Armstead and her team are talking about building the 1,200, regardless of where those 1,200 are for, or which kinds or which placement, to the extent that they're ODR housing clients, they would then, in the current model, need to have an equivalent buildup of permanent supportive housing beds so that they can transition out of that temporary bed and move into ongoing permanent housing. Last thing I'll say on that is it's very similar for the FIST population. So as you know, we have an IST solutions contract with the state to be able to manage a certain portion of the FIST population within the community. That funding from the state pays for 2 years, which is generally the timing along which an individual is FIST. But then after their time with the courts and with the justice system has been completed, then they would either move into permanent supportive housing with ODR, just the same as any other clients, or they would move over into permanent housing through a DMH program.
Probably a little bit more complicated picture for the Department of Mental Health because it's an array of clients. We'll start at the highest acuity. So let's say that the folks are coming out of the jail and they have to go into an acute or subacute setting. So of course our goal is always to bring them down to the least restrictive environment as possible. Those are typically shorter term stays, and our hope is that as somebody stabilizes, they can come to a less restrictive setting. So this might mean they go to enriched residential services or enriched residential care, which is basically like a board and care with supports. Or if they're ready to, they can go into one of our permanent supportive housing programs. I think with the acuity level that we're seeing for P3, P4s, they would most often be paired with a full service partnership team. These are our highest acuity outpatient treatment teams. They operate 24/7, they see clients frequently, and they really try to accompany folks on their journey to well-being. And eventually, the hope is for them to be returned to community, a community of their choosing. And I think one of the things we've found in our many different housing programs is one of the predictors of housing success is the ability for people to be housed in a community of their choosing, oftentimes a community that they're familiar with. We find people leaving placements, even if they're good placements, because it doesn't feel like their community. And then, of course, all the way down to our outpatient services. And Supervisor, I know you're very aware of some of the stressors that are on that level of care, but it's a very important part of that cycle of care that keeps people out of homelessness, out of incarceration.
So that's why I'm asking, though, is because of the fact that I know that we are already well below what the need it is now, and with the growth, and looking at the 7,000 per year and the 1,200, I'm concerned. I know, Dr. Burr, sorry.
Oh, no, I just wanted to add that, again, there are plans on the side of serving in a more appropriate way people who are struggling with substance use disorders. And our plan, I think, is similar to what Lisa talked about, is there's a continuum, but we are introducing a new housing option that's, you know, we call it recovery housing, not recovery bridge housing, because you don't have to be enrolled in a treatment program in order to have that housing option. It is a more long-term housing option. I think many of us, you know, who are older know it more as akin to sober living and sober housing, and but really trying to put additional resources in there. I really appreciate what Lisa said, because we find the same thing. Many people are looking for a community in their housing solutions, and you know, recovery housing gives them that sense of community. And again, those are much longer term housing options for people, and they're also tend to be less expensive housing options for people. Those are oftentimes people who are paired with other substance abuse disorder programs that provide them with the additional supports, or if they need medical care or mental health care, we're connected as well. But there is, again, an attempt to build out a different array of housing to support people in recovery.
So that would be the next slide. Once we have the 5-year jail closure plan, that's got to be included as well.
Yeah, we're trying to build it. We're building
Right.
those recovery bridge housing beds and those recovery housing beds right now. Like the idea is in these 5 years to actually every year try to add more beds.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you all. I appreciate the presentation and updates to where we are on the jail closure. In June of 2021, this board voted to close Men's Central Jail. And we all agree it needs to be closed. I voted no, not because I didn't want to close it, but because I wanted to understand what was going to happen when we close it. It was about ensuring our mental health and social services departments were at the point where they could effectively and successfully care for these individuals. And I think that we all agree you want it to be successful. You want to set individuals up for failure, nor do we want to set the system up to fail. My amendment that I introduced at the time was I moved the Board of Supervisors to instruct the CEO to work with DMH, ATI, DHS, Correctional Health, and others as appropriate to report back to the board in 60 days, which now I think was a little aggressive, with a comprehensive plan that identifies the locations, timeline, and financial resources necessary to build the community capacity before the board takes further action on the closure of MCJ. Item 27 on today's agenda, the plan should include the sequencing of the diversion of inmates from MCJ to the appropriate facility in the community to provide quality, effective, and safe care as the beds become available. And I remember, Supervisor Hahn, you did second my friendly amendment, but it fell short. The motion in June 2021 was deemed to be the implementation plan for a closure. Now that we are here 3 years later discussing what I asked for back then, it's really about the how. How do we close Men's Central Jail? We've all agreed to close it. What I'm hearing from you is the how. And that how is a tall lift with a lot of uncertainties, some that we cannot control, including the courts, who are going to, you know, when you look at the 7,000 people per year, judges find it safe to release, that's going to be a hefty ask from the courts. Not insurmountable, but I think we need to go in with our eyes wide open. So I see a clear timeline in this presentation, but I don't know that it's truly 5 years because we're now year 7 into this. We're doing actually what my motion wanted, and that is to come up with a how. It just took a little longer, and I'm glad that you're on board to be a part of this how. I believe diversion is important, especially when we have over 50% of the population suffering from mental illness. Those that can be diverted should be diverted and are being diverted right now, is my understanding, for those that we have capacity in the community. Where I differ respectfully from my colleagues, the fact that inevitably there are going to be individuals that cannot be diverted. I think we all agree to that in terms, was that a no-no? Oh, okay. I'm looking at all the yeses and I saw this over here. So we all agree. Much of the focus has been on reducing the jail population, and there has been significant reduction in the last 12 months, commending both the sheriff as well as all that have helped triage and get them into placement in the communities. However, I continually ask, what about those that remain? And that is really what keeps me up at night. What about those that are still at Men's Central Jail? There should be a place where we can compassionately address the needs of those who will need to remain in custody. I'm concerned for the population that's in there right now, but also for the staff that are working inside. I'm referring to all the deputies, the nurses, the clinicians, who should have a better place to work. This is their calling, to be in that jail, to help those individuals. And we are asking them to basically do it in a situation that is, I can't even imagine. But I feel we can and we have to do better. You know, I toured MCJ a couple years ago, and I probably should go back, although I don't know how much worse it could get. Maybe I don't want to know, but I can't imagine what the conditions are like now. Sheriff Luna recently announced that he believes we need a care campus that provides adequate treatment and rehabilitation services, something collectively we all agree. And I'm interested to learn more about what that will look like. I've never been married to a plan of what I expect it to be. We have experts that do that. We've hired, I think, every expert, definitely in the state, if not the nation, to give us advice. And obviously, we're still back to where we are. We've also been under a consent decree with the DOJ since 2015 because we failed our constitutional obligation to provide care. And if we don't do it, I'm confident that they're not going to hesitate to do it for us. I understand the county has made some progress with compliance due to the work of the CEO DOJ compliance team, but there is still much work that needs to be done. We still have a significant amount of moderate observation housing individuals that remain at MCJ that need to be relocated somewhere else. In a couple of weeks, we'll receive a bed capacity presentation, which I guess is going to be next week now. And I'm very interested in the progress. Is it a couple weeks? February 13th. Okay, yeah. I am very interested in the progress we have made with a 500-bed expansion for the P3 and P4 population. However, I know we are nowhere close to building 1,200 per year that's reflected here. These issues and challenges are not new, and we've known about the coordination that is needed all along. And now, you know, with this intention of my amendment that I did on 2021, that is exactly what I was focused on. Again, and it wasn't my idea, it was taking it from the experts who have been contracted by this board over the years that came back with recommendations on what it would look like with diversion and what would be needed with diversion to close Men's Central Jail without compromising not only the safety of the community, but the safety of the individuals who are in there that need our care. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back to Rosas. So, I just kept crossing off my questions because they'd been asked, because I was going to ask about the custody force investigation team, check. I was going to, you know, and I'm glad we had the discussion about the discrepancies, because I think, you know, when I first was looking at the report, our goal is to get into compliance. So it was frustrating to see the discrepancies on what was in compliance versus what was out of compliance, because how are we going to get in compliance if we can't agree on what's out of compliance? But listening to both of you today, the monitor as well as Assistant Sheriff Loma, it sounds like you have a pathway forward on that. One of the things that I don't think we've talked about yet was I was going to ask the monitors about the focus groups with custody staff. And one of the top concerns that was brought up was the insufficient staffing that leads to staff working double shifts and having to do forced overtime. In your opinion, to the monitors, do you think there's a correlation, and if so, could you elaborate on it, between overworked, exhaustion, tired, and use of force?
We don't have data to show whether there is, but we sort of anecdotally have a sense that that probably is. Your temper's shorter. You know, we hear from the inmates that they know how exhausted the staff are. You can look at the staff and see how exhausted they are. So one of the things we noted in our last report, recommendations we made was for the department to consider doing a staffing analysis and having somebody come in and look and see, here's the resources they have. They may not be able to increase those resources, but how long it takes somebody to get on board. Is there a better way to deploy those staff so that you can reduce that overtime? Having staff work that level of overtime is simply not sustainable. It really isn't. It absolutely is impacting the retention rates and staff morale.
Yes. Thank you. And again, it's really great to have the monitors here with us as we discuss this. It hasn't been the case always, so it's very enlightening to have you here. And I appreciate your perspective and your just your position about how you're going through this. And I was impressed with the random off the roster interviewing of staff and inmates. I appreciate that.
Thank you. The staff all think that they're in trouble when they get called into our conference room, so I immediately put them at ease and say, you can blame me. I'm the one that picked your name off of a roster.
Right.
So.
Well, there's a real feeling just from listening to you that we're all working together. We're sort of going in the same direction. We have the same goal. Just on that note of the staffing, Assistant Chair Paloma, I know that there's been a big push by the department to hire and fill vacancies, and yet we still continue to hear about deputies being overworked, having to do overtime. Have you made any progress in the hiring efforts, and are you seeing any reduction in the mandatory overtime?
So thank you, Supervisor. I echo the panel's or the monitor's comments in that I believe that fatigue absolutely plays a factor in critical decision making when you have people, whether they are deputy sheriffs or custody assistants or even our sergeants and lieutenants who are working a lot of overtime to make up for our vacancies. And then we're asking them and demanding certain things from them in terms of our expectations and their performance in a use of force situation. Having said all that, the department is focused on recruitment, but also on retention. This is a national issue in law enforcement, not unique to the LA County Sheriff's Department. However, our personnel department is absolutely focused on recruiting and retention of our folks. We track those numbers, and what I mean by that is those that are leaving our department, those who are lateraling to other law enforcement agencies. We saw a 39% reduction in 2023 compared to 2022 of those who remained with the department. We continue to put deputy sheriffs through the academy classes, custody assistants. I'm speaking at graduation for custody assistants this Friday. So we continue to focus on hiring, but again, we need to also focus on retention, and that is a multi-pronged approach because I think it also touches on employee wellness. And when you have people who are overworked and fatigued and stressed, that could lead to them wanting to go either to another department or another profession altogether. So that's something that we are absolutely focused on.
Yeah, because this board approved, I think, 4 new academy classes. Was that last year?
There was a total of 8 academy classes.
8 academy classes, yeah.
With 2 additional.
Right.
And we appreciate that.
Yeah.
And we continue to
Yeah,
aggressively.
then they go through our academies and then they go somewhere else.
Some do, yes, ma'am.
Well, just make sure as this board continues to also focus on particularly the retention piece, when we talk about that, make sure whether or not we have it in our budget to do it, but make sure you're communicating to our CEO and to us if there are specific things that you think would help retain that maybe some other departments are offering and we're not offering. Just we need to make our decisions based on all the facts in terms of our budgets.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. Appreciate this. And now I will focus my remarks on the closure of Men's Central Jail. And again, just to reiterate, I have always been in support of closing Men's Central Jail. When I first became a supervisor, I toured it, and it was made very clear to me that it was really an outdated, almost medieval kind of a facility that wasn't good for those in our custody, and it's also not good for our deputies. There are places in there that just weren't safe for anybody. So, I had a proposal many years ago to replace the Men's Central Jail with a mental health treatment facility that sort of checked all the boxes, but it didn't move forward. But it wasn't closing it; it was replacing it with a facility that sort of did all this, had the beds there, had the lock facilities there, had more input from our Department of Mental Health in the jails, not just the deputies. But we're not there, so we're now here. And you're right. This proposal, this 5-year proposal, was quite eye-opening in terms of what we need. But thank you for that. And Judge, I mean, we just charged you with the task of closing Men's Central Jail like a year ago, and a huge undertaking, and appreciate what you gave us today, because I think this is the first time we've actually seen facts and numbers. We haven't really seen the cost. We're still guessing about the cost, but a lot was here today that we have not seen before, and I think it puts it into perspective. There's so much has been asked and said, but I think, Judge, I was going to ask you, how do you think this jail closure working group is doing? And are the right people in this working group? When I looked at all the stakeholders that are going to be needed to make this happen, could you, if you don't think this working group is made up of the right people, should we be adding? Should we be reevaluating it? Or would you rather maybe answer the question by, can you describe maybe your interaction with the Sheriff's Department, the courts, the public defenders? Is that kind of an ongoing discussion? I'm feeling like I just want to make sure we've got all the right people at the table, so to speak.
Thank you for your question, Supervisor. I think that first slide that shows the stakeholders, we all have different responsibilities, right? So the doctors are responsible for sort of the beds and the turnover. The sheriff's responsible for the population. I would say that we have, and to be fair, there was information we didn't have. So even for them to be able to design a feasibility plan, which we don't have yet, which is a key component to a lot of this work, we didn't have the data. So we had to wait for, to get the data from the sheriff. We developed an MOU. We were able to do that. And I'll let the sheriff speak to it, but the system to be able to gather the data, I think, is a little bit challenging to be able to get it. And then we have to give it to a consultant that is able to, work out the data and figure out who's in the population, do a moment in time, look at trends and all of those things. So I think that we're in a different position that we've been in the past, but I do think that moving forward that it's going to take sort of each area of responsibility to have their own feasibility plan, like what's realistic, how much will this cost, how long will this take, and can we do this? And so if we even heard when the doctors were speaking, there's kind of 3 different designs there, right? So it's going, all of those things would be factors when we're looking at the turnover, when we're looking at the cost. There's one design where we're keeping people, so that's going to adjust the numbers, right? Then we also need to see who are the courts really releasing people to. So we hear quite often, based on the populations that are still in custody, courts want secure beds, right? And then we have things like the IMD exclusion, which is a huge problem. Like where are the secure beds that we're gonna put them on? And it's gonna cost twice as much than the numbers that Dr. Galley gave. And so these are like the kind of the realities that we have to really face now. And so with that, I'm not in the best position to do that, but they are, right? So like they know their population, they know their numbers, they know what that cost. And so we're gonna have to bring all those pieces together and then say, based on these numbers, based on these amounts of beds, based on this cost, this is what the total plan would be. And so I think we're in a good position now to unpack it a little bit more and to move forward sort of collectively. and I know our justice partners are here as well, but there's other components that we would need for them. And so actually to Supervisor Mitchell's question, like why is case processing important? Because it really lends to length of stay, right? So if a person is in custody for a number of years for a case, maybe because their case is more serious or maybe because they didn't get evidence or they're waiting for something from the court, those types of things all impact how long a person is in custody. And so we'd have to work with them to make sure that they're not violating their client's rights, that there are things that we can support them on. Do they need more help from the courts to get their witnesses? Those sorts of things. Are there experts, assigned to the case? And so those are the types of things that we'd have to address, but we'd have to address it sort of category by category, if that makes sense.
I'm glad you're doing this. It's quite monumental when you look at this, and I just wanted to get a sense of, do we think this working group on jail closure is working?
There's not a current working group.
There's not a current. I thought
No.
we haven't even we haven't made that up yet. The working group.
There's not a current working group. We as colleagues, we collaborate, we hold meetings, but
should there be a formal working group?
Say it again. Be honest.
Be honest.
So I everybody's laughing. I don't know if it's a formal group. I mean, we have too many meetings, right? So I think it's really about holding us accountable and doing regular reports and having each section be responsible for their portion, right? There's a portion that's responsible for GLJ compliance. So their key would be, we're not responsible for, but they would need to be able to bring in their portion, both the mental health secure and unsecure beds, they would need to bring their portion and maybe bringing all those pieces together. But I think we can do it informally for now. And if there becomes a time when we can't, we'll let the board offices know.
Right. And moving forward, I know we all got criticized a little bit earlier last year when we talked about reducing the population in the jail. And I know my office certainly heard from, mainly from law enforcement, the Police Chiefs Association, who felt like they weren't being consulted as we talked about, lowering the population in our jails. How would you answer the public who still, there are those who are still concerned about public safety as we talk about this, as we go forward? I even have people who think we ought to be building more prisons, which I disagree with vehemently. But how would you talk to the public who is concerned about our process and worries about, at the end of the day, public safety maybe not being a priority as we talk about this?
That's a very tough question. I work at the pleasure of the board, so I follow the board's direction. I believe personally that the conditions of the Men's Central Jail are uninhabitable. They're uninhabitable. They're not okay, And I think for us, us waiting for a perfect population we're doing a disservice to those who are incarcerated. We're not able to heal them, help them, program them, anything that really amounts to public safety or healing. And we're releasing people into community in an unfair state, and without the supports that people are entitled to and deserve. I do believe that there are folks in custody who shouldn't be there, but for lack of opportunities and support and, other system failings, I do believe also that there are people who absolutely need to and should remain in custody for all of our own good, but that doesn't mean that they should live in a facility that is inhumane. You asked my personal opinion, so that's what I would say. Other than that, I work at the pleasure of the board.
That's good.
So.
I really appreciate that. And I think for me, that's, whether it's our juvenile detention facilities or our jails, we all have long-term goals of reducing the amount of those who will eventually be in our care in custody. But in the meantime, I think there's a real in the meantime that, especially based on what we just saw today on when this is actually could feasibly take place, we cannot neglect those who are in our care. We cannot neglect the facility. We cannot neglect our deputies who find themselves in, very precarious situations every single day in custody. So it's almost like this board needs to have sort of a dual track of the goal of closing Men's Central Jail, but in the meantime, doing what we can based on our consent decrees and our monitoring of what is the right moral thing that we need to do for those in our care. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Supervisor Solis.
Wow. Well, the hour is upon us. It's getting late. So I'm not going to read everything or ask all the questions I had. A lot of them have been asked already. But if I could, I just want to go straight to, Judge Armstead, and then maybe ask a question later about the jails. But, I think it's important for us as a board to remember how we did get here. And we created the JCOD. And that was created because we felt that we were going to go forward with care first, jails last. And this board at that time agreed to cancel a plan to replace MC Jail. And that was a $3.5 billion jail plan. Okay? We said no to Mariloma, in fact. And we also said no to a mental health jail. We said no to decriminalizing poverty and mental illness and substance use dependency. And we thought we were going to be going down that path. So we therefore then created JCOD. But we also did something before JCOD was there, and that was we created the Jail Closure Implementation Team known as JCIT. And people are asking, well, where's the power? Where does it lie? And my sense is that maybe we have to go back to that premise and stick with that and create maybe those individuals that have a say-so and can make some organizational changes or funding changes. And it has to be something that this board agrees to. But I really do think that, JCOD, you're doing a great job, Judge. I think that's fine, but I do believe that we have to strengthen this authority. 5 years or 7 years or 8 years is too long. I'm not going to be here in 4 years, and I don't know that this is actually going to happen. But I will say we have already set in place a lot of good things, and you've outlined the challenges that we have. The biggest, I think, challenge for us is going to be funding, realistically, and part of that we may not be able to control fully. But the courts have a lot of say-so here, and so does the sheriff. And I do believe that we have to have that kind of honest discussion with individuals who can make these changes. And agreed, we need to do more with the courts to understand where they're at, because they're not going to all of a sudden allow for 7,000 inmates out. I mean, that's ridiculous. And the 1,200 beds, I do have questions about that because of the cost and what is an acute bed as opposed to someone who really doesn't need a full-blown mental health treatment facility, all of that. And those are answers that we don't have. And I think that's going to be very much needed in how we make our decisions. Granted, we're making some reforms right now in the jail, in Men's Central Jail and Twin Towers. We're creating pods. We're doing different things to create the more healthcare aspect that we have to do, because if we're going to be compliant with the monitors and everything else, we have to do it quickly. My sense is that we've kind of lost some urgency. That's how I feel. I don't feel the urgency. I know that we have overhanging are these clouds because we have the federal government on our back, right? Monitors, all of that, and outside partners that are also looking at what we're doing. But I don't feel as though we are really putting enough skin in the game. And what I mean is commitment and really willpower. And that's what I see lacking right now. I mean, I'm disappointed in the reality of the data, quite frankly. That's what makes me disappointed. But how do we garnish that. If there is a power here to do it, what is this board prepared to do to make that happen and say, enough, let's go back to what our root core was, and that was a jail closure implementation team. That's what their role was specifically made up to do. That was embedded in JCOD, and for some reason, I feel like it's a stepchild, and perhaps that is where we need to go. I just want to raise that, and I don't know if there's any comments from any of you about that. Judge, anyone?
Yes, we are working with the CEO for positions to focus primarily on justice and health to focus on this. So the body of work of JCIT was absorbed within JCOD. The budget from the positions was absorbed to take care of other staffing. And so we are working on, we have put in a request and working with the CEO's office for actual focus positions to just work on this body of work.
So we kind of, how could I say without using a bad word? We may have screwed it up a bit here, right? That's how I see it. And so I'm hoping that we can go back and focus in on what the original intent is, knowing that all these things that you've talked about are exactly what has to happen, but it's phasing them in and then figuring out and making those hard decisions. And that requires the sheriff, the courts, everybody, our other departments, not just health services, but also the PD and district attorney, everybody. And I would really like to see that. So I'll just end with that part. And then for the sheriff, I'm happy that things seem to be on a better trajectory, certainly. But we have a long way to go still. And I hope that perhaps one of the things we can do is really focus in on training, on the type of training that we're providing to our recruits, the new ones, as well as the ones that are there, and how meaningful and what metrics are we using to actually measure what that success is. And I don't know if you have any ideas, and when and how soon can we see a change in that that's necessary, if there is one. I mean, I think something I learned about probation was that you can train people with the same kinds of manuals, curriculum, but if you don't change the kind of treatment that they should be providing, or service, I don't want to say treatment because they're not doctors, but service, I think we're missing something there, and we're paying for things that perhaps aren't going to change as dramatically as we would hope. So how do we keep that portion accountable, but also measuring it?
Well, no, and we agree that training and education of our personnel, particularly in a custody environment today, which is significantly different than it was even 10 years ago. And we're asking our deputy sheriffs and our custody assistants, our staff, to work in a environment, not only the facilities, it has already been mentioned, but also with a population of people where they are significantly sicker. We have a significant population that suffers from mental illness. And so our deputies and our custody assistants are coming into an environment where they're having to interact and engage with that population. So it's important for them to have the best training possible. So we continue to focus on that. I mentioned our custody training statistics. I think as it relates to ROSIS and the use of force, again, we've mentioned the reductions in the use of force over the last 2 years. I think that our divert training, our de-escalation training, that 32-hour course that was mentioned is a primary focus for us with our new personnel. That is something tangible that we can give them, tools so that when they do get to our facilities and they engage with this very challenging population, they at least have some tools to rely on and when they're interacting. So we are absolutely not only focused on the initial training, but ongoing training throughout their careers in custody division.
So that's a good part of what we need to do to comply with all the federal regs and all the things that we have to conform with. But programming, for me, for those that are in our care, is lacking. And when you point out that we still don't have tablets, I mean, when is that going to happen? Is there funding for that?
We absolutely support tablets for our incarcerated population. We think that there's a number of benefits that they and their families can realize if we are given, or if they are given tablets. We know that there are other systems, jails and prisons that already do this, and we have studied other law enforcement partners that are already supplying their population with tablets, and so again, we support that.
So what's the game plan? What are you waiting on?
Well, I think there has to be appropriate funding for, and also connectivity within our facilities. We just had, thanks to the board, an upgrade on our network systems, so I think that will be a huge help when we're talking about connectivity and tablets in our various facilities. You know, that's also tied into, or can be tied into the phone contract.
Right.
So that's something that,
We have been talking about
support
on this
and
board. Yeah.
yes.
So I hope, CEO, do you want to opine on any of that?
Well, thank you, Supervisor. What I was going to say is most departments take care of their information technology requests in terms of laptops and desktops within their budget, within their services and supplies budget. Sometimes they might go to, like the CIO. The CIO has a small pot of funding where they help out some of the smaller departments because they can't afford to refresh as often as they would like. I think what's unique with the Sheriff's Department is, as we all know, Sheriff Luna has inherited a deficit. And so I'm assuming that this will be submitted as part of the request, the budget request for fiscal year 24-25, and it will be one of the many, many needs that the Sheriff's Department often includes in their budget requests. So I think one of the questions for the department is, knowing that there's a deficit, what is the priority? And I understand that they have a lot of them.
Well, I would hope that would move up the food chain. If you can maybe take that back to the sheriff.
It is a focus.
And with body cameras, how are we coming along with body cameras?
So body-worn cameras, we are moving along. Again, the network upgrade system that I spoke of is going to be a big piece of that. We have been collaborating with our body-worn camera unit, and we should see body-worn cameras in our custody facilities probably in the second quarter of this year.
For everyone?
It's going to be rolled out in phases, but eventually it will be all custody facilities will have body-worn cameras, in addition to the CCTV, which is going to be upgraded as well.
Okay, I'm anxious to hear about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, and thank you for your presentations.
Thank you. I will start on ROSIS compliance. This board has made a significant investment in resources to improve the Sheriff Department's ability to comply with the ROSIS settlement agreement, including ongoing investments intended to improve CCTV and allow body-worn cameras in custody. I firmly believe the Sheriff's Department must continue to make improvements that reflect and implement modern policing principles for the safety of our staff, those in our care and custody, and to ensure we're not repeating mistakes of the past. A lot has been discussed, asked, and answered, and I too want to echo my colleagues in thanking our court-appointed monitors for being available today and engaging with us in this conversation. I think it's incredibly helpful. And I know you said you're visiting the jails this week, so more to come in terms of progress made, hopefully. I heard from Assistant Sheriff Loma that the report shows that force, there was a decline in, 5.2% decline in population, but 18% decrease in force. So, you know, we're looking at perhaps a decrease in force that also is related to population.
Well, as the population decreases, as mentioned in the presentation earlier, that population is more serious and violent in terms of the charges that brought them to us. So that makes the population a little bit more challenging, but still, you know, I point to the decreases that we've experienced despite those decreases in population.
And what is the Sheriff's Department doing differently in 2024 to bring the practice of head strikes to an end?
Well, we have a renewed focus on head strikes, both in our training in jail operations. We have renewed focus as it relates to our in-service training, messaging to our employees, those line personnel, that we have a higher standard as it relates to when they can appropriately use a head strike, which is very restrictive. We changed our policies as it relates to limitations on force, and that has been rolled out, like I said, in February of 2023. That directive was rolled out. We continue to work with our monitors on a even more robust policy change as it relates to head strikes that we think will increase accountability as it relates to head strike specifically. And then as Ms. Kenny mentioned, that accountability piece, where policies are violated, recognizing that at the very beginning, our line supervisors, our watch commanders, and our facility captains recognizing when there is a policy violation and addressing it immediately.
And to that end, the custody force investigative team, how will you measure using that team how we're holding the department accountable on violations of use of force? I mean, how are we measuring effectiveness of that team?
Right. So the team, as I mentioned earlier, was hand-selected. They've received specialized training. They aren't assigned to the facilities, so that removes some of the bias that may have been created in the past. But it also frees up our current supervisors in our facilities so that they're not bogged down with some of this paperwork, and they can actively be out on the floor engaging with their staff and with the inmate population. In terms of metrics to gauge success is, again, looking at whether or not our compliance, first and foremost. Are we finding where these sergeants are recognizing at the very beginning during the investigative phase where we are out of compliance, recognizing that, calling it out, and then taking corrective action on the front end so we could educate our people at the very beginning. And so I hope that the metrics that we plan on using to determine that is going to be our compliance with these provisions, but also reductions in uses of force that we continue to monitor.
Well, I would also add that my expectation, my measurement would be to see less use of that tactic ever used. And I think that we also need to document when there are violations. I know that there, in the report, there were concerns around whether we've been documenting that effectiveness. And so I'm glad that the team is in place. I'm glad that it means time should be freed up. But if it doesn't change the behavior, I don't think that that's effectiveness.
So these teams are going to be subject matter experts as it relates to the ROSIS implementation plan and the provisions. So they're going to be able to call out violations at the very beginning. When they recognize those, again, call them out, educate our staff, educate our supervisors, so that changes can be made in behavior. And there's also, beyond training and education, there's also the discipline piece as corrective action. So all those things have to be used to change behavior and reduce these violations of our provisions.
And is the limitations of force, I maybe missed this, limitations of force directive fully implemented?
It is, and it is still currently being looked at for revisions to make it more robust as it relates to head strikes and uses of force against restrained persons.
So it's a permanent policy now?
Yes.
Okay. And I will just note that while use of force is not the only factor that contributes to them, I will note the number of deaths in our jails is concerning, and we really need to see meaningful change on that front. I know we're talking about use of force, but given the topic of the jails, I think I just wanted to mention that here today because I know that that's something that is on all of our minds and is brought to our attention quite frequently. For our monitors, in many ways, as you said, the Sheriff's Department is in the midst of a culture change. From your work with other departments, what suggestions would you make, given how we're structured in LA County, because I know sometimes that's a challenge, about how to best ensure LASD transitions to a model based on modern policing principles, as you intend to see realized through your continued reporting on compliance?
Madam Chair, I think we do share with the Sheriff's Department best practices that we know from, that we've seen in other systems. We recognize that culture change is very hard to sustain. And it's really important to put in place policies that will outlast any appointed officials. And to have a culture of being able to identify, not only recognize, but hold accountable those staff who do cross the policy violation line. And we're not suggesting that everybody needs to be fired by any means. We support the disciplinary guideline system that the Sheriff's Department has in place. For us, the first step is identifying that policy violation. So I can't say enough of how important it is to have very effective frontline supervisors. And we think helping to change the culture is them having the time to actually sit with the staff and look at the videos, the use of force videos, point out where they've done it well and point out where they haven't. We think spending time doing that, and we share that in systems that we've seen that have really, I guess, addressed use of force problems, it's spending that time, the supervisors spending the time with the staff.
And as we're going into our budget season, I'm curious to know how you would advise us to prioritize our resources to make the most impact on compliance.
We think the body-worn cameras is going to be a game changer. We really do, because a lot of force situations that we currently observe, we can't hear what's going on. And we know, and we think that would help tremendously. Systems that have deployed body-worn cameras have noticed an increase in professionalism, both from the staff and from the language that the inmates will use with staff. So we think that should hopefully elevate that dialogue going back and forth, but also really give us a better picture of the whole situation that happens. So we think making sure investment in that. I like the idea of tablets for a number of reasons, but inmate idleness is a problem in the jails, and that can lead to forced situations. So I think prioritizing the tablets would be something that we'd recommend as well.
Okay, that's helpful, and I think for our entire board to hear where you would recommend we prioritize that work in partnership with the Sheriff's Department. That's all I have on item 10. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Supervisor, I would just add to what my colleague said. Given the percentage of inmates with serious mental illness in the jails, I think we would be remiss if we didn't remark on, the relationship between mental illness and use of force. There can be a link when someone is in the middle of a behavioral health episode, or is decompensating, or has been in perpetual isolation, in a cell locked behind a door without significant human contact. The risks that that person, when they do come out, is going to get into a conflict with a member of the staff is significantly higher. So I think as you think about budgeting priorities, I would encourage you to also think about addressing, and this may relate to the conversation that the judge has been having with y'all, addressing the programming needs for inmates with mental illness while you're looking ahead to the future to building out a system to depopulate and close MCJ, addressing the programming and mental health needs of the population now while they're in custody will not only help with DOJ compliance, but I believe will also help with compliance with the Rosas agreement.
That's really helpful, thank you. As it relates to, Supervisor Mitchell, was this on 10? Or is it on jail closure? Okay, so I'm gonna go and then I'll turn it to you. So jail closure, I know this was, our status update, and, for my part, I think from the last time we had a public exchange with you as a board, I want to see us move to a clearer, documented plan of action on how we're going to close Men's Central Jail. I remain committed to that. This board has repeatedly made clear that the facility is not fit for the 21st century. In many cases, it's not safe for inmates to be housed there, nor our staff to work there, as has been stated many times. Closing Men's Central Jail is complex, and we have to do it thoughtfully, but we have to do it. And I think what is hard for me in today's presentation is it sounds like there's a lot of analysis, which I know is needed because we have to be able to measure our progress and understand who's in there. But action steps are also required. And we've passed motions as a board. We've even allocated funding for additional ODR beds. I know Supervisor Mitchell and I did a motion along those lines. And we heard at the last presentation that it's not an issue necessarily of funding. So, you know, I really wanted this discussion so we can get to the heart of what is preventing the plan. As was stated earlier, we've hired numerous consultants, even though there was a jail closure plan to start out with. And some of those consultants are, you know, also benefit from creating new jails. So I sometimes question, you know, what is the goal of some of these reports? Are we just creating new reports to create a new jail? I think that's concerning to me. You know, when we talk about who's in the jails, I think it's also important to note arrests, what people are arrested for versus what they are convicted for, and why people are in our jails. I think that keeping the courts moving is certainly an important component, but also creating the beds and creating the infrastructure is the thing that is going to best get people out of these circumstances. And so, you know, it's been months of report back. And so for me today, I just want to get to implementation. So over the last 6 months, what has JCOD done to move from ideas about how to move forward to written implementation plans?
So you asked specifically about the beds. So that would be a question for the doctors. We don't have any control over the beds. So I'm going to start with them and then I'll come back to my portion. Go ahead.
Sure. So with respect to the beds, can you repeat your specific question?
So
I can address the financing issue, but I'm not sure if there was another piece of it.
So my question is, over the last 6 months, JCOD, I understand to be in the lead, but if it's your department's, what has happened to move from the idea that we need additional beds to actually creating the beds so that way they exist for people to go to?
Sure. So I will start, and then I'd like to ask Dr. Clemens Hong, who's the interim director of ODR, to also join me up here because I want to make sure I give him an opportunity to touch on any issues that I don't. So over the second half of last year, so from July through December of 2023, ODR did open 275 additional slots or beds. That's new capacity that is brought online in the system. That's one-time capacity in the sense that people can cycle in and out, but it's not when Judge Armstead is talking about 1,200 new beds every year, that's a single addition of 275 beds. In doing that, there was also about almost 1,000, about 900 or so individuals that were diverted over the same time period from the jails into ODR housing programs of all various sorts, FIST, MIST, ODR housing, et cetera. And that's because they were able to occupy those new beds that were brought online, plus additional capacity that is just available through turnover of existing beds. In terms of where we go from here, ODR does have funding that has been granted by your board through various motions and budget processes to be able to continue to ramp up additional beds, about 1,000, a little over 1,000 or so beds over the next couple of years. There's a ramp up, and we'll share more detail on that in 2 weeks. The point at which we run out of funding is in about a year and a half. So by July of 2025, we will no longer have sufficient funding primarily in permanent supportive housing. And that's the piece that's really needed to maintain flow through the system. So when we add 275 beds, but we're able to divert that 900, in part it's because of that flow, because people are exiting interim housing. They're moving into permanent supportive housing. There's general flow through the system. We have funding for the next year and a half. So at the last presentation, we talked about how there wasn't an emergent need for ODR funding in that budget cycle. But we do anticipate needing additional funding to fund permanent supportive housing as of July 2025
if we want to be able to maintain that flow through the system. And we will certainly work closely with JCOD to understand all of their steps that they've outlined today. But we see ODR really as being critical in two pieces of that. One is contributing a portion, some portion of those 1,200 new beds that need to be brought online every year, and trying to understand more what types of beds, how long does that need to continue for, et cetera. And then also that second box on that slide, which talks about the continued flow through the system. And we obtain that continued flow in the system through ODR through that creation of permanent supportive housing beds. So I think a lot of work has been done. We're stable on funding for the next year and a half, but we do not have sufficient funding to be able to maintain that progress after July of 2025, nor do we have the sufficient funding that would be needed to ramp up to the 1,200 bed number that was given today.
So is funding the primary challenge to you getting to that number? Because even though you're making progress, we have to get to a different level in order to meet the need.
Sure, it's certainly funding, but it's also the courts needing to have the partnership which we have with the courts, which is very strong, but they need to have the capacity to be able to manage the cases. The courts have brought online additional days and additional slots, and they're ramping up as well, but that would need to further ramp
So we
up.
have beds if the courts diverted people today?
Do we have beds available today?
Yes.
I'm going to let Dr. Hong answer the specific point today.
Yes, so we have beds today, and we also have additional capacity to bring on what we would call slots or intensive case management services groups to sort of take on additional groups. And currently we're working with the courts and very closely with ODR sort of specific courts to move people. And so today the beds have not been the bottleneck. We've sort of been really working with them to expand sort of court dates, and then on our side do the hiring that we need to do to expand our vetting and all of those pieces to sort of keep up with court expansion that is planned and moving in the course of this year. So we've doubled our court days in our downtown court, and we're adding an additional court in Van Nuys that will function 2 days a month to start, and then we'll continue to increase as an example. And then I think there's capacity there that we need to keep working with the courts on building.
But that would need to continue to ramp up even further to be able to come close to the numbers that were shared today.
Yeah, so one way to think about it, and it's not specific because we don't know what the releases are, but if we are releasing 1,700 to 2,000 people a year today, and the necessary releases are in the neighborhood of 7,000, right? So and if those were all diversions that we need, and there's other capacity that we can talk about. I mean, there's individuals who are conserved that need to come out to different types of beds, but to the extent that they're ODR diversion, we would need multiples of what we're doing currently to get to that.
And both DHS and DMH indicated earlier in the presentation that people leave placements if they're not in communities that are familiar or supportive. Is that true for people who are being placed because they're coming out of MCJ? They would prefer to go back to MCJ than be in a placement outside of the jail?
I don't believe that to be true, no.
Okay, so I just want to, because that really confused me. It sort of sounded like people are leaving placements and just going out somewhere else, which is concerning. And it's also concerning if they are preferring going back to MCJ. So that's not what you're saying.
No, they're preferring to go back to their community of origin.
Right.
So places where they have connections. And for the Department of Mental Health, just in the last 6 months or last 7 months of 2023, we added 728 beds. And by the end of this calendar year, we will add an additional 1,903 beds. But this is across the spectrum. So the dilemma is matching the kind of bed with what a judge and a prosecutor thinks is acceptable for, a person needing to come out. And I think also when I answered earlier Supervisor Mitchell's question about how much subacutes would cost, because that's the lowest level of lock setting that we have. And it's double the cost of an ODR bed, but that's the bed rate. If we don't have enough facilities, then we'd have to build a facility. And for an example, we recently have the project on one of our RCVs, which is $169 million to build 128 beds.
So, and what are we currently spending in operating MCJ and all of the related operations to MCJ? What are we spending annually on it?
On beds?
MCJ in total. What is the cost to operate MCJ and everything that's related to it?
I don't have that number for you, but I can get it for you.
Do you think it's more or less than 50 million?
Oh, it's probably more.
Okay, so I just want to, for comparison, we heard, a number that may sound like sticker shock to some people, but we're spending a lot more than that to operate MCJ right now. And so I just, for comparison, just want to highlight that, because while we are saying there needs to be significant investment in a different path forward, we're already spending significantly to operate something that we know is dysfunctional, that we know we're not proud of, that we know we want to change. So why would we continue to invest that amount of funding into a facility we know is not working and delivering the things that we want? And to that end, if what we need to build our facilities, why did JCOD prioritize creating a call center? Is the anticipated impact that substantial that we'll be able to get people out of jail more than beds and more than some of what else has been described?
The call center was a condition that would help the courts feel comfortable releasing based on the new PARP schedule. So that was an agreement that we have with the courts. The cost is significant, is nowhere near the cost of a bed for the call center. We hired temporary staff, we funded it with existing funding. It's a completely different, it's not an apples to apples, it's completely different.
I'm clear about that, and I want to celebrate your wins with you too, but I also want to make sure that we're prioritizing where we need to be prioritizing, and I think to that end, standing up call center is an important thing to our relationship with the courts, but creating an actual plan where we can see who has to be accountable to what seems to me to be the most important thing.
I appreciate your comment, Madam Chair. The other thing that we have done, so for the folks that, the majority of the population, as we've seen in the data, are folks that need mental health treatment. That is under the purview and the responsibility of the doctors. And so we are relying on the doctors and their expertise and all of their information to supply that information. We have created a number of other programs for folks that are not in that category. So as I mentioned earlier, we've had 2,000 people go through the rapid diversion program. We just celebrated that graduation recently, and we partner with providers on that. We have purchased 400 beds through the STOP program where people can spend, and as an alternative to custody, they can spend time in community receiving housing and they live in housing, retreating, training and education to be able to return to community. These are not people that will need long-term care. They would be sentenced to this program as an alternative to incarceration. We continue to support a number of community-based organizations who do both prevention, diversion, and reentry services to help stop the inflow. The JSIT responsibility came to us with the creation of JCOD. So at the same time, we're creating a whole new department for the county, getting out millions of dollars through CFCI, creating an incubation academy, doing RDP, doing a number of things. We're also taking on a new responsibility and understanding what that means. The first step of that was really to understand the data. How is the population still the same? Does this plan still work? What information do we have? We do not have access to the data. So all the pieces to JSIT, we rely on all the other departments to be able to do any part of it. So we have no data. We have to do an MOU, create an MOU with the Sheriff's Department to get the data. Then we have to give it to a consultant. And to be clear, we gave it to a consultant that the ACLU of Southern California relies upon. And that's the people who we gave the data to, who were able to comb through the data to tell us who was the population. This is the same information that the doctors need to be able to plan the level of care. And I think there's a distinction between what a person's medical need is versus what the courts are willing to release a person to, right? So a person's medical need may not be as acute, but because of their charges and the surrounding circumstances, the court may not release them to the level, based on level of care. They may release them only to a secure facility based on the charges, if that makes sense. And so there's a misalignment there. We don't have any control over that. We continue to have the conversations with the court, but quite often the courts don't want to release a person unless they're in a secure facility, even if that's not what's medically necessary, if that makes sense.
Yes, and to the consultant point, we had a plan. There was a jail closure implementation plan, and before there was a consultant, so then a consultant was hired on top of it. So to me, it's just sort of, I want to get out of that cycle and get into the actual implementation. Dr. Ferrer, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah,
I saw
just-
you like.
No, I just wanted to let you know that with recovery beds, we're adding a whole bunch. We're adding about 500 by the end of this year. 100 are in that new category of recovery housing, and about 400 will be recovery bridge housing. We're also adding about 3,600 residential beds. So, you know, I do want to support the idea that we know there's a big task and a big lift here, that we have to have beds along the continuum of care that people are going to need. But I did want to acknowledge that, I think similar to DMH and DHS, we've been working pretty hard, sort of combing all of the different funding sources. And for us, working with, I want to give a lot of credit to the community organizations that we contract with to put on additional beds and create that additional capacity in the community. We've gotten funding from CFCI as well, so that again is county funding. And I want to really appreciate that direction from you.
Yeah, and I think I'll just close with the,